We hear you loud and clear. We can see the game, but we cannot see you. Thank you, Chumro. In that case, let's get into some lovely Caesar 3. You know, the itch for Caesar 3 never truly goes away. It subsides a bit, but always comes back. It's more of a perennial rash for me. And often the catalyst is just finding some good maps. Well, Keinwyn put in this one here. This is Vulcan's Bounty, and it's a gorgeous looking map. And immediately I can tell this is going to play to one of the custom Caesar 3 map strengths, which is difficulty and interesting challenges when it comes to building up your city. And that is often achieved by having some very awkward terrain to build around. Not as Marek likes to do, just putting random invisible rocks everywhere. No, that is not fun challenges. It's challenging, but it's certainly not fun. This, though, this looks fantastic. But what are we doing here? Well, I was in a bit of a sleepy stupor, so maybe we should read together what exactly is being asked of us. Then I need to find my instructions from Caesar. Let's dig out the papyrus. Ah, here we go. Salve, Governor. Our allies in Greece are under grave threat from the power of Macedon. They've requested Roman assistance. Your task is trivial. Trivial, okay. If you say so, Toga boy. Establish a colony. Impress the Greeks with the glory of Rome. Beat back any and all Macedonian incursions. The chosen site is a bay with great harbour potential, no doubt about that. Flourishing trade, ample fishing, and plenty of docking for motivational galley. Surveyors report great mineral wealth, but babble about shaking earth and the wrath of Vulcan. Pay no heed to these superstitious cretins. Do not fail me, Governor. You will stop the heirs of Alexander here, or you will do so on the seas. It's been a fair while since I've been sent out in the galleys by Toga Boy, so hopefully it doesn't happen again here. We've got some notes. There was a large consequential earthquake. If it weren't clear enough from the instructions we were given, yes, the ground will shake asunder. There are no mineable rocks, which is great to know because I don't want to waste my time looking around for some. There is heavy military activity, and I'm not allowed plaza or towers. That is surely fine. Let's keep that in the back of our mind. Oh, this map. Have, fun with it, says Panda. When it comes to knowing Caesar 3 maps, we can always trust Panda, right? Yeah, no towers with heavy military activity. Let's just hope... Well, we were told the only things that we're missing are towers and plaza, right? So we do get the military academy, and we are able to make legionnaires, which we're probably going to need if it's heavy activity. Let's scout around the map. I've already spent about 5 minutes looking around the map, so I have a good idea of what we're dealing with, but that was just me and not you, so... Surely I can squeeze out some content to farm by talking about this map for aeons on end. So there's a lot of land that is simply inaccessible due to all these high-raised rocks. There's no way for Romans to destroy even the slightest pebble. So a lot of the land that you see here is simply not stuff you can utilize. Like all of this lovely looking land here, I'm quite certain there's no way to access it. I don't see any stairways or gaps up to it. Likewise for all the places back here that's being blocked off. We do have a bit of water here. Is it water that can be used for a reservoir? Yes. So we can have very little water here, although there's also water here. Good to know. All the edges of the map here are completely blocked off, so we are certain that there cannot be an invasion from here. Certainly not from the seas. There's no naval stuff in Caesar, apart from trading and fishing, of course. Not from here. So the only valid invasion point is here and here. And all of the invasions that would come along here get funneled down, 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 down into here. So this is a choke point, so to speak. Even so, we might have to build in the invasion choke point because buildable terrain is at a premium. All of this high-raised land around here cannot be used. Well, that's not strictly true. There are ways to utilize this land, but it's meh. Yes, that's the best way to put it. It's meh. It would be really rather difficult to actually build buildings of consequence here. You can do cliff dweller houses here. It's an advanced Caesar 3 strategy, but it is further complicated by the fact that I'm pretty sure you couldn't merge a 2x2 here unless you do it by force, by making at least a large insulae. Not usually the world's biggest fan of large insulae. In fact, wouldn't you know it, I have a tier list to hand of what I think about all of the different houses. Large insulae sitting there on a B tier, so not usually something I am thrusting out to get. I want everything to be S and A tier in my city. wherever possible, and you know, sometimes it's not possible. I know the blobber from down under contests my idea of putting small villas right down there in the gutter tier, but I stand by it, and I think my logic is sound. I think his logic sounds good, but is flawed. Villas are quite nice as Chumro, yeah, you don't say. Stayed in a villa once, long ago. It was a little bit too decadent for my tastes. I like things to be just a little bit grubby and down to earth. How about a cheeky gamble to make up for the weekly one-shot? My points could use a lift, says Nathaniel Cook. Alright, alright. Alright, I'll go for that. I'll go for that. Let's have a prediction. And we'll just say, do we fail the map? No save loads. Yes, we fail. No, we don't fail. Fail is, of course, being sent off in the Caesar 3 galley. What difficulty? Well, that's a good question. What difficulty do I normally run on? Very hard with god effects on plus, of course. It's been so long since we made this build, I've forgotten how it works. But yeah, god effects on plus means no positive effects from the gods. That's how I like it. Alright, I'm not giving you long to do this one. You get 5 minutes and that's your lot. Tricky wording. Tricky, yeah. Use your English comprehension skills. Do we ever fail? If I said do we win, then I could just play until we win. But no, do we ever fail? Do you ever think I'm going to get trounced militarily or fail this time limit of 30 years? Or annoy Caesar so much that he comes and claims my head? I mean, I hope I don't, and I always play to win in Caesar maps. But I might as well give you that opportunity to make some spoils on it. I've heard some things in chat which are really saying, ooh, maybe it'll be tough. The weekly one suggestion. 30 years with no knowledge of when the earthquake is going to quake is fun. Well, I can make some educated guesses about the earthquake. For one, the earthquake cannot spawn anywhere along here. Because if such an earthquake were to happen, it would break the game, because it would sever the road for Rome. There'd be no way around it. No way around it? Is that strictly true? We did have a devastating map one time, where it did sever and you needed to bridge across for it, but that doesn't look to be the case here. Yeah, no, confident that that won't happen. So all of this area is safe. I can build up initial things along the coast, and it'd be fine. It also wouldn't make any sense. I mean, how many earthquakes are on the coast? I'd say none of them. Right, which means the earthquake could well be here. Could well be here. It did say consequential, so it's not going to be somewhere useless like here. It could be here. Could be here. These 4 places look really quite nice for building, so one of them's going to get buggered, most likely. And we can also infer that the earthquake will not strike here, because they would not have an earthquake that severs the invasion points. So now that we know that the earthquake is in one of these 4 locations, we can work around that. We can build up other locations until the earthquake strikes. Another thing we can infer is that we have access to marble quarries and iron mines. Now, there are no mineable rocks on the map, and our beloved map maker was so clever that they put the invasion point flags up on high ground. Now, due to a bug in this game, I'm not sure if it's strictly a bug, probably is though, these points here, which signify the entry and exit points for the civilians, are actual mineable points. I don't know why they're coded like that, but they are. So you can, if you're a very cheeky, underhanded player, put down your quarries and your mines next to these things. But now it's set up so that you can't do that. They're on these elevated locations where you can't get to, so there's no use for that. Yeah, I mean, there is technically a way that you could put a mine here and a warehouse here and have them get labor access from here, but destination walkers don't move if they don't have access to the road from Rome, so basically, yeah, well done. I have an exploit that works around that, actually. I know of a way to move the entry and exit points, and I used it in one scenario to the map maker's discontent. Now, I didn't use it to mine them, I just wanted to show off that their paltry attempts to stop me from being able to mine it weren't good enough. Anyway, I think that covers the map layout a fair bit. Oh, I should talk about these parts here, right? So we've got the coastline, which is pretty sweet, and a lot of locations for wharving. However, although fishing is a notoriously efficient source of food in this game, the fishing points are really quite far away, meaning they're not quite as good as they often are, especially in the main game scenarios. And the wharves are also quite spread out. Wharves are undesirable neighbours, so it's going to be a little bit awkward getting all that down. Worth noting that we do have access to wheat, so we've got to be striking a good balance between producing food and leaving space for our people to actually live. Because there's not a lot of space around here, that much is for certain. What else is going on around here? Wharf, 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 wharf. We've got a lot of spaces around here. This is a prime fishing island right here. You know, wharf, 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 wharf. Brilliant. So a lot of food could be produced here. That speaks towards this being our initial colony point. I don't know. Usually a location thing when people can't bet, says Baron. Oh, somebody says they're unable to bet. I just was aware that the Netherlands couldn't do that. And I think Sweden couldn't either. I seem to recall having that problem when I lived in Sweden. Dark times. Let's not remember our time as a proud Swede. So these locations here look excellent. Right around here we've got a nice flat area for building. We have local water access. Elevated land is desirable land. So up here, for example, we could have patricians quite happily. Not only that, it looks like I could clear this area and have a reservoir for watering them. So I like this area a lot for building up, but just not initially. One thing I like to do is make sure that my initial population are as close to the entry point as possible. And that is the entry point. Still a bit of a trek, but I'll still build up this area. And then this again, it's got food, it's got water, it's got elevated land. Slightly less good for watering, but you could still slam a reservoir here. And, you know, have all the people here and amenities there. Basically, there are good things here, even though overall it looks rather difficult. How about trade? Our location is right here. Smack bang on Athens. Bit of a young Roman Empire right now. All of our trading is done by sea, which is good and bad. Sea has higher capacities, but it can also get quite awkward, especially when you're very far away from the trader arrival point. And I know that the trader arrival point is here because I had the audacity to unpause and check where it is. It's somewhere along here, and it flows along somewhere to down here. That is quite awkward. And this, funnily enough, another Greek map. One done by Illustrajon, the Greekonomics map. It had the boats go so far you couldn't even do all your trading in a year. On the other hand of that, the trading quotas are quite small, right? 15 barrels of fish, 30 barrels of weapons. That's quite a lot of iron, but I don't know how long until I can actually produce iron, because I don't know when and where the earthquake is. Miletus wants wood, but wood is a very low profit trade good. Still better than nothing, though, right? I received 35 smackaroos per, 35 times 15 in a year's quota for Miletus. So it makes back the trade opening cost in a year. Actually, no, it's not 15 times that, it's 25. Was it 25? Yeah, it's 15, 25, 40. I thought that two things here were 30, but no, it's 25. So 25 times 35, that'll make it back in a year, and then it's pure profit. So I probably want to open up Miletus and probably Tarentum so I can sell some furniture. Possibly sell some olives, but I think olives have an even worse price. Yeah, 34, they're even lower down than wood. And that's a lot of olive farming and not a lot of space with which to do it. In fact, on this side of the map, I would even say no space to do it. I don't want to go to this island just to farm a few olives, so maybe we say no to olive farming. Depends on the amount of population we crank in here. If we have a lot of population, I could do olive farming to swallow up the unemployment and then tax max. Depends on how we want to play things. Oh, hey, a map. That actually makes sense for the map theme. Yeah, that could be difficult to do because there are limited places you can put your city, and they all come with fairly hardwired trade. You can go into the game and hex edit, and I believe we even have a tool made called Cement. What was it? What was that? What did that stand for again? Caesar 3 map editing new tool, which allows you to change what you're trading and such. But yeah, whoever uses that. Excuse me, Olive Island will be the key, mark my words. I don't really want Olive Island. The cost of building bridges in this game is astronomical. 640 just to get over there, that's more than the cost of setting up one of these trade routes. And each of these olive farms only pump out, how many olives per year? I think it's 9, right? I used to know all these numbers by heart, and of course I've forgotten them. Yeah, I don't trust Olive Island here. I far more trust Olive area here, even though there's a risk of earthquake. At least if there's just farms here, that's no great loss if they go up in smoke. But the crux of the matter is, where do we do our trading? So the boats already have to go a long way around. Good thing they have a capacity of 12 in, 12 out. There's a great position here for putting down 1, 2, 3 docks. And I think I do want 3, because the way that the ships queue for docks is really awkward. You can have somebody here waiting, but if a ship here reserves the dock the moment it arrives, it has to come all the way in before the ship that's right here even goes and trades, so it can get clogged up really badly. Which is only reason to have multiple docks to mitigate that, although it still will happen. So I think over here with 3 docks, and we use this as an industrial base. And yes, I'm aware it's been 25 minutes and we haven't even started here, but you know that saying of measure twice, cut once? That kind of goes for our city building as well, especially now that I've put some betting on the line, so there are going to be people very unhappy if I throw it. What kind of industry are we looking to set up anyway? Locally we have this, although you can count out the iron, the weapons, and the marble until the earthquake hits. So it's not a whole lot. Basically it's olives, meat, oil. Can I sell that oil? Who was willing to buy it? Yeah, Ephesus is willing to buy oil. Not a lot of it, but oil is a really good trade good. So I reckon it's wood, it's timber, potentially olives, and oil. Maybe fish. I mean, I suppose it's just free money, isn't it? I can set up a wharf here and or here. I think we only need one of them. And then we max out our fish selling. We've been given a rather not generous 5,000 simoleons to start with. And that's going to have to account for everything. That's going to be a bit tough. I will be unhappy if you don't throw it. Dark Young thinks we're going to fail. I understand. I see how it is. Okay, so I have some big decisions to make, unless there are other things I need to cover, but I think I've covered everything, right? Probably. How about what we need to do, right? Culture is irrelevant. Peace is highly relevant. It needs to reach 90. I need to keep Toga Boy happy, 90 favor. And I need to reach 100 prosperity. Now, housing is not capped because we have access to wine from Tarentum and wine from Pergamum. But there is no source of vines, so we have to import all the wine. Which is a shame because Ephesus buys wine, so it would be nice to have that as something we could export. We have to import our clay or our pottery, so I'm likely going to make this into a central pottery barn. I hate having to import my pottery, but needs must. Because if I can locally do my pottery, I can make small insulae really easily. As it stands now, it's not too bad to just import the clay. At least it gobbles up unemployment to make it. But sometimes it gobbles up too much unemployment, and I might have trouble doing my usual unemployment spam because of the layout of this map. It's going to be difficult to put down lots of people in one place. Normally that's my strength in Caesar. I see an awkward area and I can cram so many insulae in there, make sure toes curl. But I'm having difficulty foreseeing that happening this time. I have some other things that I do foresee happening that I rather like. I think I'm going to have to cram in a lot of people along here. It's going to be mostly people, markets, and education with the occasional bathhouse. And I guess the reservoir could be over here to give them the water access. Because yeah, I see myself having to need this just to win. Could be tough. Without failures, victories are meaningless. Well, winning here is going to mean quite a bit because it's a tough-looking map. Right, one of the biggest questions that I need to answer immediately is, do I go for tents or do I go for insulae? Again, got to check that beloved tier list I made. Oh yeah. Large tents are the first thing you see on that B tier list, or B tier. And they would be pretty good for just cramming people in without having to provide them with anything other than well water. But I would much rather have... I was going to say I'd much rather have small insulae, but the more reasonable thing to shoot for is small hovels, which is what's over there on the A tier. Small hovels are A tier because they are the first building that pays tax. On very hard mode, of course. Let's disregard lower difficulties where you can squeeze tax even out of tents. So I think what we do is we set this place up and we give them access to religion, water, food, and of course the most important thing any plebe has access to, taxation. And then I fill it up with as many people as I can and I put them all to work. Yeah, okay, this makes sense to me. Of course, I want everybody to be reasonably happy, so we're going to go drop tax down to 0 and bring the tax up to 2 above Rome. That gives a massive happiness boost. Paying 2 above Rome actually gives a +2 global happiness, and 0% taxes gives a +3 global happiness. It's not a lot to pay to ensure that we never have emigration at the very start. It's a shame that the large insulae is the least appealing sprite of all the non-hovel buildings. I do think it looks pretty nasty. But my most aesthetic setup for all housing is mixed. I like mixed patricians and I like mixed insulae. And I prefer just not to have any casa or below. Even large casa look good. They're like little council estate houses for our Romans to live in. Right, I am assuming I'm not going to be making any wood around here, so let's get rid of that. Where will my wood economy be? Where will my economy in general be? I might just set this up as an economical base early. I mean, it just needs to cut down trees for wood and harvest the soil for olives. And then with our olives and wood and maybe pumping a bit of oil over here, we shove them all into warehouses here, and those warehouses have quick and easy access to the docks over here. And then bish bash bosh, they get sold. There is going to very regrettably have to be some tent labor access, but I'm sure the militant nature of my prefects will beat down any upstarts. We have 30 years to reach 90 favour, so I'm not too worried about there being occasional protesters. Yeah, it's okay. I always see you play vanilla. Is this game moddable? Very. There is the... Also, this isn't really vanilla. This is Julius, which is kind of vanilla plus. It has a lot of quality of life stuff. For example, see this smooth scrolling? The original didn't have smooth scrolling. It did that whole junk, 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 junk. None of the smoothness. It would go along 1 square by 1 square. Which, you know, was normal at the time, but we don't have to accept normal. We can accept the new normal. Let's do a bit of gardening here, because maybe, just maybe, I want to get my wood out of there. I just want to leave that possibility open. Is this blocked off? Oh, can't even get there. I wonder if these trees are relevant. I think earthquakes can kill trees, so it's not really going to hurt me to just delete them right now. Alright, well, better start building, I suppose. How are we going to do this? The food from fishing takes a little bit of time to set up, and it will require a shipyard. I absolutely don't have a shape in mind for this, so I'm absolutely winging it. This is space for 1, 2 wharves, but it's a really awful wharf spot. It has to go a long way, so I think this is actually where I could make my ships, on the shipyard, because I won't use it for food production. Fine by me, I suppose. Well, one way or another I have to start building. It's difficult to make that first build, though, you have to understand. I guess with the fishing going on here, I'll want the granary around here. Usually my builds kind of center around the granary location. When I bridge over to here, how's it going to be? It certainly won't be that. Ooh, this is all right. I can bridge to here, I can bridge to here. I'm quite happy about that, and it's relatively low cost. I'm not going to do that yet, though. I mean, even the 360 denarii that this costs is a bit over the top for me. But it does tell me where my granary is going to likely go. Oh, that gets in the way of these things. Ugh. In that case, granary here. I want to use this now, don't I? This is more than a little awkward. I would love some planning tools in this game. Sure. I put the granary here. But rather than place the granary, what I'll do is I will place the roads that will lead to the granary. Because the granary can burn down and break down. So I just want to make sure that... 1, 2, 3, doop. Yeah, okay. Then I just make note that the granary will be there. Did you see the Julius Vita port? Julius on the Vita? Wow. Finally a game on the PlayStation Vita. I thought I'd never live to see the day. Lucky gives me some rap for that. He keeps claiming that the Vita is like the best thing ever. And I suppose typical Sony pony behavior. Can't accept the fact that you have no games. That seems like a fine enough place for the reservoir, but yeah, and it has to be reservoir. These people are going to need proper water. I don't like spending all this money, but I think you know that. 1, 2, 1, 2. I want to have some kind of overlay here. I usually like tax incomes, because it lets me see everything quite clearly. And shove some 1x1s over there, it's no big deal. Alright, how about we just start with something like this? This is going to be our starter location. My dream is to build everything up to a small hovel here. Of course, I'm going to need fed and a bunch of other things. Now, please tell me I still have my little pink circles. Or little pink pixels. Yeah, I can see some of them. Now, some people say they don't really exist. But they do. I added a tiny little pink pixel to indicate where there are non-merger spots. And the start here is pretty tight, so I'm going to be using that. So mergers, I've talked about it a lot in this game in the past, but you know, I've got time in my hands right now while I do this, so I may as well mention it again. The way the game decides whether or not a 2x2 collection of houses are going to merge on their own is that it looks at the northernmost square and certain types of land, and this is already decided by the game on creation of the map, have a merger point. It's something like 4 and 9 or 5 and 9, something like that. And you can tell by the graphic on the square, but I couldn't remember every single graphic. So what I did was I painted a tiny little pink pixel, and there is one right there to indicate where it will not merge. Jake can find a very obscure pink pixel, but can't find things when they matter. Oh, these pixels matter. So, what I want to do is lay down a bunch of houses such that we get as many mergers as possible. Is that really true? Do mergers even matter here? Well, yes, because I'm going to want them. Yeah, I want them, and therefore we will have them. It also saves me money on deleting these later on. Yeah, so what I can do is just set them up like so. I'm going to have to look really close at the map here, so forgive me if I sound like I'm kind of eating the microphone here. For example, I can have you there. Can I have you there? Hey, I can have you there. I don't think I see the pixel there. Doop, doop, doop. Jeez, my eyes are going. That's okay. H comes for us all. That is a pink pixel. That is not a pink pixel. I should have stayed in bed for longer. And what I do is I put down 3 of them so that these ones get full of people, and then I put down the final one to ensure that they merge, and then the last person coming along. Because when you merge, you actually kill off the people that are en route to the housing. Maybe I should have put more than one pixel. This is getting harder to see for me. I have still never seen the pink pixel, says Tarthur. It's there. It's a kind of a shame that we don't have the ability to zoom in that exists in the other version. What's it called? The one I don't play because I don't like it. Keep going on about I don't like it, but you know, I'm not sure I've actually played it yet. And I spy no pink pixel here. Doot, doot, and doot. I'm gonna ask myself just how many of these things do I need, and I think the answer is quite a lot of them. Not fan of this little bit. It's kind of dead zone, but that's fine. Some things need to die. Get you over here as well. I mean, that's a reasonable number of them, and I have to be wary that housing costs quite a bit of money. If I want to put down like a block of houses like this, it's 240, which is why I'm being quite miserly. Augustus, there we go. Augustus, thank you. A lot of work was put into Augustus, so I feel a little bad every time I'm saying, like, oh, I don't like it. I don't like the idea of people valuing my opinion to the point of deciding what they will and will not consume based off of it. So I hope I don't turn people off of Augustus, because it's good work. And if you want more out of your Caesar 3, it's a great place to go. It's just not for me. Alright, is that going to be enough? Can I stop being so anal about this? Nonsense. I was born to be anal. Let's see another spot right here. And another spot right here. I do want to leave a path for people to be walking around here, and that looks like Pink Pixelville up there. Alright, how about we work with this for a bit, okay? I do need a spot for gods and such. Now let's start having people come in.
Greetings. I'm new to this place. Do you know of anywhere to live?
And I will be saving Vulcan's Bounty Stream 01. I will not be loading, unless I lose and I don't want to start all over again. We've got to consider the payouts, right? Jake Caesar streams are just a loop of no need to overthink this building block proceeds to overthink this building block. No, you're getting it mixed up. The initial shape of it, you know, I could think forever about it, not arrive at the proper location. Once I've decided the overall shape, then I need to think about what's going into it. Because, you know, how do you decide a shape for this awkward land? If it was just a completely flat area, then I would build a boring optimal rectangle. I would if I remembered the numbers, which I don't, but let's imagine that I did. Frogman comes in and kind of out of place for around here. They are concerned with how I'm doing. Well, I'm doing just great, thanks for asking. Are there any 3x3 buildings we're going to need around here? It's kind of nice to have this available for it. When I said fish for merger, what I meant was just cast a big block and then delete whatever didn't merge. That's fishing for mergers. This isn't fishing. I already know what I'm getting here. So for example, these guys are going to merge if I put this here. Plonk. They already got their initial arrivals. This one got 1, this one got 5, this one got 5. And then they merge. Plonk. And then they merge into 11. And then the rest of the people come in. If I just had them merge immediately, then it would have only gotten 1 of those people coming in. So there'd only be between 1 and 5 people here. So it's just a way that I do to maximize people coming in. And I didn't come up with this on my own. I saw another city builder do it. That was dangerous. Don't put that last one in. I need to make sure they merge one at a time and don't get in the way of each other. You are going to merge, right? Please don't tell me I made a mistake. I'm not open to making mistakes here. It's possible that I put down an accidental one there and I'm about to regret it. I already regret it. Whoops. I must have made a mistake here. Let me look very close. Yeah, there was a pink pixel there and I didn't notice. Shame on me. Big shame on me. Oh well. Just consider that lost money. You're not merging either, which is making me really concerned that there are several pink pixels that I didn't notice. Alright, well, people are in the neighborhood, so now I give them the services that they require. A doctor, a prefect, another prefect, because you never trust these things not to fall down. Oh, Roman houses just love to fall down. I am going to need the ships working immediately. So we're going to get a shipyard right here-ish. Yeah, that'll do. And then once it builds one, we start putting down the wharves for them. I really don't trust them not to fall down. I'm going to give them another prefect. And of course, an engineer dock. An engineer post, rather. Alright. 4k denarii, yeah, I started with 5k. Which is good. I get bothered when I get maps that just give me no money at all. And then I have to slum it up really badly. Alright, getting a lot of lovely mergers. Jake loves his mergers. This one, clearly I was blind. But there's no need to give up, because I know this will merge. Kind of makes this awkward, but, you know, awkwardness, whatever. Yeah, I was a foolish fool. Okay, how many houses is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. It's not nearly enough for what I really want to get into, but it should be enough to get us started, right? Got 46 unemployed people. I'm going to need to water them and feed them and then tax them, and then life should be relatively good. But we need the ships being built. Kind of tempting to put up 2 shipyards, actually. Because the sooner we get the food going, the sooner everything happens. But shipyards are expensive at 100 denarii each. So we'll make do with 1. I think I decided that this would be where the granary goes. And this granary will accept only fish. In fact, you can click on this button and then go only accept fish, and then it won't accept other foods when they become available. What would you consider a difficult map? Greekonomics was difficult. Greekonomics was very difficult. Any map that has me bending over backwards to actually build the city is a really good one. I don't care much for military challenge, because this really isn't a military game. It's stuff that makes it difficult to feed all your population because the food is difficult to move around, or difficult to actually build around because the terrain is awkward, and this is definitely both of those things. And I like that difficulty. I like it a lot. That is going to be a very unhappy wharf right there. Oh well, their happiness is not my prime concern. You're going to move in there, hopefully. Oh, there we go. And then I let you merge. Plonk. And life is good. Alright. I might as well give you water already. Watering is more than a little awkward, but... well, there are a few reasons that I don't want to water them. Not least of all because I probably want more people here. Maybe I should go for maximum people before I consider things like water. These people don't deserve my love. Alright, since I have the initial people in, I'm just going to whack these down. Looking very close at this one. Yeah, I think it's okay. Contemplating the best places to put in houses for my beloved people. That's fine. Alright, I should pay more attention here, given that I messed this up previously. That's a no. That's a yes. That's a no. That is also a no. But this is a yes. I'll shove you in here. And then I think once these are filled in... I'm going to shove a bit more people over here. I could just put somebody here if I wanted more, but this is quite undesirable an area. Am I sure I can't shove in more people here? I could shove somebody here, but not here. Or in that case, going to put you there. That, I think, will do it for this this block. Once all of this is good to go, then we will we'll begin watering them. Also need to be feeding these fools. One way or another, one day or another. Never ever trust your people not to just explode on you, so we'll be slamming in a prefect around here as well. And another engineer post. We'll build up some food, and then hopefully by the time we build up some food, we start with industry, and then we can expand the food if we need more of it. Do people die from dehydration if you don't give them water? No, I mean, they live right next to the sea here. I'm sure they can distill their own water. But no, people don't die from dehydration. But they will never evolve out of tents if you don't give them actual well water. And then they won't evolve beyond shacks if you don't give them fountain water. Fountain water is more expensive and requires labor. So it's far from the most desired thing to do. Right, it's July already, and I'm already thinking, why is there no industry? I have the unemployment, and I'm going to have a lot more unemployment, so I could actually slam 3 timber yards right here and immediately fulfill Miletus's timber demands. So that is what I will do. It's a little tempting to just steal the labor from here, but no. Although I want many, many more docks than one, I will make do with one for now. He's a-thinking. Contemplating putting the warehouse over here. But this is an overproduction of timber. And I want to max out my stuff, which probably necessitates more warehouses than I truthfully want. Yeah, well, more than I want it is. You right here, you take the timber, and I suppose the furniture for now, and there will be furniture. You, I'll figure out later, but for now, don't accept anything. I will once again need revengineering and prefecturing, and we don't trust things not to explode, so we put down another prefect. And somewhere here, we're going to need a probably very unhappy little tent providing labor. How much furniture am I able to export, by the way? 15. Okay, that's 2 more timber yards. Which, rather frustratingly, I can put here. If I didn't build these. I hate the idea of accidentally building things, but... So I could build these and delete this piece of wood, but I actually have a personal rule against deleting wood that I'm using for timber yards. Timber yards will work without the wood. I could put them down and swing the road around a bit, but that could cause labor access issues. Clever bugger. Removing it also looks ugly. Yeah, it certainly does, Ninja. No, I think I do need to max out my exports here, so I should just slam them all down. But I don't like it. Maybe I deleted a little bit too much wood around here. Or I could accept that I'm just not putting out quite as much wood as I need to. No, when in doubt, max out. And there is a bit of doubt here. So I guess the engineer that I put here was the right call. And prefect can return, and then hopefully they still go over to these guys, but just in case, have another little bit of labor access. And with that in mind, you will not accept furniture, but you will. Alright, alright. Shouldn't be too bad. Although I do need people over there before everything collapses. Like the prices. My poor money. Given the awkwardness of the map, I do anticipate some kind of price crashing. But Keinwyn is surely knowledgeable about their trade and would surely have put the price crashes nice and early. Or just edited the save from the get-go if that was what was going to happen. The gods are unhappy. Well, I'm glad you reminded me about that game, because I did completely forget about my gods. Ceres, Neptune. This thing. Mercury. Mars. Venus. There we go. That'll keep them happy for now. I didn't forget about the health, but I did completely forget about the gods. Hopefully I'm forgiven in time. We don't care about harvesting god blessings because I've disabled god blessings. Geez, that fishing rate is really rather slow, isn't it? Not thrilled at the prospect of putting a bit of road here, because it could confuse the walkers a bit, but I think I need the added fish before I bridge over here. Takes a while for people to stock up on food anyway. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I imagine that's good enough for about 1,200 or so people. And imagination is what I'm good at. Right, let's start watering all my plebes. That waters a huge number of them, that's excellent, but can we do better than that? Maybe. Possibly. Alright, that waters all of you. That waters a great number of you. Pretty good. Look at them transform. And nowhere is so undesirable that they don't turn into large tents either. That's good. Don't worry, I know it looks horrible ghetto stuff here, but I do intend to change that. Employees needed, not unsurprising. Suddenly all these people realize they need to get working. Once I stock up on a bit of wood, then I can start turning it into furniture. Oh, that is quite a lack of people, so we need more people moving in ASAP. That's why I don't like not being next to the entry point. It takes a while for people to enter. Any idea on army composition? Mostly legionnaires. I have no local access to weapons, so our first army is going to have to be javelins, 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 and javelins. Horses are rubbish. You almost never get horses. If you're fighting what you know to be a small army, but you have a massive amount of area to defend, then yeah, maybe horses, but just build better. Given the nature of this choke point, I could actually do a civilian defense. And it's Macedonians rather than Hannibal, so I could use even prefects, but I'd rather not have to do that.
This city is so dull. Even a priest likes a good gladiator fight from time to time.
I'm glad you think so. The gods are now happy. They are very fickle. Just give them a few temples and they're instantly very happy. Oh, but if I ever forget to give them all the temples they deserve, they're going to have my guts for garters. 500 people, a little bit of wood is coming in, a little bit of unemployment is coming in, and I do think it's very important to export the furniture as soon as I can. How many furniture workshops am I going to need to satisfy you? It's like 4.8 per, so 4 furniture workshops should take care of everything really rather nicely. 1, 2, 3, 4. No need to build any extra crap. I'm more interested in fulfilling my furniture exports than my wood exports. You know, sell the higher value thing first. Economics, baby. Hopefully no risk of you bursting into flames, but I should probably have given you a prefect anyway. So I will.
The criminals I locked up have better entertainment than this city. After a hard day's work, all I want is to see a good play or fight.
This city is so dull, I've had patients ask me if I can cure chronic boredom.
I feel like my people are trying to tell me something, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Right, marketplace. Marketplace 1, marketplace 2... should be fine, actually. There's going to be a huge demand for food anyway, so they're going to be working round the clock to bring in all the food that they can. We're almost overflowing on fish. So let's get these people fed. They will go straight up to small... yeah, there's no reason they won't go straight up to small hovel short of desirability. So let's be taxing them. Tax. The bedrock of good society.
This city...
These houses pay so little tax, it hardly seems worth my time.
He's going to say that even when they are hovels. He says that even when it's medium insulae. He's not wrong about the tents, but he'll be wrong about everything else.
The criminals
I'm off to collect more supplies.
Alright, come on, my beloved industry. We've already gone 1 year without making dosh. And I bet Caesar's not very happy about that. Net in and outflow, everything. Sounds about right. Nobody told him only boring people get bored. I love saying that, because it pisses people off. Which is a general way of things for me in the things I say and do. Annoying people feels so good. It's going to be a little bit difficult getting desirability here without putting down something expensive like a statue. I could, of course, put down more temples in preparation for the need for more temples. There's also the fact that the most important god to not piss off is Neptune, so I could just put a Neptune statue here. Are these people going to need anything for a while? Not really. And I like not having to do a god ghetto, so how about we keep certain elements happier? These things do have good good happiness after all. I should have kept track of what I'm putting down there. I just did Neptune, Mars, and Venus, so I need to do Ceres. This doesn't block anything off. No, good. And then finally one for Mercury. Merkaba, you say? That's a really good location, actually. Hits a lot of places. Cleanliness close to godliness. This is one effect I really love in the game. The fact that people pave their roads if it's desirable near where they are. Come on, it's very important for you all to reach hovel stage. Close. Wharves are just so incredibly undesirable, though. This guy's going to be hard to... Oh, we got him. Life ain't so bad, then. We'll see how things are once the food propagates. We're going to be going into debt. I'm sure everyone's surprised. Let's open up Tarentum. They're expensive, but I need to... sell my furniture. All of it.
You got through those funds quickly. Try to make these new funds last longer.
I'll do my best, Toga Daddy. Alright, so some people are going to be very unhappy at me charging taxes. But it needs to be done. I'm going to wait until all of these people are up to hovel stage, though, before I do that. Because they care about the proportion of people that are taxed but not represented. At least not represented in nice housing. Really chewed through my food, though, right? I'm between a rock and a hard place on providing these people with more food. I don't want to extend out my fishing to over here, but I might need the extra food. It's hard to know exactly how much fish I'm getting out of this. The problem is the initial shock to the food is quite high because people try to gobble up as much food as they can for their occupants. I think this should be enough for 1,200 to 1,500 people. Problem is my population is primed to double. But the cost of expanding out here is pretty high. I can hear the CD drive spinning up as it tries to play the clip on an old PC too. Yeah, that comes to me. That's ingrained in my head. Because there's a little happened all the time when playing Day of the Tentacle / Maniac Mansion. If I don't ship bridge this one, there's going to be some complications with my fishing boats. But as you can see, it's very expensive. The food rates, they concern me. Let's just pull the band-aid off right now. Hopefully I can make loads of money united. I'm gonna have to. Actually do be pretty good on food. The engineer might come down here, so it might not be necessary for me to put another engineer over here. But I will almost certainly need some labor access. I might not. Let's see if we can get away with no labor access.
My governors think money grows on trees.
I hope money grows on trees. Because I'm cutting down my trees to make money here.
I can't wait to do some trading here. I love a good deal.
We all do. I think in the interest of making as much money as possible, I'm going to have to open my Letus and start selling my wood as well. The sooner we get on it, the happier I'll be. And I'll probably need my second dock for that immediately. There we go. The unemployment is... What? Oh god, you were right next to the engineer post and you still fell down? Well, that's a bad sign. Here's what I can kind of do. This is all costing me money, by the way. Money that I don't want to have to spend. Alright, now the question is, can these people seek employment? They have to go across this... Oh, whoops! There was a tree in the way there. Well, the prefect is coming down here, which is a good sign. This place is getting some quite high risk of burning, which is a bad sign. I'll take care of that. I really want to be taxing right now, but there's going to be problems if I do that. So, question, can these people get access to labor? I think they're going to struggle. I should just give them a little tent over here. Nobody needs to know. Don't like using tent labor, obviously, but I do it plenty. Because it's powerful. At least we have access to gardens. I need these people to evolve so I can start taxing. Might have to start taxing immediately anyway, regardless of how unhappy it's going to make people. I'll raise taxes as high as raise wages as high as I can, and raise taxes as well. 14% is nice. But I like 25%. I need some money pretty badly. Alright, we max tax then. The red numbers always feel scary, yeah, because if it reaches minus 5,000, there's nothing you can do anymore. You cannot build, you cannot delete. You just have to hope that you can make some trade deals.
I can't wait to do some trading here.
Come on, finish more lumber, finish more furniture for me to sell. We got 8. 8 is good. And look at how quickly they buy my goods. They buy goods so much faster than they sell you goods. Oh, that's nice.
Another successful voyage. The profit from this place makes the seasickness bearable. I can't wait to do some trading here.
So yeah, they come along and hopefully they don't block each other from going to the docks. Now, Toga Boy will not necessarily... Oh, I forgot to change my salary. Engineer salary of 5. Make that clerk salary. Make Caesar less unhappy. Other than the initial bailout, Caesar isn't unhappy with you unless you end your year in debt and fail to pay tribute. They have to go a long way to get the wood from there, but so be it. With that in mind, it might actually make more sense if this is the one that takes the furniture. And this is the one that takes the timber. Just less movement for both of them, and if the timber's the higher bulk good to be sold. Alright, now all these people are paying me delicious tax income. It's not a lot, but look, 24 denarii per pop here. That's going to cover some potholes, so to speak. Unfortunately, people are going to be unhappy with me because of the high unemployment, which I need to suddenly start dealing with. I need to give these people jobs. I would like it if they had jobs planting crops for me. Cash crops. But I kind of want to get out of debt first so that Caesar doesn't have my guts for garters at the end of the year. So I'll let them get a little bit angry, and then next year we'll do another explosive growth. Hopefully. I've got 90 emergency ducats if things look really bad. Uh-oh, things look bad. Enemies of Rome are fighting the Fortress City. They've just won a great battle against an army loyal to Rome. Macedons. They ruined Macedonia. Okay, we are in the black. Let's remain in the black for the turn of the year, and then we do our explosive growth period. And you know, if we're in debt next year, so be it. Although every moment I pass, my people are becoming unhappy with my high taxes, so I'm going to drop taxes down to a more appreciable 14%. Yeah, there's a reason I put this ship bridge here. See this little fishing boat? It would have to go around and around if it didn't go that way. And these guys can exploit this closer fishing point as well. Should be okay. Yeah, the food needs to come in for these poor guys to stock up. I'm actually unsure if it's a food production issue or not. It's hard to know exactly how much food a wharf is producing. So I just want to make sure nothing is burning down, nothing is breaking down. These ones look like they want to break down. We should keep an eye on that just in case. If an engineer never makes it, we'll put another engineer post over there. Because if I take my eye off the ball here, they're all going to fall apart, and I'll have to rebuild them. And of course, where money? Okay. I really want my cash crops growing, and like I said, we'll start that next year. Could preemptively put the housing down for it. Won't destroy all the trees, leave some little border areas here for my timber yards to work. But I like having space to plan. So around here there's going to be olive farms. I'll punch them into oil over here. How much oil? Now because Julius is really cool, when you make a map you have the option to change the amount that people buy or sell. And there is actually already text in game for that, so it must have been a planned but cut feature. It's something they use in the campaign at least. Point is, I'm not able to sell a lot of oil, and I have to open up another trade route for it, so it's going to be expensive. But I also need to prime my defenses. When I was in high school, we had a Macedonian foreign exchange student. She tried to convince me that they lived in straw huts, and fake cried when I said I don't believe her. You seem to attract nutters quite a lot, Andy. Right, so I can just sell olives. In fact, I can sell 3 farms worth of olives. 3, 4, 5 farms of olives for oil makers. Seems all right. So it's like warehouse, olives, oil. Fine. And if the earthquake does hit here, then not a huge deal, right? I figured the earthquake would strike here, 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 or here. I mean, and I'm starting to think it would strike here rather than around here, because why? You're not incentivized to build here. It's too far away from the entry point. Well, actually, maybe it is better, because you can actually grow crops over here. But I don't think there's good enough building space to justify building here, over here. Anyway, it doesn't change the fact that I want to build 5 orchards here. And then they'll come around and... how many? 1, How many oil squishers did I say I wanted? I slightly overbuild on the oil squishing, because I have every confidence that Toga Boy is going to be asking me for my oil. Donk. Donk. Alright, that means I probably want a road going along here-ish. But if I dropped it out a little bit further, like so, then I could put the housing over here, is that right? I certainly don't see a pink pixel. Good. In that case, I don't know why I didn't do a hotkey for housing. Would have been useful. I'll get them over here. And then... Am I ever going to want to build up here? It's not implausible. Let's leave our options open in that regard. That's fine. That way if anybody walks up here, they're still going to get access to labour from you. And if I go over here, I'm going to need another labour access point. Alright, that's fine. When we clear the year, hopefully in the black... Okay, right, well, Toga Boy wants some food as well. Certainly no overproduction of food over here. Okay, good, but the cycle seems to be fine. The cart pushers aren't wasting their time over there. 12 food. How long did you give me for that, Toga Boy? 2 years. All right, 2 years. Oh, my money's going down, actually. Is there a ship coming in to buy my stuff? There is not. People are very pleased with you. They're going to be a bit less pleased when they discover that I need money. Oh, good. The enemies of Rome are being bested
Sign of crime around here.
by my prefects. Yeah, I'm going to have to go into quite a bit of debt next month. Next year. Kill those enemies of Rome. I'm on 36. As long as it doesn't go down too much, we can still clear the year whilst remaining in the black. But yeah, there's no trade fleet on its way to save me from my poor fiscal management. I can save me from poor fiscal management, at least. Okay, it went up. And my people's opinion of me went down. Oh, well, nothing new. But I need to employ all these unemployed bums. Alright, yeah, next year needs to be explosive growth. Or else. Really? No trade fleet coming to save me? Okay, well, so be it.
My governors think money grows on trees.
Now that might look bad, but what happened was I didn't end the year in debt, and then Caesar came for his tribute. The tribute pushed me into debt, which is a very important distinction. Very, very important. Alright, I can't afford to tax my people this hard. Thankfully, the wages haven't been going up. Okay. Explosive growth needed. How do we do this? And how do my people feel? Indifferent. Indifferent is fine. Indifferent is absolutely fine. But I do need to do something about this unemployment, so let's start employing people. I have 187 people to go spare. That's maybe a touch too much. Maybe I built up too much. And there's still room for more people coming in. Kinda wish I had more import-export, because I can't export pottery, can I? No, I can export fish, though. Marble, timber, and a bunch of other things. Oh well. Oh well, oh well, oh well. Let's just eat our way into poverty. Oil, 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 oil. Maybe a little too early for that, but I don't care. And then I need olives. Olives by the bunch. I just shove them close to here. Whoops, that doesn't work. There we go. At least they're relatively cheap to rebuild when you make a mistake like that. There we go. They'll go around in a loop and they'll get access there. You will, of course, need engineering and prefecting. And I'm going to need a couple fresh new warehouses for you. This one will take the oil. This one will take the olives. It's quite far for the olives, but I'm confident they can make it there without the next batch not being ready. Or being ready too early. Where was the next dock meant to go? Oh, that's almost a problem. But not quite. Well, we might not need it just yet. As we can see, the ships are taking forever and a day to arrive anyway. That was a lot of money to burn. What else did my money need to burn on? Barracks. The barracks isn't the expensive part. It's the military academy, which is. Am I satisfied getting rid of other prime wharfing locations? There's 3 pretty good wharfing locations here that would be cut off for a bit of barracks here. The question is this enough food for these people or not? It's hard to tell. Really, really hard to tell. Maybe what I should do is just put the barracks... Oh, what I could do is I could shop it over here. I could do a little line that gets me access. And then we just have this as our... but I do want to use this for housing area later on. I could accept the fact that this is going to be industry now and forever, so I feel more confident putting a barracks here. That's okay for me. The problem is, of course, the cost of trading my troops. And, of course, putting my troops in a place. A fort, rather. Right, where can we shove in forts? This looks prime. And it even looks like I can get 2 of them together here. Fort, javelins, plunk. Oh yeah, 2 javelineers right here. Of course, just 1 for now, because I'm horribly in debt. Okay, Toga Daddy won't be very happy with me for a while. Let's hope that we can claw our way out. And it has to be through exports. And to make matters worse, I'm going to have to open a trade route, but we'll do that once we actually have some goods. The immigrants are arriving up to where I sent them. And I guess I better save and save often. Just makes me feel better about what I do. Do-de-do. Look at that lovely merge. I have no fewer than 4 labor tents. It feels bad, but my feelings are little consequence here. Wow, the timing on the cart pushers arriving for the fish is actually quite good here. Nice. I'm not very happy with the amount of food there, though, but let's have a look at food stocks. Yeah, these guys are not happy. But I think it will balance out. It looks good. Kind of shocking that this many wharves will only feed this many people, but priority right now is industry. Hey, our very first javelin. Aftish's finest. Must always pay tribute to the legendary Dr. Aftish himself.
I can't wait to do some trading here. I love a good deal.
Alright, we're eating up some of that unemployment, but not enough of it. I still want more people employed. But I want to employ people gainfully in making me money, which is proving difficult right now. I could get going on the fish industry. It's not a lot, but it's something. I mean, a couple of wharves around here would take care of things. Maybe like 2 wharves over here. Especially knowing that I'm going to need a dock anyway. Well, I'm going to want a dock. I don't know about need. Never trust your buildings not to explode. And what I can even do is, just in case they can't, for whatever reason, get labor access there, They can get labor access from here. What's that noise? Okay, enemies of Rome have been dispatched. Must have been a stray sheep wandering around where one of our javelineers ran into them. Yeah, here it is. Javelineers getting some fresh mutton and some training. Alright, good job, Aftish. Annoyingly, I really want a military academy, but super annoyingly, I just do not have the industry.
Dockers are collecting some goods we're buying from a warehouse.
I'm still feeling mighty in debt there, Chief. Could you buy, I don't know, a lot more stuff? Is that something you're capable of doing for me? Don't like that warning of poor access to employees. How in the world is this not good enough access for you? I mean, I could improve it. I don't like doing all this tent spamming, but what I could do is put them closer as well, though. They seem to be wandering around here. Sure. Of course, that's more people. Still feeling pretty in debt. I want to create jobs, but creating jobs takes money. Money remains an ever-present problem. Starting to wonder about the food here big time. Maybe I do need another couple of wharves around here for these people. These places still look like they want to explode, though. I don't like that. Not on my watch, please. I don't trust these guys here. Have some more food production. They'll have no problem getting labor access with them so close by, but that should improve things a bit. I got a lot of debt to crawl my way out of. Bearing in mind that I want to build more forts, and I want to open up new trade routes. Also, these guys need a place to stash their fish. I'm gonna have this furniture place accept fish, because it's kind of close for them. Kind of. Maybe not close enough, but whatever. It's a long way to go for their fishing haul anyway.
I can't wait to do some trading here. I love a good deal.
Please buy all my wood. Yeah, see, they take a pause and then go to a free dock, which is why I want multiple docks. In a situation like this where you can't build lots of docks, you can have just ships waiting around with nothing to do. This is also a situation where you want the blessing from Neptune, but of course we don't have that. We have turned off godly blessings. I don't like seeing that negative money. People remain indifferent to me because I'm not dealing with unemployment. I'm trying to think of the cheapest way I can deal with unemployment. I do need to tax my people until they cry, so I might have to go with the old library. Oh wait, there's mission posts. Mission posts employ 20 people, but they're more expensive, so I think we're going to library spam here for now. I just need to employ about 100 people. That's all. That should do. Yeah, it's expensive, but that unemployment will get crushed. As long as the unemployment is below 5%, then my people are going to be very happy with me, and then that happiness will be translated into me taxing them a lot. I should be safe with one more. How much would it cost for a festival, by the way? Yeah, you know, a small festival to Venus will make everybody happy. And I will use that as justification to ratchet up the taxes. I pay 8 above Rome. Unemployment is low. So that's plus 5. Alright, well, it might not be working forever, but for now that will have people give me all their money. Mission post. I'm afraid civilizing Greek might be a hard task. It's weird that I got access to the mission post when there's no natives here. I'm sure our map maker knew what they were doing, though. Alright, so troubling thing. I have all these goods, and I'd love to sell them. I think we're going to open up the Hephaestus trade thing, and as soon as I can, export that oil. Hopefully I can export it so that I make enough money to justify the cost of opening up that trade route this year. Of course, opening up Pergamum, I don't need to sell fish currently. And I suppose I could also be selling off my olives. It's all got to go. Absolute closing down sale on this.
Pushing carts all day long takes energy. How's a cart pusher supposed to carry on without food?
I fear that this isn't going to work. It's a little bit too far for you. So you are going to be taking the oil, and you are going to be taking the olives. It's just a little bit too far for the cart pushers. The next batch is ready by the time he gets back. So it's wasted production time. I'm going to shorten their journey so they only have to go here. There we go. Don't worry, Caesar. This is why I'm in debt. Caesar's going to blow a gasket over this one, so I'm going to send him a troupe of performing slaves. Lovely, generous gift to my overlord, and he'll be happier when I get him his meat as well. We're working on that.
There's not enough food here. It's making citizens unhappy.
I am well aware. Fire risk, non-existent. Damage risk, non-existent. This thing wants to be damaged. Does it want to go on fire? Well, kind of. Let's hope the prefect actually goes there often enough. I don't trust them. More prefects. Also keeps the tents extra safe. It's going to be goblet smashing time real soon. I have no more furniture that I can sell for this time, because we've already fulfilled all of our trade quota. Oh well, there are 3 more that I can sell, but that's not going to get me out of debt.
I can't wait to do some trading here. I love a good deal.
Currently there are 6 units of oil that I can sell you. Hopefully I get another batch of oil fast enough. 97, 82, 35, 87% done. Another batch of oil. Come on, I need this money. I am well aware you want the Imperial stuff, Toga boy. I'm running out of time. Get that oil over here and get it sold. No other trade ships on their way.
I can't wait to
You're
do
too
some
far away.
trading here. I love a good deal.
Oh man, we're so far away from the trade location. Maybe the docks would have been better over here. But I didn't spy a dock location. And only one around here wouldn't be enough. Even that's not a dock location. I think your closer docks are here. Here and here, actually. So maybe you could double dock there, and then they don't have to go all this way. But it's not saving a lot of boat time. And if they ever switch, they have to go around this thing anyway. I'd rather have more docks. Alright, more dock. Go and get me my oil. Oh, Caesar's gonna be so mad.
You again!
So mad. 12 months to repay all debt. Your mismanagement will cost you dearly. Yeah, really dearly. He's going to invade me. And you might notice they don't have much of an army. And they're not well trained. How's my mega taxing doing? People are pleased enough with me with my massive tax rate. Let's keep it that way.
I can't wait to do some trading here. I love a good deal.
Oh, that's not quite enough to get me out of debt for the turn of the year. And you're a little bit too late. Oh, Caesar's gonna blow a gasket.
Another successful voyage. Dockers are collecting some goods we're buying from a warehouse.
Hold on. They're buying some furniture. Could you buy some more furniture, please? Bollocks. Ow. Ow. Okay, I failed to send tribute, so he's not very happy. You could not pay tribute this year, which reduced your favor. Keep some money on your treasury. I had a little bit of money on my person, but I need that for emergency gift to Caesar. Alright, hopefully Caesar gets his fish and he's happy enough with me, and then hopefully we tighten the budget this year and crawl our way out of debt. Comfortably, that is. Dun 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 dun. There is the idea that I could also open up this route and sell my fish, but I worry about this route because fish isn't a very good trade good. What was that? 15 times 36. So in 1 year I will make the money back if I sell all fish. But fish is an awkward thing to be selling in the first place. Almost necessitates another warehouse. Almost. Okay. Crawling myself sufficiently out of debt, mostly due to taxes covering up the little extras that I need. Look at that, 1,672 coming in taxes. I will need a military academy, and I will need to start training my units. Unfortunately, these guys won't get trained unless I lose one of them in combat, so I might have to purposefully lose one in combat. But yeah, we're going to need to expand the military next. Big priority.
I can't wait to do some trading here. I love a good deal.
I'm sure you do. Maybe I should sell that fish. Just keep the warehouse clear. Alright, and when I have the dosh, it's time for another javelin load. Don't worry about the wrath of Caesar. Clearly I'm not worrying about it, so you shouldn't either. Yeah, look at this guy. He should be trading, but he's waiting for a spot to clear up. Even though this one was clear, it got reserved by, like, this ship or this ship. It's weird. Probably some very, very old-school optimization. Have you found any sneaky iron? The map said there are no iron places, so there aren't any iron places. I've done it before, but maybe I should show you a way to actually get some sneaky iron. And I think I could. Sneaky iron. We're not going to use it, but I'm just going to do this to show something off. So none of you go, oh, you saved and loaded. Because I'm about to do so. What you can do, if you're a real sneaky McGee, is throw a reservoir down like so. The reservoir will create a water area, and for some reason the road to Rome hates being in the water area, so you can rotate the map and it moves. It moves. Look at that. And then you can use it for mining. Of course it's going to move to somewhere that we don't want it. But what you can do is force it to move. Now it's just there. Well, that's not where I need it. I wonder if I can force it to move again. It's not moving to ideal locations now, is it? There's probably some other layout I can do for the water to force it into a better area. What did we decide this moved it to? Still keeps it there, huh? Alright, you're clearly not playing ball with me. This one surely will. If I can get the water over here. Reservoir here. Donk. 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 Gotta be careful not to block the road to Rome, of course. Oh, would you look at that? That's pretty close, isn't it? Oh, yeah. And that is how you mine the road to Rome, even when it's in an inaccessible location. Now I could use this marble quarry and get my marbles. But of course, we're not going to do that. Just wanted to show that it's possible. Because I'm a nefarious, underhanded gamer. Cheats his way to victory and fame. Alright, so the Emperor's nice and happy. Wonderful. Well, happy is maybe stretching it. What does my advisor say? The Emperor is extremely displeased with you. Okay, well, I'll give him another gift in a few months once he's forgotten about the other gift I gave him. You really did cheat your way to fame. That's what you got noticed in EU4. Yeah, there we go. Well, if it wasn't going to come in EU4, it certainly would have came from Frostpunk. To this day, the Frostpunk videos are still the ones that get the most mileage online. Alright, we have the money to invest in Military Sad Academy. If I put it here, I am essentially saying it's always going to be here, because it's a very expensive thing to... Hold on, this is Prime Earthquake Zone. Could put it around here, but I could see myself refactoring this area down the line. Not enough space for you here. The Military Academy is a slightly unpleasant building. I could put it here. That seems relatively safe. Staffed. Yeah, put you there then. Also looks kind of neat, nudged up against the rocks like that. I don't know, teach them mountain climbing or something. Alright, phew. Right, with a silver spoon, I've dug us out of debt.
Another successful voyage.
Surely later you'll have tons of money and you can move it easily. Yeah, but we're on a time limit of 30 years, so I'm feeling the squeeze. How are my people feeling these days? People are pleased with you. I think I'd be even more pleased with another wee festival in a couple of months. A small festival goes +7 global happiness, and it's at a relatively small cost. It just costs me, like 1 month of tax income? Yeah, not even. So the small festivals as a way to make people forget the fact that I'm taxing them to tears is a good idea. Also, this game, 25% tax is considered absolutely draconian. How much tax do you pay in the real world? Because it was pretty bloody high in Sweden. Makes me sick how far we've fallen. One thing I have never figured out is how to retrain units that have filled up but haven't been trained. I've never been able to do it without them losing a unit and then replenishing it. Around 30% here is normal for us folk. 40% for poor old Young. WS says 34. 15 to 20 says Bad Stewart. Wow. Are you a fellow Hungarian? It's one of the reasons I moved here. Delicious low taxes. Delectable even.
Dockers are collecting some goods we're buying from a warehouse.
So I've already made good on selling of fish. Also, I have no idea how big this attack is going to be. Surely Keinwyn wouldn't put in a devastatingly large first attack. They're not that horrible a map maker, are they? Oh, that looked like somewhere I could put another fort. I'll just throw my money away for no good reason then. This looks good. And then I could put another couple over here. Alright, fine. Either way, all this woodwork has to go. Plop you down here, and then another couple up here. And then, I don't know, one more up here. And then in time, we'll switch them out for legionnaires. But I imagine if and when the earthquake strikes, I'll be able to make good on selling weaponry. Hungary fixes its low income tax by having 27% grain tax. I wouldn't claim to know. Rome has need of the following goods. Pottery. So if I want to make a lot more money off these guys, I could advance them to small insulae. We are drowning in excess food. The desirability is going to be a problem, obviously. Well, maybe it's not obvious. Well, I'm telling you now it's obvious. But I could always trim away some of them to make more desirability, because squeezing more tax money out of these guys is a pretty huge priority for me. Money, money, money. That's how you can build entire cities here. What did you just want, by the way? Pottery. Ugh, then I have to do import-export pottery. And I haven't yet built my extra thing here. How soon does he want it? I could just import the raw pottery. I got 2 years. Speaking of 2... 1 more month, then I send him his Greek manuscript. Yes, so what I'm imagining is... imagination, come and help me. It's for this guy over here, it's a long way to go for imports to that location, which is a shame. Kind of wish I could link this up, but if I do, there are problems with labor access and other things. Although I could actually lower the amount of wood production that I do here considerably. Well, not maybe wood, but certainly IKEA production. I overproduce it right now, and I did so to catch up on exports, but now that I've caught up, we do just straight up overproduce it. It could be useful later, but not now. Also, Toga Boy might want some, so maybe I should keep the overproduction going. I can accept that 1 out of 3 of them might have a hard time getting me the clay and pottery, but the question remains, where does this go? I could slam it over here, or even over here. I quite like that location, actually, because then I can have you just come in and tickle it there, just a little bit. And then it's a little awkward your position there. I kind of want to actually move you over to the corner here. Then more people access you, as long as they walk along here, which they will. Is this possible? It is possible. Although I could also do here. I hate all this tent labor, but I'm using it, so I obviously don't hate it that much. He's thinking hard. So what I'm thinking here, and the reason I'm humming and hoeing over this, is that I probably want this as my import area for clay and my drop-off for pottery. These two guys can drop it off there relatively quickly. I say relatively because imports by boat are always suspiciously slow. Donkeys are faster. And then he's going to offload it one by one this way, which is a little awkward, but it's not like I need to mass-produce pottery. Yeah, maybe that's the takeaway that I have right here. I don't need to mass-produce pottery. That should be sufficient. And that could be more disgusting tent labor. And I always like to make sure things don't explode. I know it might seem like I'm overdoing it with the prefects and the engineer posts, but I like to play these things as if it's my last shot. Health should be fine still, right? Almost perfect, good. Although, in a sense, that's too high. And I can trim away at least one of you, probably 2 of you, actually. Okay, very good. Although maybe I should have done that after they grabbed their employment. There we go, that's fine for now. Ah, but of course, nothing gets done unless I actually import the bleeding clay. How long until we get attacked? Ooh, well, they're not quite at the door, but I feel like they're pretty close to the door. The door is swinging ajar. Right, Toga Boy, next month, gift for you. Do I actually have a route open? I've opened all routes, so yes, we can absolutely get that pottery in. In fact, here comes the clay. But look at how slowly it comes in. You get 1, and then 1, and then 1, and then 1. Really slow. And that's with the dock that's adjacent to the warehouse. Disgustingly slow. Oh, that's enemies at the door. Right, we're going to be attacked next year, almost certainly. So I would really rather like to have another fort. And I like the forts I do have to be full. Depending on the size, it might be civilian defense at this rate. Hopefully it's not. Okay, it's September, so Toga Boy can have his Greek manuscript. Keep him happy-ish. He is most displeased. Ah. I can chop off one more library. Keep unemployment nice and low. Keep my people paying their extortionate taxes and keep them pleased with me. And I believe there was talk of another festival, right? Yeah, another small festival. This time to Mars because we're going to war. Oh, I've got money. I love money. Okay, another javelin force, please. I don't strictly need to do it now because... well, this one isn't full up, but I don't want to forget and lose time that we could be recruiting precious units. And surely there's no early game attack that cannot be bested by 3 full loads of partially academy-trained javelineers. No such thing as pleasing the guy. Togaboy is always very happy once I have a fully operational city making him tons of money. But that happiness is manifested by him tearing me away from my seat of power and then throwing me off to the backwater of the region. And then having to make another bloody outstanding city with a shoestring budget and obnoxious requests. Okay, forgive me for feeling confident about this, but where the hell did all that money come from?
Dockers are collecting some goods we're buying from a warehouse.
Okay, thank goodness, right? Our trade is doing wonderful things for us. But that's a problem, right? It's like working in the civil service. Never show that you actually have more money than you need. We're going to have to spend that money so that Togaboy doesn't take outstanding amounts of tribute off of us. He'll take his basic 100 or 250 and he will like it. So I will invest more. I'll probably invest in another fort just so I can say, hey, I spent all that money on building. You don't want us to fall, do you? The heirs of Alexander will walk right over the empire if they manage to make beachhead in Athens. That's what we're going to tell Togaboy. So if next month I don't have any outstanding things that I need to purchase... an alternative is to spruce up this neighborhood, which will also cost money. Notably, I'm going to need pottery over there, but I am making pottery. It's just I'm going to need to wait a while until I have enough pottery for that to work, so I think we do that in the middle of next year. For now, though, yeah, more javelins. More javelins, more happy. 1, 2, 3, 5... Oh, how about that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 1... Okay, that works. And then we could have another one here. But I really want to switch over to Legionnaires. But ifs and buts. Okay, yeah, look at this. Look at this. Income eclipsing expenses. It feels really good. Togaboy can take his paltry tribute and all is well. He might even be partially happy. And the army's looking, well, a shambles, but someday it'll not be a shambles. Has a whole lot of soldiers for the early game. I don't trust custom maps. Because in this game, military is just either you're fine or you're dead. And if you're dead, you lose everything. So I would rather just not open the possibility of being dead. It's a lot of fish. Wonder if it's too much fish. Nah, we'll be fine. I don't like sharing warehouses in this. This shared warehouse is fine because clay has no use on its own unless you're selling it. But clay gets manufactured into pottery. So if this thing is full of pottery and I can't import any more clay, that's great because I already have all the pottery I need. But fish and furniture, they should only really share this warehouse if I underproduce them. But I don't. I believe I overproduce both of them. So I need to do a bit of manual tweaking on this every now and then. Ach well, I can live with that. Just like Togaboy's going to have to live with his 225 tribute. The chump. He would have taken a lot more if I had a lot more money for him, but we cooked to the books. And we actually made a staggering 413 profit last year. I love it. I'm absolutely McLoving it. Right, now the priority is to elevate these poor souls. Unfortunately, Togaboy wants all of my pottery. Wait, how much clay can I even import? I thought I could import tons of clay. Yeah, I've got a 40 import clay amount here.
The dockers are taking our goods to the warehouse now.
And there it is. All right, I actually want to expand pottery production if I can be so presumptuous. Just one little bit should be enough for now. Because then when Togaboy takes his cut, I will use the rest of it and bring it over here to bring these up to small insulae. As for now, my main priority is to beat back the invasion and then feel relatively safe so that I can expand the city. I'm very unhappy with this. I was reflecting on some of my eternal cities that I built. One in particular, Norway Home, was really good, and that was a city I built on stream. I love tidying up my cities and making them just perfect and eternal so that you don't need to do anything and they will just run like clockwork. They run efficiently, they make good money, but not too much money. I don't want them making like millions of ducats because then it overflows on this screen and it looks bad. So yeah, making a modest profit. But most importantly, the demographics have to settle, which is a difficult thing to do. I mean, look at this. This is a very unhappy demographic, but it always is at the start of the game. Take your pottery, Toga Boy, and I guess I'll give you some Persian carpets halfway through the year. Okay, we're settling down now. Bergen, that was my map, says Atlwyn. Was it though? I mean, it might well be, but let's check. DDR Jake. Was it Bergen or was it Norway Home? Well, I guess I called it Norway Home, so you would know that this is your one, right? Yeah, okay, this is feeling familiar. Really like this one. Atlwyn, Keinwyn, any relations? And God knows. The only thing I'm unhappy with this map is the unemployment is ridiculous at 34%. But I love this block. Look at it! It's magnificent. My own home is in it. It feeds itself. It's actually interconnected. It's paying disgusting amounts of tax money. Oh, it's wonderful. And then the patrician setup. A tasteful half-dozen patricians centered around my own palace and the Senate. Yeah, the only thing that really needs solved here is the unemployment. And unemployment is good. It's a sign that you are an excellent city builder. That you can build such efficient cities that you have all these people. Ah, I love it. I don't make maps, so I will never know this this unbridled joy of seeing someone build something beautiful on your map. Maybe someday. Those gods are still pleased. One of them is even delighted. Wait, why is Mars delighted? Oh, the festival, of course. And like I said, priority is to elevate these people once I have some spare pottery, which shouldn't take too long. The map didn't work out the way John intended. He was not too happy about it, but it was nice to play. Which one? Atlwyn said that one was not his. It was John that made Norway Home. Bergen? Bergen? I don't have a save file called Bergen. Not that I can see, at least. I don't doubt that it happened. I need to look up the video for it. Suspicious, isn't it? One of us is going mad. There was another Norwegian map that we did as well. I think, was it Mori that made that map? That was a tough one, though. Okay. Maps don't have to be difficult to be enjoyable. And balancing difficulty is very difficult. Especially to a brilliant Caesar 3 player such as myself. It's like making a DDR step chart. It's a lot like making a DDR step chart, actually. Yeah, how hard is too hard? How much fish is too much fish? Pergamum just haven't bought their fish yet, so hopefully they're on their way.
Dockers are collecting some goods we're buying from a warehouse.
Bleh. Bleh. Togaboy wants wheat. Okay, interesting thing to want, considering I don't produce wheat whatsoever, but that's a very trivial thing for me to take care of just for him. There we go. And he gives me 2 years, so yeah, that'll easily take care of itself. Okay, the invasion is taking its time to arrive, so I've got plenty of time to build up my army, and it's a fairly high priority for Aftish's finest to lose at least one soldier in combat, so maybe they can be used as a meat shield, whilst the rest of the javelineers throw javelins at my foes. Sounds a little heartless, and that's because it is. I'm going to want these back in the future, by the way, because when I elevate these people to proper housing, it's going to create far too many people, which is a problem. It's kind of a shame that this... Oh, wow. Well, look at that, look at that. You could mine out the stone here, but you wouldn't be able to access the mine itself, would you? Yeah, there's no way. Awesome that the map maker does a tease like that. Very teasing, but there's no way to build a bridge over to there. That wouldn't cut it. That seems like a very Illustre John thing to do, and yet here we are with Keinwyn. How much backpatting is too much backpatting? When it's disingenuous. But I know damn well the games I'm great at, and this is one of them. I was actually playing a brand new game in my sleep last night. I think I mentioned that I slept for something like 16 hours last night. It was fantastic. I love sleeping so much. But in my dreams I was playing a new game that doesn't exist. It was a combination of The Long Dark and Peak. So you had to climb your way up through the mountain, and the fog would slowly rise, but along the way you've got more of the hunger and thirst elements and the cold, and there's more emphasis on exploration. I was digging up some old frosted bits of clothes to defrost them. I could feel the toque that I put on my head. It was awesome. I love sleeping. You somehow backpatted yourself over your ability to backpat. It's incredible. Time-honored technique. Okay, things are looking really good. We actually have a comfortable amount of money. The population is holding steady. Everything is holding steady. We just kill the invasion force, hopefully, and then we start really ramping up. Because look at this, we actually have pottery at the ready. In fact, I could even contemplate bringing some of it over. But how? Space is at a bit of a premium here, and we need quite a few things. This is a usable 3x3, but so is this, right? My main concern for these people is actually entertainment. Entertainment can be tricky. They need a... Ah, there's no space for 3x3s over here, is there? Ugh. I could gatehouse, but I don't want to gatehouse. I hate using gatehouses as... what's the term in Pharaoh? Roadblocks. Yeah, I don't like using gatehouses as roadblocks. It's very, very effective, and it's so good because destination walkers will go through them, but that doesn't change the fact that I don't like it. What I could do... Those market ladies would go a long way for that pottery, maybe too long. I am contemplating connecting this, but that causes a lot more problems. The fishermen, for example, running all the way over there with all their fish would be a problem. So I should leave it disconnected. There wasn't a way to squeeze a 3x3 over here, was there? There is. If I forgo one of my fishing places, I can do that. And I'm actually relatively happy to do that. And we also have more temples than are needed. What is this? A fountain, of course. Alright, amphitheater. I will move away one of these on the sides here, like you. You can become a theater. This is all in the chasing of money, you have to understand. I am absolutely here for the dosh. You will move over there. I believe that was a... Yes, it was. Very good. Gladiator School is an undesirable neighbor, so it's going over here. The Actor Colony is a desirable neighbor. It can go wherever it bleeding likes. Probably here. Nikki, how are you doing?
I've got nowhere to live. I've been thrown out of my home.
Warms my cockles each and every time. Home for a theater. Guess that'll do. Given that the housing density is going to be a lot better, I have no problem just slamming this stuff down. Whose temples did I just delete? Mars and Ceres. I need to replace those. And I can do it over here with no real harm to myself. Well, nothing perceivable yet. So that'll take care of edutainment. They're going to need a library somewhere. Anywhere will do. This is probably another case of having to tear down people's homes. That home is unnecessary, but very desirable. Or I could just tear down another one of these things, that's fine. And they will, of course, need a bathhouse, so... Sorry, Ceres. You're being taken over. And they're probably going to be unhappy about the desirability, so... Give them some statues to make them happier. And then last and possibly least, I need to give them... Yeah, a 3x3. Well, this could go here. Then I just have to lose one house for it. I'm okay with losing one house, but this needs to be rearranged a touch. That's still fine for access to people. It's undesirable, that's why I want to tuck it away in the corner here. Donk. Whoa, easy now. I just cut off the roads here. I'm going to have to rearrange you a bit. Oh, I don't like that. I was too slow. What was this? Oh, it's a warehouse I just built. Got to be careful with the road to Rome destruction thing. It can cleave down lots and lots of walls and aqueducts. It does not care. Go and get some pottery for our poor people here. Lovely. So they're gonna... Uh-oh. So all that money I was enjoying from exporting my furniture, it's gone. But at least I get proper housing now. All the better to pay me taxes with. Need to work on desirability here and there, but with my added amounts of money, I can give them... Not plaza, but I can give them gardens. This guy's going to be a problem. I strongly suspect I need to get rid of my temple to Neptune. Well, get rid of, I will migrate it elsewhere. Possibly even over here. And then replace it with a medium statue. Donk. That should make this square very desirable. That's good. It's not going to be enough, though. I'm all but certain he's going to have, yeah, real desirability issues. Might just have to accept that. I need the housing there anyway. Oh, I was wondering if they were going to attack. All right, they're coming in, and they're right there. We can move around all we want. The terrain is awkward, no doubt about that. Oh, but hang on. The forest gets in the way here. And it gets in the way here. So they are forced to go around this way. That is something we can use and abuse. Ekum bokum. Alright, by all means. And by leaving the pandas as not being deployed, they will continue to be recruited even whilst we're at war. That's good. Alright, tell them to come and have a go. And Aftish's finest, you are on the front lines where you belong. Sorry, Aftish, but you need to engage and die. Aftish, I wasn't kidding. You need to just get stuck in there. I care not about your losses. Alright, engage. Die a little bit and pull back. They were untrained scum, so they had to die. Alright, now go home. For some reason they got shaken by being ordered to die. Beautiful. Alright, no real problems. All the while, look at this. Sign of progress. Ooh, I even got you up to Casa, so I don't feel too bad about you existing now. This guy hates being next to the shipyard. Oh, he absolutely thinks it's the worst. Which is probably a good sign to get rid of him.
I've been thrown out of my home!
Alright, Nicky the Homeless. I care little about your lamentations. For some reason, I'm lacking a lot of employment. I guess I better get rid of this library. And, oh, that's right. We evolved all these houses, but we didn't get the immigrants coming in because of the downtime there. Maybe I'm going to want that library back then, because the unemployment's going to be a problem real soon. The library that I built here is not doing the full loop. So I'm going to migrate it over here and hope that it does. Every time you give commands to those troops, it makes you want to fire up Hell March. You could cut out the middleman, just fire up Command and Conquer again. Ceres and Neptune, for some reason, are angry at me. Now, Neptune is the one I cannot afford to have angry at me. So let's hope he sees the funny side. Maybe we'll throw him a little festival. That was a big mistake to make, by the way, deleting them without giving them back their temples. Because if Neptune's unhappy, he destroys all the fishing and trading boats, which, as I'm sure you can imagine, is not good. Look, Caesar took proper tribute off of me. Curse my fiscal reliability, but I don't have much to spend the money on right now. And now we focus a bit on the niceties. I want all these people up to small insulae. That should go a long way. Provided the librarian actually does the laps this time.
I'm amazed by how many jobs need to be filled here.
I'm amazed at how useless you are. Go around the bloody back of this loop. Don't turn left. Oh, okay, don't turn at all then. If he just goes up and around this way, they'll all get access and I'll be happy. It turns out that being happy is a big demand. Some legionnaires would be a good investment. Yes, excellent idea. Now please direct me to where I find weapons or iron with which to make weapons, because currently I have neither. So right now we just have to throw pointy sticks at our enemies. Can you do donations to gods in this game? You can throw festivals for them, but not direct donations. So yeah, Neptune and Ceres not very happy, so I gave them enough temples to be in line with everybody else, and then I threw a little I'm about to throw a little festival for Neptune. The festival is more for city mood. I want people to be happy because I'm charging them ungrateful amounts of taxes, 25%. But they're going to give me tons of money now. Like actual ridiculous tons of money. Small insulae just pay so many denarii. Compare that to insulae. 6 denarii, 19 denarii. Same time period, same location. Beautiful. 6 to 19, that's more than 3 times. Yeah, gods will normally give you a blessing if you make them very happy. But I've disabled them giving you blessings. I've only enabled them giving you curses because it's too easy to game them in this game. Shocking revelation, I know, game the game. But it is, though. It's so bleeding easy. It's going to be trouble for you. An oracle would actually make a lot of difference here if I could find a way to shove one in. And I would like to. You know what, Neptune, I'm sorry about what I did to you. I'm going to move you back here. Need that desirability. Why is that librarian being so annoying? The librarian just needs to walk up and over here and see to these people, but he doesn't do it, not even once. Last chance, librarian. You got to go this way. Oh, ooh.
This city isn't too bad.
Say that again?
I'd give this city 8 out of 10.
Things seem to be working well here.
Amazing. People like my city. They'll like it even more when they have access to books. What? Why? Why did he go that far and turn around? Ah, walker system, man. Not even once. Alright, time for another switcheroo. This is costing me money, you know. It's a good thing I have a lot of money. Don't worry, that's not bad. That's just employees needed, and I'm well aware of that. It's one employee needed, by the way. And we just took care of it. Still doesn't want to go in that direction. What a piece of work. Ah, they're happy enough. Wait, what have I not given them? I thought I gave you that wheat. And while we're at it, maybe I'll give you some Persian carpets. Just keep Toga Boy on my side. Okay, I'm dragging my heels a bit at this stage of the game. What I really want to do is probably set up another plebe block, drop taxes, then make a patrician block and hike taxes. But the main thing that stops me building my patrician block is knowing that there's going to be an earthquake and we don't know where. I suspect here, 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 or here. Obviously, this is the least desirable one, because I've already built on it. Even so, I think we could work with it. In fact, if it was here, I'd have easy access to the iron for exporting, so maybe here's the best place. Maybe this would be even better, because then it doesn't break anything and I still get the iron. This would probably be the next worst place, because it might block off direction to get up here. Because currently... Wait, how do we even get around here? How do we get around here? Right, so you bridge over here, and then you road over here. You get through here, and then you get up to this area. And then you get up to this. Probably the place I want my patricians. Probably. I mean, this does look quite tempting. It's also next to the imports. Alright, sod it. This is where the patricians go. I see no reason not to max out my patricians, given I need 100 prosperity here. But I could make do with grand villas. Grand villas... Well, grand villa is a waste, because I already have access to 2 types of wine. And when it comes to food, I think I can import vegetables. Is that right? Yeah, and fruit. Okay, so we have all the kinds of food. If I only want to give them 2 types of food, I could do large villa. But once again, let's look at that tier list of mine. Large villa is down in C tier. It's just not very good. Bang for buck. Still better than small and medium villas, but the grand villa, ooh, that's A tier. Even though small palace is down in D tier, I'd probably prefer it just for the boost to prosperity that it gives. Maybe there aren't... Oh, yeah, that would be something. It was all a ruse. There isn't actually an earthquake. All right, well, life is good and we're making tons of money. And other than Caesar claiming his tribute, the money will remain ours. So let's just work our way forwards. Unlike that librarian who doesn't want to work at all. What is your problem, man?
I'd give this city 8 out of 10.
Stop slagging off my city and get to bloody work. Can you get enough water up there? Yeah, I can get water up here. There's space here for a reservoir. And that already waters just about everything. And if for some reason I needed water down here, I could drag water from this lake over here. You know, the patricians don't mind that they're drinking dirty, festering lake water. I got water access here as well. The water extends beyond this, of course. This is just as far as I can build the fountain. And the fountain itself gives out more water. So you're covering about 85% of this location. Apart from higher taxes to the higher grade buildings, house more pops. Yes, a lot more. So this is a large hovel, a little bit larger than the previous small hovel, housing 60. Here's the small insulae, houses 76 for the same space. And you might wonder, what about these small tents? 20 for a 2x2. Alright, so the Aptish have become academy trained, so the Pepper Quakers... Pandas are looking good, and Illustratron's Booze Up also looking good. And yes, those are custom names. Is the map... I didn't see Blobber do this, but it's very good to know that he did, because I'm going to enjoy watching it if that's the case. You know, I kind of feel like I want a bit more oil. The oil opportunities are surely rife here. There we go. You better make sure you make note of that one, Caesar. Loyalty shall not be forgotten. I have a feeling it's going to be forgotten as soon as is convenient for him. Okay, finally the librarian is walking this way. Please make the full loop. Beautiful. Just beautiful. Now the only problem is they need pottery from the markets, which they will get. And then all is well. Except for some little guys over here that will struggle on desirability, but that's a given. Wait, we're being attacked again? Ooh. Carthage re-rises. Very undesirable lands around here. Not much I can do without the power of the Oracle. But when I get the Oracle, I'll plop these guys up. Or I can get rid of one of them and turn them into a statue. How do I feel about that? I feel pretty bloody good about that. Bye, Nikki.
That fat lady.
I've got nowhere to live.
Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Okay, there we go. It's my favorite S tier building a clock down here. I'm kind of glad I went this way. My original thought was just to slum it up until trade took care of everything, but come on. The real way for a city to grow is to tax itself. Trade receipts obviously dwarfing taxes, but you have to consider what I need is the spending money. If the trades just cover all of the day-to-day, then having the spending money allows me to grow, and boy do we grow. Now look at that, all the net inflow is from taxes. I have to make sure Caesar doesn't take too much tribute off of me, so that's probably a sign that I should expand this year. But with enemies at the door... No, the enemies won't attack this year, so I need to attack... I need to expand, rather, now. Oh, but how? Without the earthquake happening, it's all really wibbly-wobbly stuff. I also wonder if this is actually going to be enough pottery production for me. They're all working away. Maybe I could squeeze in one or two more. Not very good use of the space. I'll probably tear this up and refactor it at some point, but for now... Actually, what could be done is something like this. Is that a problem? I don't see a problem with it, but that doesn't mean there isn't a problem. It doesn't solve any problems right now. It will in the future, but not now. Right, so we still have this way around here. If I'm going to build up another load of housing, at least we don't need access to wood now. I think it's just going to be small insulae and patricians. That's usually how I do things. And there's no reason not to do it that way here. The question is a question of food, though. Frustratingly, there's pretty good access for two types of food here, so I could give wheat and fish, which would make Grand Insulae very appealing here. But the fish... the problem is both of them are a little iffy. I think actually I can squeeze out a lot of wheat here. Yeah, something making me think that the warving is a bait. If I wasn't doing this on stream and I just had all the time in the world, I would set up a beautiful area here with Grand Insulae who eat fish and wheat. Now I like wheat and I like fish, but it's two things I don't think go together very well. Maybe it depends on the grain that we're harvesting, though. I think wheat is abstracted grain, might be millet. Even so... Yeah, the fishing points are just that little bit too far away, and the wharf locations are just a bit too disparate. That's just fish fingers. And to be fair, I do like a good old fish finger. Very juvenile flavor, but it's fine. I'm iffy about this one, right? There's certainly enough fish to feed some people here, but it's not very great, the number. On the other hand, I reckon I could wheat feed a lot here. Should I just build the wheat farms and then work around it? Because I can wheat farm pretty heavily here into a granary. Hang on. There's a plan forming in my head here. The wheat farm's here to a granary here. The wheat farm's here to a granary here. Both granaries are getting granaries, so they'll get from each other. That way they'll balance them out without the wheat farmers having to go too far. Actually, is that true? I don't think getting granaries get from getting granaries. Either way, we can mass the wheat stuff here in these granaries. And then I can feed... This is just a little bit too narrow. Well, maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. Actually, I've got a good idea here. I can just do a straight line. Water on both sides. Gladiator school and actor colony here, all the way over to their respective buildings here. And then we just do a linear line of plebeian housing. Oh baby, this will work. This will work. Okay, great. I measured in my head, and I'll cut with my fingers. I'm unhappy about that as a way through because there's certainly some more buildings that I could put over here. And that leads to a little bit of a dead-end building, but I guess I'm okay with that. Could this work? If I put the granary right there and they have a little bit of... I hate to say it, but some more tent labor. Because more food is good food. Or we forgo the extra food. I think I forgo maybe even 2 farms here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7... 8, 9, 10. No, I gotta reach a population of 8,000. There's a lot of people I need to feed here. And let's say, even after I build up all this stuff, if I need to feed yet more people, how do I do it? There's no access to this area. It's just up and around. And there's plenty of food access here. Alright. Good thing farms are cheap. So when you delete them and then rebuild them, you don't feel too bad about it. But I still feel a little bad about it. Right, it's going into a granary right about anywhere, actually. It could just go together to them. I wouldn't have a problem with that. But I always like my figure of 8. How does that even work, though? I don't know. Try and figure it out. This is disgusting in its own kind of sick and twisted way, but I think something like that. So the line comes up here. These do their farming thing. Maybe a little bit of extra... access. Potential 2x2 if I migrate you over a touch. Right, but this stuff needs to not burn down, so I need to immediately start bringing some things over here. Some people. Yeah, people, not things. And I guess I start on this side. The trees serve no purpose here. I can't imagine locally making wood over on this side. So there's no problem other than aesthetics and the initial cost of tearing them down. I have to remember that putting cliff dwellers here is possible. But I think I'll avoid it. There's a lot of problems that could come about from that. Just makes things more difficult for no terribly good reason. There's of course this island which I could make use of. When you're rich enough, people are things. I'm glad you understand. Alright, do I just fish for mergers? No, I'm gonna do it the manual way. I might have a reasonable amount of money, but I actually have less money than I started with. Let's not forget that. As easy as it is to forget. I'm not poor, I'm just a miser. Right, that should be enough to get us started. So I just want to get some initial people over here so that all this doesn't burn down. There is also the idea that I am actually going to run into lack of employment problems. Potentially, there are places for more people here in some of the locations. But this already swallows up a lot of people. A lot of people work in food production. And I do want them to elevate rather quickly. Maybe I can put the water on the island, at least for now. It can always be moved later. If that covers that, and then you cover, for now, that. Yeah, that's good, because it gets the water up here, potentially. The other water access is, say, here, potentially. Why does that not work? Ah, there's a little bit of shrubbery in the way. Romans well known for being stopped by the slightest bit of shrubbery or pebble. Ooh, this is quite handy if this is a merger point. But the pink pixel doom is there. That's a shame. That would have been an excellent place for putting down an initial bit of housing. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that they're going to have access to the services that walk by. Does this work? Oh, that definitely works. I recognize that tile anywhere. So that'll merge, and then that'll be good labor access to these people. They just need to stick their nose out and get it. And then I'm going to have to drop taxes down after I do this, otherwise my people are going to be livid with me. I don't want them to be livid with me. Of course, the tax reduction is going to hurt as well. Is there any way I can shave some jobs? There is this thing. Yeah. Don't mind me, just planning. That's pretty good housing density already, and it can surely get better. I like it. It's a shame because I know that's a merger point, and this is kind of dead space now. There's a question of this side. Maybe I don't even have it for now, and we connect it up later. For now, I just satisfy myself with trying to make this work. Shouldn't be too much trying. Yeah, I say I just slam down as many mergers as I can. I'm kind of trying to not have to do this right now, but I think it's necessary. Is that fine? I'm born to be fine. You're good. You look good. You look good. I gotta say, this is some prime land. Provided I'm not going blind and I'm not missing these mergers, this looks really, really good. And the wonderful thing about getting your houses in as a merger, there's very little stopping you from just changing your mind and deleting them later. That should surely do us for now. Surely. Phew, what is the purpose of a game of Caesar 3 and how do you win? I've yet to understand, says Lord of Salmon. Caesar orders you to build a colony. So from nothing, you have to build all this stuff up. But don't worry, everything just costs money. You make a society that loves you enough not to revolt against you. You make Caesar happy so that he doesn't oust you from power. And you build up legions to defeat the enemies of Rome. And once you build a city that is large enough, prosperous enough, peaceful enough, and cultured enough, through building the right buildings, ensuring that people have enough goods that they build nice houses, ensuring that your city doesn't get razed by attackers, and ensuring that you keep Caesar happy enough, then you win. You fulfill the criteria that you see over here on the far right. Population, favor, peace, prosperity, and culture. The main hook of the game are being able to fulfill the needs of your citizens, because that's the only way to build higher quality housing. The only thing you can build yourself are vacant lots for people to move in. Once they move in, if you provide them with water and religion and goods and bathhouses and entertainment, they will build them up to being nicer houses, and that for me is the real hook of the game. Because they are furnickety. Hopefully that sufficiently answers your question, Lord Salmon, but then again, this game is from how long ago? Like 30 years old? Maybe 25? So obviously, it has quite the amount of esoteric features. It's kind of a difficult game to recommend at the best of times. I'm going to want another house or two around here, by the way. How many can we squeeze in by these wheat pickers? I probably don't appreciate being called that. That alone should take care of things. Although, why be alone when we could have more? More is more. Oh yeah, this is good. This is so freaking good. And I think it's going to look good. Blocks are efficient and all, but there's something a bit nyeh about just this square block. Okay, it's not a square, but what even is this? Let's not... How many edges? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I forgot where I started the count, but it's an irregular 12-agon. Okay, speaking of irregular, these prices are fairly irregular. You have dropped the amount of money I make off of my oil. That is bad news in conjunction with my proposed tax reduction. So we're making less money on furniture. On that note, I have entirely too much furniture, so I'm going to stop accepting it. Less money from oil and less money from taxes. Pretty bad. The true purpose is to hear the army yell and have deep nostalgia for a Russian man depressedly screaming. I miss Dr. Aftish's screams as well. So I'd really like those new immigrants to move over here before all of my farms spontaneously combust. They're moving in. It's November, so we're actually not going to be attacked this year. Do I want another fort? I think it's good savings to build another fort. Maybe even 2 forts. Lamau. Because I don't know when that earthquake is going to strike, and I kind of need it to strike. If they attack from here, this is a good place to just engage them. But maybe I could put my fort here. Sure, there we go. Now we have all 6 forts. You can only have up to 6. Unless you're playing mods. Yeah, no, not for me. Augustus lets you build a whole lot more forts when you build up the grand temples, but Augustus does the one thing that I'm really grateful that Caesar 3 Vanilla does not, and that is have monuments. I actually don't like monuments in my city builder games. Yeah, I first experienced them playing Pharaoh, and I thought, wow, this is awful. So I didn't play much more of Pharaoh. Didn't like it to begin with. I just don't think they're fun additions. I don't think this is a fun addition. This place is going to explode if I don't get some prefecturing on the way, and I need these people to move in, this prefect to find work, and Put out this fire, please. It's a pretty big priority. Hey, my city looks nothing like this. That's a small tent. That's a shack. That's a small hovel. Okay, good, 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 good. Oh, excellent. He's going to put this fire out. Or he's going to stop it from spontaneously exploding, at least.
The criminals I lock up have better entertainment than this city.
That's uncalled for. Get merging now. Don't make me look the fool. There's no point having all these pink pixels if I actually find that I amn't using them properly. But yeah, there we go. Just getting the mergers. Mergers are so very powerful. I've explained it several times, so I don't feel like mentioning it again, but they are good. In a nutshell, it improves the consumption of goods, as in lowering it. And it improves prosperity most of the time. Some rare occasions, the prosperity is not improved by this. But those occasions are very, very rare. It's sheer perfection. Alright, happy with that. I'm not so happy with the prospect of being invaded soon. I'm certainly not happy with the prospect... Oh, Caesar only took 300 tribute. Beautiful. So the people are indifferent to me because unemployment is rising and people are starting to live in god-awful accommodation. Oh god, that's the wrong thing to lower. Don't lower wages. Lower taxes. There we go. Also, notably, the wages that Rome pays have not raised. So either it's disabled or it's this very lucky run. Keinwyn made this, so I suspect it's just a lucky run. That said, I am playing with the save file provided, so all that stuff is seeded. We're playing as God intended. Viking Hank says, I really liked Pharaoh. I think it's down a lot to the taste. I don't like the setting so much. I love the Roman setting of this game, though. I'm not a Romaboo, but it's just a very powerful setting for city building. Alright, this is going to fill up with wheat, and I'm going to improve these people's lives immensely. Do I want to build more houses? How many have I done? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. I mean, I expect more like 35 to 40 in a loop, so maybe that's a good reason to carry on and make more of them, especially along here. Yeah, so 2 features I would like from Augustus, but we don't have in Julius. 1, zoom. I'd like to scroll zoom in, and out for that matter. And 2, in Augustus, when you put down a building, it shows you where the walkers are going to go. And oh my days, that would be a godsend. This looks fine. This looks fine. Around here, I'm going to want the end of the line entertainment buildings. I may or may not want a single line coming off here, but this is kind of like nothing, isn't it? I think we'll just not use this area. Does that leave me with enough space for amphitheater? Yes. And theater? Double yes. And enough space for people to walk through here, because I need to keep the road to Rome open. Not relevant for donkeys, but relevant for people. People are important. I've been told to give you that message. Have we had the Berg earthquake? We have not. So my tax reduction didn't come in time. People are quite unhappy. I'm going to drop taxes way down to just 8% here. Clearly people living in tents aren't happy with the taxation policy even existing. I did write my taxes, right? Yeah, okay. Well, we need to keep these people in better accommodation. And we need to get them working. Their work will be providing the patricians with goods. But yeah, for now we need these people living in much, much better everything. A little awkward in a lot of ways, though, because for one, we need a warehouse. Oh god, that's a warehouse location? I would much, much rather have it not inside that little loop there. Yeah, I need a warehouse that goes and picks up the pottery for one. How about around here? Warehouses cannot burn down or break down, short of being destroyed by enemies or adjacent fires or earthquakes. So it's safe to put there. It'll go and get some pottery for these people to enjoy. Otherwise, they need to be watered and fed and all the other good things. Of course, I have built too efficiently. What a problem. There's not even enough space for everything that these people are going to need. Kind of a shame, but also kind of not. It's going to be very difficult to keep things working here. There are problems, to be sure. And give them a little bit of doctor access. They don't strictly need it, but I don't want people to get pestilence or anything of the sort. They're going to need religion, of course, and my increased population means that the gods are going to be getting quite irritated, so I regret to inform that it's probably going to be time for God Ghetto soon. It's okay, I can God Ghetto a little bit over here. Why is this? Oh, you're in the way. I'll keep the gods off my back for a little bit longer. Other than that, like I say, I want to have my my entertainment flow all the way through this quite linearly, so I might just get them up to small... might just get them to small hovels for now. But they're quite unhappy over there. I need to get them out of Tentville. And soon.
Dockers are collecting some goods we're buying from a warehouse.
Damn right. I am increasingly unhappy with the warehouse situation, so what I'm going to do is put this over here and have this accept only the furniture. This will no longer accept furniture. Oh, it never did. Okay, well that's fine then. And that way we have dedicated warehouses for just about everything. Whew. Oh, is that Beware the Blobber? I hear you ran this map. How did you find it? I'm sure you wouldn't spoil anything for me. The early one was a bit rough for me, and I have a feeling it's going to get rougher before it gets better with the price collapsing. Don't stress, okay? Or Dawn T-stress. Anything's possible. Alright, the markets will stock up in food. Hopefully they're set up enough to actually distribute the food. I'm not entirely sure if they will yet or not. Maybe I should connect this right now, right? We know it's going to be connected eventually, so why not just preempt any problems? You're getting pottery as you need to. You're getting the food, and as soon as I have my mergers up here, I will provide them with water. And then they will spring up to being nice little hovels. That unemployment is going to be a real problem, though. Maybe I will spam mission posts, but libraries are still cheaper. The problem is libraries need space. They certainly do need space. I have an island over here I'm not using, though. Go on, then. Hold on, do they actually spawn walkers if they're cut off from the road to Rome? Let's find out. Is this going to eat up a lot of unemployment or not? It does! Fascinating. I didn't know that, but now I do. And the last of my people are coming in. Where's that attack? Come on. An attack will come any moment now, probably at the turn of the next month. Uh-oh, I think there's a problem here. I have a funny feeling that I have cut off access to the forts somehow. And that they're no longer getting their units. Let's see, are you actually going over? Ura. Okay, you are going there. I guess it's just happening a bit slowly. Yeah, I mean, They can run through the plains here. They can't run through the fort part, but they can run through the open area. I've made that mistake before. I forget how it happened, though. Like, my army was just not appearing at its base anymore because of the way I'd built it. Beautiful. Rome has increased the price of iron, but I, without using my jiggery pokery, I have no access to iron. Game, what are you doing? Right, now that I have these people, it's time for Operation Water My People. Or also known as Let My People Grow. Where did I just put you down? I put you down there to water those. I'd like to water these guys from here. But I'd like to get away with watering them from here. But then you cannot be watered. Ah, but how about that? That takes care of it. Actually, that takes care of rather a lot, meaning I don't really need you there. That's a pretty good location. Ah, no, that's not viable, but that is. I can go away. Water, lots of water, and then just these guys need watering. That's good, and then you. Ah, would you look at that? Nobody's using this space. Your fountain here. There we go. Now we can get these guys out of the tent age and into the shack age. Good thing I don't have access to plaza. I'd be wasting all my money on plaza right now. Speaking of wasting money, it feels like my money is going down and not up. Yeah, net in and outflow minus 158. Caesar doesn't have your guts for garters over that as long as the money is being spent on construction, which it is. He considers net in and outflow, and then he adds your own construction to it, and then he'll only be unhappy if it's negative after that. But he's still a negative Nancy, so let's give him some glassware to keep him happy. And maybe my people could stand to be a little bit happier. Extremely pleased. Well, how about pleased enough for a little festival to Ceres, now that we grow crops? That's not relevant, but I'm doing it anyway. I'm also doing a tax hike. Don't mind me. Just pirating this tax money. There's still no earthquake. Although the land is quaking for different reasons. Enemies of Rome are here. Wait, what? Okay, well, we know the earthquake is happening within the next 72 months. More realistically, within the next 50 months. The barons are on their way. Nice thing about javelins, they're quite fast. Alright, well, they're coming in single file, so don't mind me. I'm just going to obliterate you. I don't even feel the need to do a rolling defense here. Well, I don't know. Maybe. It's a bad idea to have your javelins engage in melee, but the way they were coming in single file, come on, just... Okay. That was pure opportunism on my part, and it seems to have worked. I didn't want them to mass up in any great number, so we just took them out single file. I lost a stronghold map that way once. My units just marched single file in front of the enemy's bowmen, and down they all went. Alright, so I'm praying for that earthquake, so I need some way to get iron and marble. It's remarkably undesirable around here. It's a possibility that I need to do an extra road here to have two things right there. So let's instead do the elevation technique and bring a large statue up here. That'll fulfill a lot of people's desires for desirability. They are, of course, eye-wateringly expensive to do en masse. But for what they do, I think it's well worth the cost. And then for any little niggles that we have, we can just shove in some garden. And there we go. That's really what I'm looking for. Hovels. Hovels are fine. Hovels are better than fine. They're not half bad. You don't actually have a Ceres god coming up to you. That is unfortunate. Now, of course, it's all well and good having these people, but these people are worthless to me if they don't pay taxes. So they're going to pay taxes. I need to consider where the amphitheater and co are going to be. It's amphitheater likely here. And then theater just adjacent to it. Does that give me space for what I want? And what I want, of course, is the Bleeding Forum. Forum should make his way down here fairly consistently. I will hum and ho over where the next forum goes. I mean, I want my people paying obnoxious amounts of taxes, but there are other things these people are going to need, like a library and such. I'll put you over here. I mean, there's a good chance that you meet halfway often enough to make these people pay their taxes. You're unhappy because it's difficult to be desirable around here. There's a slight chance that that will aid you. There's a slight chance that will aid you. He knows his stuff. Markets are undesirable. Not strictly, actually. They're desirable from a certain distance. Being close to a market is bad, but being about 3 tiles away from a market is good. As this guy is learning now. Oh, that is good. Boom. Alright, now all these losers just need to give me loads and loads of food, and I'm, not food, the other thing. Well, I don't know, they gotta give me something. I'm gonna shove a marketplace over here just so it can tend to a little bit here and there, offload some of the needs. And otherwise, this looks pretty good, and these people will pay me taxes, which is great. As long as, you know, Temple to Ceres ever actually moves north. It should be on its 3rd or 4th loop by now. Please go north. Oh, thank goodness. I was ready to say I was completely disgusted with you, but no, there's our evolution. Nice. Unfortunately, there's a lot of people that are going to move in there and cause me more unemployment woes, but for now, life is good. I want these people in here. They will also pay me ducats. I will probably elevate them to small insulae, probably now, actually. You know, I got the excess money. I don't want Caesar taking it in tribute, so why not build what they need immediately? Because that's going to make it quicker and easier for me to build up patricians. I still haven't decided where, but that's for me to... Actually, do I want to do that? Or do I want to expand and finish my plebeians here? Because the money could just as easily be spent expanding this into a plebeian paradise. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. These do 320 people's worth of food each. So that's going to feed about 2,100. If I do that again down here, that's half the population requirement, but there's still more to house than that. I think that population 8,000 is a pretty tight and large number to need. Hoorah! I need you to dispatch these enemies of Rome whilst I plan this part out. This pass part out. In the end, I have space here and here for housing more people. Patricians aside, I actually think I should be able to handle that. What's the goal of the map? You can always see the goals over here. It's 10 culture, 100 prosperity, 90 peace, 90 favor, 8,000 population. The favor could give me a little bit of trouble if I'm not able to rectify my Caesar situation. He's still concerned with me. No amount of African ivory is doing that in for now. But the main thing is 8,000 population, 100 prosperity. So patricians are mandatory. And even outside of the patricians, you can't afford to have a lot of tents kicking around. And currently I have rather a lot. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 loads of tent labor. I could rein that in, and I could certainly improve their accommodation, but that costs money, which I'm not willing to surrender right now. Yeah, right now I think if I just bulk up my my plebeians and if I dunk unemployment into mission posts, I think I'll be okay. But this still needs to be one nice linear line. I'll destroy these enemies of Rome first, because their very existence concerns me. If Caesar is in charge, is it meant to be after 2? Huh? If Caesar in charge, is this meant to be after 2? After 2? You've lost me. In my Rome, Caesar is always in power. Wonder if there are any local uprisings in this. As we've ascertained, this is the only place the enemy can attack from. And the game is, the map maker's been very generous in giving me just this area that's clearly made for just slamming my army into. Alright, here we go. So I call these things enemies of Rome. Let's get some target practice. This isn't Age of Empires, we can't eat the mutton. I think some people like to keep these things alive for some unknown purpose. I think given where we are, I should just kill them all, because they get in the way of city building. Yeah, I want to kill these ones then. I can't get to it unless I destroy that. I'm a little suspicious as to why you have to build your way over here. Like, is that meant to tell me something? I don't know, but we're still killing the enemies of Rome. These ones are doing nothing. I suppose I could let them be, because I have no way to access this area. No, I don't buy that. I'm going to get rid of them. Sorry, enemies of Rome. Skewered mutton. They might attract the Proto-Welsh. Can't have the Celts invading as well. We did a Wales map, actually. The sad thing about doing UK maps is there are only 2 custom locations in the game for the UK that you can play in. Well, both in England. You get Londinium and you get Christ, what's it called? Not Lutetia. Not Lugdunum. Might not be Lululululu. Lindum, that's it, Lindum. Speaking of which, let's save and save often. And both of them are pretty sandboxy maps. Very, very simple and easy. Yeah, Lutetia was coming to mind, but Lutetia's Proto-Paris. There's a lot of arable land here. And yeah, I'm not being tempted by the fishing opportunities here. I would, of course, fish if I had to, but if you give me arable land and wheat access here, you better believe I'm growing wheat. Rice for the Asians, wheat for the Romans. Man, there was rice everywhere in Asia. Rice for breakfast, that was a big kicker. Rice for breakfast, something wrong with these people. I know it looks a bit ridiculous, whatever I'm doing here. I'm just trying to think the best way to assemble these farms so that I can grab all their delectable wheat at minimum cost to myself in terms of space expansion. 2, 3, 1. So it's there or there. That last one doesn't make sense there if I can get it here. Unless I want to use this land for something, which I can't imagine I would. The entertainment walkers will walk from here around and up to here. Maybe another warehouse? But that isn't very far for a warehouse to go for pottery. And I don't want these guys to be larger than small insulae. So, is there ever anything else I'd want over here? An argument is probably to keep the flexibility. And it's a good argument. So one way or another, this long linear thing. This is so unusual, by the way. Normally you'd be doing this as a loop. You know, loop building is the most safe way to build in Caesar. But we're not looping today. We're not Claude. I'm not done looping yet. Can I get a 2x2 here? If I could, that would be amazing. That looks pretty amazing. Yeah, because then walkers that go through here will still affect you, and that should provide loads of labor access for these guys. Provided I do it like that. Okay, that should work out. Desirability will be a pain in his rear end, but that is very much his problem and not mine. I'll extend this down a fair bit, and again, I mentioned wanting this for flexibility. Alright, we'll do it like this. That should be fine enough, and then the main thoroughfare is here. That seems quite alright. A lot of space up here for temples and whatnot. Not temples, statues and whatnot. That should be fine. And then out here comes the entertainment district, of which we always need 3x3 buildings. I mean, honestly, I could just have it pop out like that. I don't think I need housing over here. Not a huge amount of space for housing, especially compared to that, but there is always the possibility that we move some of this wheat elsewhere. Or I'm somehow so good that I turn this into a loop? Nah, it never happens. But it is still a thought. A thought to have a bit more housing, or space for housing over this way. Let us keep our options open for now. Alright, so this is the last big build-up before we do patricians. I'll make them all small hovels, and then once they're all hoveled and I'm confident that the food supply is running fine. How is the food supply anyway? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Now that is 18 times 320 for 5,760. And we need to divide that by the total population of a small hovel, which is 20, 40, 52. Wait, no, it's not hovels we're going for. It's small insulae. So that divided by 76 and rounding down. That's like enough for 75 buildings, right? This is way overproduction of wheat, which is good to know because we could be in a situation where we bridge over to here and have excess population. Comes with its own problems. Pretty big problems. If a pop is well enough off, does it stop providing labor? Or will patricians work in the farms? It provides labor access. Patricians don't work, but they'll still be considered access. I suppose they have peasants running around aiding them in their villas. But yeah, I didn't realize this for the longest of time, but if you have a villa, it'll still provide labor access. Right, this seems fine enough to me. I guess we gotta do what we gotta do here, which is another batch of housing. Looking forward to watching Blobber do this map, and it's probably what I will do as soon as I'm done with this map. I'm gonna fire up Blobber's stream and watch it. Surely you're thinking, what in the world does Jake do in his free time? Well, there's plenty of things that I do, but one of the things is to watch others stream. Typically people from this community, but there are some outliers out there, like Zeknar, phenomenal Slay the Spire player, the best around really. Step aside Jorbs. Also, he's just so entertaining. He's got like a fairly British sense of humor, despite being Vietnamese, I think. And there's not many times that being referred to as British is a compliment, but if it's with relation to your sense of humor, it's a pretty damn good compliment. There is a possibility here that I do this. Because I can get people on both sides of this. Oops. That's the same kind of butterfinger that made me maybe select the wrong card in Slay the Spire, huh? Yeah, there we go. That allows me to fill in a lot more people. We all know you miss this in your free... Okay, sure. If it helps you sleep at night. That's one thing I don't need help with. Alright, you're good. You are also good. You are not. You are very good. You would be good, but... well, if you're good, why don't I just use you? How about on this side? You work... The desirability is going to be a huge pain, by the way. These guys are going to hate where they live. On the plus side, I can't fit many of them in, so that's a lot of space for oracles and such. Or perhaps on the best side, looky here. This is actually... In the end, I think it's just going to be a large statue, but... I could do 2 medium statues. What is better over range, actually? It's range of 4, so it won't actually hit the guys on this side, which is where it needs to hit. So a single large statue will perform this most admirably. I guess I'll just put it down now. Maybe not. I'm not drowning in money here. Alright, you'll get that later then. I need my money back. You called me money bags, but that was just a mispronunciation. It's money back. That seems fine. Don't want people living too close to this warehouse. It's highly undesirable. A lot of spaces I'm not getting my mergers in here. I could do it here, but then I waste a little space here and a little space there, and I don't like wasting. Alright, more. Caesar desires more, I'll give it to him. I guess I can shove you over here. It's not a guess, of course, I know I can shove you there. Alright, well, let's get working. That's a no, that's a yes. That's definitely a yes. I even recognize the bit of shrubbage there. That's probably a yes. I didn't look too closely. That's a no, that's a yes. That's nope. I should really make it more blatant so I'm not constantly looking in on this. I swear when I made it, it was a lot clearer to me, but clearly my eyes are going again. I'm unsure about that one. I shouldn't be building in that direction in general. No, yes. Probably yes. Probably yes. All looks suspiciously good around here, doesn't it? Are you okay? Quite like that, but maybe I should just leave the space, especially when that fits. I think I'll be satisfied enough with this. Or just learn the tiles. You already know 2 of the mergers, and the other 3 all look the same. No, I don't trust me. I don't trust me to remember that. This is a trifle bit awkward, actually. I think I needed this location for the... Ah, wait, no, you can stick in there. It's disgustingly undesirable. But then so am I, and I still find work. Alright, very good. Get everybody in here, get them all merged. Lament over my denarii. So I need to get these people in, working, and then I need to turbo tax. Boys, oh boys, do I need to turbo tax. The wheat, the excess wheat is going to flow over to here, but that's okay, that'll solve itself. And all the enemies of Rome have been dispatched. Nah, Jake doesn't know what to do himself when he's not streaming. He just cries to his Papal States flag, munching on his sad, cold leftover haggis by himself. They don't do haggis right in this country. They use rice instead of oats. So I suppose it is sad. They also don't call it haggis. God knows what they call it. Something indecipherably Hungarian. I'm going to specifically not give these people healthcare. Not because I hate them, but because if healthcare is too high, then people don't die, and you actually want people to die. You want them to live to the ripe old age of 50. Once they are 51 years old, they stop working. Actually, maybe you can correct me on that, Keinwyn. Do they work at the age of 50 and at the age of 20, or is it over? Anyway, whatever the case, when they're older than 50, they no longer work. So you want them to die as soon as possible. So in an ideal world, you have a small bit of child mortality, and then a flat line from the age of like 10 to 50, and then bleh, everyone dies immediately. So yeah, this game really does model real-life governance extremely well. Oh, it is. It's the worst language, Kevin. I was in the Museum of Hungarian History, though, and it was explained that they wanted a national identity. You know, they could have just taken German. Very convenient. All these people speak German. We've just had German rulership for quite a while. Maybe we should speak German. No, absolutely not. Nem, nem, nem. Let's speak a language that no one will ever understand, so we have a national identity. Employees needed, distant battle. Employees needed. Oh, right, all the farm work. These people are going to be distinctly unhappy with my tax, so I'm going to drop it down temporarily. How has Rome never raised its bleeding wages? Is it really not on this map? I don't believe that. I don't believe for a second that Keinwyn would make this map not have increased Rome wages. It's still better than a language which is just a bastard of language such as English. I'm afraid you speak down on the lingua franca, it'll speak down to you. What a shame. It'd be much better if German were the lingua franca. Yeah, it's a shame the French don't have a phrase for lingua franca. Poor language. Alright, let's continue on with the last of these mergers. We're doing one at a time from this side going up, otherwise they might merge in the middle of the mergers, which is not what I want. And then that's our lot. How many did we just add to the pile? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. Oh, that's pretty good. So between these we added, how many was over here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 28 and 26. That's a huge number. Brilliant. And they'll be well overfed. Alright, and now I'll probably have to get rid of some of them. That's just the nature of the beast. But until I do that, they should be quite happy. It's a little awkward. More than a little awkward. That is so close to being in the right place for me. Suppose I can put you here and then I still have place for the large statue. It doesn't cover you though. That covers you. Alright, that's fine. I have no problem spending excess employment for a matter like this. Oh, that's almost exceptionally good. And that is freaking perfect. What is this? Not anymore, you're not. You've been upgraded to a well. I mean, hey, if this was Dominions, we'd be placing a lot of Pretender chassis. Gotta look on the bright side. That extends to not quite you. So I guess you'll go there, and then this takes care of the rest of them, and bang, they're all watered. Now they need fed. Undesirable place for you, but yeah, undesirability is what we do. I'm going to have that large statue back. I undid it earlier, but you get all the money back when you undo a construction. The game, however, does not always let you undo constructions. If you start right now, I can undo it, but if you even consider building something, even if you don't, you can no longer undo. It's actually pretty impressive. Like, how many modern city builders give you such a generous undo button? Well, the clever thing to do is like, if you choose to delete something, it says, oh, hey, we'll give you 75 or 100% of your money back. But to just undo, even after the game state changes from unpausing, lost technology is what it is. Right, this is going to be forever undesirable if I don't just get really generous with the large statues. Given that it leads to exploits, I do think it should be disabled. Well, it breaks the game in a few ways, but it's still valiant that it's there to begin with. Alright, these people get their food. They're going to want religion. Hold on, religion? Ooh. People are getting a bit unhappy with me. We're going to need to God Ghetto again. Well done, Ceres. Well done, Neptune and Mercury. Why can't we praise Merkaba instead of Mercury? There's a temptation to put you here, Mars. But it's probably better to do that, and then I can put something else here. Don't know what yet, but something. Mars. I feel really, really bad about God Ghettoing, but Mars und Venus. There you go. Implementing undo is hard. It requires you to implement irreversive actions from many actions. This is far from trivial. I've done it for myself for 2 games, and it was a major source of logic errors. And yet there are very few errors with the undo in this game. The most notable one is if you undo building construction. Sometimes you end up with a black hole void, where you can end up with like 1-tile patricians, which is cool and all, but definitely not intended. I don't think one market is going to see to all of these people's marketing needs. There you go. Oh, that is bad news. Tarentum no longer want to buy my furniture. One of your trade arrangements is no longer in force. It seems your trading partner has simply had enough. Well, at least I got this furniture, but it means that I don't really need to produce so much. It's okay, though. I already segregated the furniture. Exports over 0. Oh, it's still... Maybe this is why they didn't include that in the map maker, because, you know, that should have disabled itself. You can set yourself to trade, but not trade. That would be an exploit with local trading. But who knows for sure? Not I. Alright, these people will get their food pretty happy, but what will make me happy is them paying me lots of taxes. And I'm not kidding when I say lots. Yeah, the money is important, so down these go. And then beyond that, provided they have everything else they're going to need, they need to be given entertainment, which I'm working on. Amphitheater here. Theater here. And this is so cool. It's one of those things that you think about it and you're like, well, that's weird. But then you play with it and you're like, that's really cool. Or at least I do. The walker system is a pain in the arse in a lot of ways. I don't dispute that. But builds like this, I think, are really cool. So all of these people are going to get access to entertainment because the gladiators and the actors walk through the streets going, hey, come and see our show. We're going to be up at the arse end of nowhere. And it will work. There are downsides, but not many of them. Of course, on top of this, they're going to need education and access to bathhouses. But I've left space for both of them, kind of. This bathhouse might go up and down both ways. I certainly hope she does. And the same could be said about this library I'm putting in here. I don't have the unemployment for this, so let's hold off for a little while. Ooh. Not often you see this. The price of marble has gone up. Please don't tell me I'm meant to be importing marble. No, it's not even an option. My elitists can sell me wheat, by the way. Still waiting on that earthquake. And come to think of it, with everything I've built up now, if my presumption that the earthquake is not on the coast has been incorrect, then I'm in trouble. I just asserted that it can't be on the coast because it would block the road to Rome and then the map would be impossible. But part of my assertion was that you can't ship bridge around it. And it still looks like you... No, that doesn't work. It looks like it might work, but it doesn't. No, surely not. Oh, no, even that's not possible. Okay, so I'm quite convinced that it's not along the coastline. Not just from being a horrible map maker decision to do, but I guess it's still probably there, or there. Okay, life is good. Look at all those little houses grow up. Brings a tear to your eye, really. You're going to struggle in desirability of that, I'm certain. I'm looking forward to getting access to oracles. Oracles are immensely overpowered. So, of course, I want my hands on them. You might think that's my way of saying I'm not going to use them. No, hell no, I use oracles. That's why the cunning map maker does not give Jake access to oracles. He knows it's the end of any chance that map has of being difficult for me. Yeah, large hovel's good enough as long as you're not tenting it up. Just do what I can for these. I like this little bit of gardening that you do for your houses. I don't specifically mean placing gardens. I just mean bringing up the desirability just so they're just happy enough. Makes me feel good. I like this idea of giving people in games happy times. I was actually reflecting on this when I was playing Battle Brothers earlier. I loaded up my late game save of Battle Brothers, which is a complete sandbox. You know, my bros are untouchable. But there was this moment where I was going around and I was just like, oh man, they got nothing but mystery meat and grains to eat. So I actually went out of my way to find a nice place for them to get good food, so I can enjoy a nice dinner. Alright, it's looking pretty good. And the unemployment situation is being taken care of. Now the baths are troublesome. Bathhouse workers really don't walk very far. They are chaotic in that aspect. I'll put you there and there, in the hopes that you're going to go up to fill any gaps here, and you're going to come down maybe to around here, and you will go up there and down here. I'm going to need a bathhouse around here as well. Is that actually within water access? Oh, it's next to the bleeding... I was looking at this reservoir thinking, how is this in range of that reservoir? How indeed. Alright, there you go. I don't think that'll be enough, though. I'll put another one down here. It's a desirable enough thing, and I'm probably going to need one more. Screw it, you can have it over there. Librarians tend to be a lot better at walking, so I'll put the librarian here. That'll cover all of this. Might cover down here. In fact, it should, because you walk through here, you give access to these guys. And I'll shove one over here and one over there, and that should do everyone. And then we should have small insulae up the wazoo. And then as soon as they're all small insulae, they're going to pay me so much money. Under threat of physical bodily harm. I could actually trim this down a bit. See this stumpy edge here? We don't need this much wood anymore. So I will destroy you, get rid of this line here, and migrate the prefect over to here. That's alright. Hey, ha! The gods are pleased for some reason. I wouldn't be, but they are. How about my real god, Toga Boy? He's slightly displeased. Could I please get access to marble? I would like it very much. Could I please get access to money? I would like it. Okay, people idolize me as a god. Render unto your Pantocrator. If only your RimWorld pawns could enjoy such spoiling. They eat meat put twice to the food dispenser. No, not meat. It's usually corn. Because it lasts the longest at room temperature. But yes, you make a point. I don't give my RimWorld pawns the similar luxuries. But I approach RimWorld very much as a challenge to be defeated. I left myself this space thinking I might need to use it for something, but currently it looks like prime large statue area. But also it could be prime double oracle area. I like the idea of double oracling this, so maybe, just maybe, we'll leave it be for now. As long as these people aren't tents, it's fine. Whatever it is. But yeah, the moment these people are all paying me ridiculous sums of tax money, I think we have this, run in the bag. Certainly hope we have it in the proverbial bag. Was this really not a place for more buildings? I could cram one in here. Do you like to cram? I think I'll leave it available for me for potential future uses. Come on, grow, you bastard. There we go. And good, you are walking up here. They don't like being next to prefectures, okay. Glad we had this talk. There's a lot of places that people are feeling are quite undesirable. The Oracle would solve a lot of my problems here. Don't want to be spending too much money on medium statues, but they are powerful. Alright. Well, they're vaguely powerful. They have a range of 4. Get to the casa. I worry that maybe I do actually need more pottery. As in more access to pottery. I'm actually going to set up a second warehouse with orders to get pottery. Because all things considered, these have to satisfy a lot of people. And that can be sore. Main reason housing like this tends to fail is not having good access to food, but food has been solved wholeheartedly for these people. Devolution is so funny. Oh, there's no longer a statue around the corner. Let me destroy my house and replace it with a slightly crappier one. Yeah, seeing a palace go all the way down to a tent is mortifying, but that's what happens when your water quality isn't up to scratch. Alright, alright. Market coverage could end up being a problem. Yeah, the more I look at it, the more I think I'm going to need additional marketplaces. Do you have some healing or food? If I put a marketplace here, I still have this space free for an oracle. And if I have space for an oracle, I have space for... you until I can make you an oracle. And as long as the unemployment remains below 5%, which it's not, people should still be loving me. And I like it when people love me. But is it better to be loved or feared? People fear my missionary strats. Oh, I was wondering if this was going to happen. Local uprising. I haven't saved in a while, especially after making that latest expansion, so... Save and save often. Admire my fully fleshed out load of units. So, frustratingly, local barbarians are very, very good counter to javelins. I mean, they're crap. These units are crap, but they're so fast. If you get a lot of them and they diamond up into a really tight formation, they just punch through your army, and it feels so sad. So I actually want to engage them before they come here in their full force. And if that means I have an ablative army of javelineers, then so be it. That's sounding like not a trivial number of them pouring into the map right now. Alright, come and have a go, you filthy pajama-wearing barbarians. Alright, provoke them into an attack, fall back. Ooh, okay, you guys need to engage on the double. Knew it was coming. Alright, there we go. That was a smaller attack than I would have expected, so I didn't really put a dent into my wall of javelins. But Rome is paying wages higher, so I have to keep up with that. Always pay 8 above Rome once you have a proper city, because the happier people are, the happier they are to be taxed. It's the Sweden approach, you see. Pay them loads of money, then they don't notice when you just take all that money back in taxes. I mentioned how much I loved living in Sweden. I've come up once or twice. You are going to be a pain to evolve, I can already tell. Yeah, but if this became an oracle, all my problems would be solved. Yeah, very good. It's not the only place where more oracles are desired, but we'll get there. Can't quite... Oh, hold on. I can quite get a large statue here. Statue, large one, has a range of 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm just shy of affecting anybody relevant. How about from here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Could affect you. Kind of a waste of money though, right? Yeah, I believe in the power of the oracle. Once I have oracles online, getting the desirability up for these guys will be trivial. And these guys are more of a concern. How about you do get this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How about here then? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Observe. Nice. Very nice. Oh, very, very nice. Oh. He knows his stuff. He absolutely knows his stuff. So I might have to say goodbye to this small hovel. It's not on the path for entertainment. It will never be anything but a small hovel. Well, I can celebrate the lack of a hovel by adding yet more taxation. Tax records show that just about everyone here is paying taxes. So I guess I don't need one. Oh well, just put you away for now. I'm very impressed that first try all the buildings worked. All the libraries reached destinations, all the bath workers went to the right places. It's actually a really, really nice strip of houses. My prime concern is, yeah, it's all monotonous, small insulae, which doesn't look so good. And the straightness of this also doesn't look so good. But that aside, it's really good. Desirability is an issue here. Did I want to put something here? Probably you. That'll take care of the lack of desirability for these final buggers. Nah, it won't affect you, actually. I'll slam down an oracle here later, or I'll slam this down now. That'll do it. He knows his stuff. He never stops knowing his stuff. Guess he doesn't know it well enough. Justified. One concern could be as if I'm not making enough pottery for all of this, because now I have a lot of people eating my pottery. Given that this is trending down, that's probably exactly what's happening. Some of these guys don't even have their clay. So, as painful as it is, I'm probably going to set myself to import pottery as well. And trust me, that is painful. Pottery is very, very expensive to buy. I have to pay 180 instead of paying 40. That's a big premium. Better just make sure this thing is topped up all the time. Do I even want that? If I run out of pottery, the mass devolution is going to be catastrophic. Alternative idea is this. I instead set up a dedicated warehouse for pottery over here. You become a dedicated clay warehouse. Just in case we can accommodate more, I'll put you down here. And then we will have ourselves import pottery as well. Yeah, the cost is going to be huge for all the pottery, but I think I need to. It's very important that we don't devolve. Ninja thinks we have this one in the bag, so they say they're off to bed. Well, thank you for the confidence. But just like a puzzle game, it only takes one. Also, Toga Boy still says he wants his marbles, and I don't have marbles for the man. He's falling into some marble madness. Well, I guess I've kind of made the decision that we're not going to be using this island for population at this rate. Maybe I should put these on somewhere that I... Ah, okay, 60 months to get me all the weapons. And iron has once again gone up in price, and I once again don't have access to iron. Are you importing clay to the maximum? I am importing clay. You're probably asking if I'm fulfilling all of the trade quota. The problem is I'm probably not, but the speed at which you can import is very, very difficult here. Because there's a long, long way for the boats to go. So it's November here, for example. Yeah, we haven't even fully maxed out our olives, because we've only managed to get 2 ships over here. We get our 15 fish sold, we get our 16 oil sold. We don't sell all of our timber. What I'm getting at is that the length of this means that we really only get 2 boats per place per year. So I'm really only bringing in 24 clay per year at maximum. Which is not really good enough. So I need to add in some pottery to it. Oh well, what's a man to do? The music is salve for the soul. Population still needs to grow a bit more. We need to get to 5,000 for the truly triumphal Roman music. We'll get there. I have every confidence. But I need the earthquake to strike. Once we have the earthquake, I will begin making patricians. People love me despite my crushing taxes. That's good. I'm so happy with the entertainment setup here. And I like it because there's no way for it to go wrong. One of the problems with entertainment is sometimes the entertainers just stop running around the loop. And then half of your loop ends up devolving due to lack of entertainment. But here they are guaranteed. They will always take this path up, along, da-da-da-da-da, because they will take the fastest route towards their entertainment venue, which is through here, through this granary. Now here's an interesting point. when they walk through this granary, the granary has a cross of road inside it, which is why it connects to roads on the sides here. But because they're going to a destination, they're actually going to cut through the corner here, and they won't actually stand in the center tile, which is why it's still important for these houses to still be within 2 tiles of where they walk, because walkers give their effect within 2 tiles. So standing here, he reaches this house, all is well. Standing here, he doesn't quite reach this house, but when he crosses over to here, 1, 2, 1, 2, he just barely nicks the northern corner of this hovel. So the hovel gets access to entertainment. Of course, the hovel hates where it lives because it's disgusting, but that is a problem for the hovel to deal with. That's not the only disgusting place. You know what? I feel incredibly generous because I know that I overproduce food. I'm going to give these people a large statue so that the housing development can work and they can enjoy a marginally better standard of living. Marginally? I mean much better standard of living. That wasn't quite so altruistic because they're going to pay so much taxes that I'm going to make all that money back. 9 denarii per month per house. Just call it 10 denarii and that's, well, they're paying me, what, 108 denarii per year each. And I have a lot of them. Look at that. The game tutorializes that tax only makes so much money. You want to focus on trade. Kinda backwards, though. Tax is amazing money. No, that was just me coughing, rolling ninja. That was not the earthquake. That said, we've been here for 3.5 hours. Where's the bleeding earthquake? Keeping me on tender hooks. Because I refuse to build inland until the earthquake is done. With the exception of this. And honestly, I could tear this down. My taxes now take care of everything. It's okay, though. You want wine? Oh, well, there's a thought. I think I just import wine raw, so... I'm going to wait on that, Toga boy. You're not getting your wine for a while. You can have a Greek manuscript. But I don't want to import wine until I have... Yeah, let me think about that one for a second. Wait, this warehouse. This warehouse can take the wine. Yes, yes, that's a good idea, even. Alright, very well. Bring me some wine. Would be happy if the earthquake only happens a month before the end of the decline. It would be impossible to fulfill the request then. 1 year would be pretty tight, even. But yes, the main thing is, and I suppose if you don't know the game inside out, it might be alien to you, you can mine the crevice of an earthquake. So if we get the earthquake here, bang, 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 we mine it out. If it's here, we put our mining here, or here, or here. So wherever it goes, we mine. Of course, we do have our jiggery pokery, don't we? If for some reason it doesn't work, I can move these goalposts and then mine those out. Ah, increasing the price of marble again. So it feels like the map is getting easier as time goes on. Because it's giving me all these lovely price hikes for the things that I will hopefully soon be able to export. Although maybe the earthquake happens in a really odd place. It said it's consequential, but that could just be for trade reasons. What would be an odd earthquake location, but you can only mine a little bit of it? I struggle to imagine such a place. Can it be scripted to happen on a certain date? It's scripted to happen on a certain year. I don't think map makers have powers beyond dictating the year. We experimented to try and make mega quakes, because currently you can only script 1 earthquake. So the idea is, what if you could make a bigger, better, more aggressive earthquake? We found that you can still only have 1 earthquake, but you can make that earthquake appear in 4 different locations at the same time. I'd be very impressed if Keinwyn managed that, but a mega quake that hit here, 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 and here would be great. Because normally an earthquake is 1 position, 1 central point, and it spreads out in 4 directions. But you can change those 4 different points, so you have a single line earthquake in 4 different places. Pretty cool. Anyway, Toga boy, here's your bleeding wine, and I'm not going to import wine anymore. Yeah, maybe I should. Perhaps I should keep wine, furniture, oil and such at my beck and call so that when I do have patricians we can just instantly give it to them. It's not like I'm not drowning in money, so I might as well spend it before Toga Boy starts demanding everything in tribute. And he will. He's a right piece of work like that. Continuing to build this up to soak up labor. And it's getting a bit expensive, but I'll hold a nice little Neptune. They're irritated. Irritated is fine, funnily enough. Irritated won't make them, you know, throw all sorts down at your city. I was contemplating needing to use this for population, but given that we're already at 4,500 out of 8,000, and there's still space for more. Yeah, some of them are only half full. We might not have to, or we might have to, I don't know. I don't want to tent rush to win here. Some people get cheesed off at that. Not that I concern myself with what some people think. I concern myself with what I think when it comes to my city building. And it's a bit unsatisfactory to tent rush, but on the other hand, sometimes you're like, Christ, I've been building this city for umpteen hours. I just want to finish up now. Okay, thanks, bye. And then I undo K, thanks, bye. I could just shove you there, but... Put you over there. Because even if you go up or down, either way, you're getting labor access. Pretty lovely city. I like what I've built so far. But of course this doesn't win unless we get Prosperity 100, and that's going to require a significant number of patricians. Could I do you with this? I think I tried before. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, not quite. Such a beautiful game. How many years left out of the 30, says Rainy. Oh, can I start calling you Rainy Blind, or would you prefer Blind 225? I think you'll find that it's been saying all along up here, 244 months until defeat. So we've only used about a third of our time. Not bad. 20 years is plenty of time to get that prosperity and the peace, as long as the enemy never breaks through. But where's this bleeding earthquake? What is taking so long? The game very rapidly needed you to build up an army and some industry, so... I'm going to have to watch Blobbers play through this. I wonder how a different city builder approaches the problems here. Apparently my dunking of delicious Greek wine on Caesar's palate will be forever remembered. Blind 225 will do just fine. Very good. People that I have to put up with around here. I'll be trimming these away as I build up my patrician infrastructure, because the patricians are going to require a lot of work. A lot of workers, I should say, and each of these are 20 workers, so yeah, that's more than enough to handle patricians. But yeah, with the money coming in, the unemployment in a good place, people should surely be saying good things about my city.
This city is a reasonable place.
Things seem to be working well here. Everything seems to be working well here.
You're damn right. You have to get through a lot of esoteric hoops to make them say this city is fantastic. Not least of all, you need to have 4 months of food saved up in your granaries, which for a large city is ridiculous. I got supplies for 2 months, and that's with my 1, 2, 3 filled to the brim granaries. So I'd need 3 superfluous full granaries just to fulfill that. And then they have things like certain access to healthcare and I think education. Don't know, don't have the full list to mind. But why have it to mind when I can have it to paper? Here we go. This is what's required for people to say your city is absolutely the bee's knees. Happy gods, 4 months of food, that's pretty trivial. Unemployment is easy because you can see it. Workers needed, you normally do that. City population above 500. So all that's fairly simple. But then average entertainment points per house, at least 21. That's okay. Average health venues per house, at least 1. That's tough. That means everybody gets either clinic or hospital access. Hospitals are big and expensive. And education venues per house, at least 1. Okay, sure. Academy or library or school. But the biggest, baddest one for that, I think, is the food for 4 months. Blah to that. Anyway, let's get rid of that. Tonk. I've had it more like all right rather than the fantastic.
No sign of...
These houses pay so little tax, it hardly seems worth my time.
I think I need to explain it to my tax collector that each of these houses have paid ridiculous amounts of money. 148 denarii this year, 151, 156, 209, with maxed out population in a small insulae. And it's going to pay me another chunk for December into January. Taxes plus insulae, unbelievable money. Although let's not forget that the small hovels got us as far. Small hovels also pay tax. The tents for labor access may prevent you from having a fantastic city. They don't. Of course, they have things that have downsides. They're unlikely to have education and entertainment access and such. But they don't prevent it. It's just, it prevents me from feeling like I have a fantastic city when I have little tents like that. And my feelings matter. How much am I paying for all these imports, by the way? Oof, a lot of money on these blessed imports. That is unfortunate, especially for the pottery. But at least once pottery maxes out, I'll be in a situation where I have loads of pottery here, and every time that pottery gets taken, my pottery barns will immediately fill it full, so I shouldn't need to keep importing more pottery. It's just reaching that point seems to be a bit of a struggle for me. Okay, what in the world has taken this earthquake so long? I want my city to look like this, but I will actively be penalized for building a patrician if I get it wrong for where the earthquake is. So I am kind of paralyzed right now. Oh well. Maybe for lesser city builders, it would have taken them a lot of time to set up a delectable plebeian city like this. And the population is still growing. That's a very good sign. I mean, maybe not for the gods. They're a bit cheesed off as it is. But if we ignore the gods for a moment, and I'm pretty good at that, life is good. But Rome's citizens hunger for more.
Greetings. My teaching of Rome's benefits seems to be sinking into these rather frightening barbarians.
What barbarians? The poor Greeks. Did we have the earthquake? Nah, I'm waiting on it. It shouldn't damage anything unless it spawns here. And if it spawns here, it's damaging fairly superfluous parts of my city. Ooh, that is too much wine. That is becoming a problem. That was... I actually didn't think it would import so much bleeding wine. What can be done about this? I have an idea. I don't particularly like the idea. Here's what happens. You move up here. We got another warehouse over here. This warehouse will... Where are my patricians going to go? Here or here? That depends on when the bleeding earthquake is, isn't it? Okay, you are going to take the clay. You will no longer take clay. And now we centralize the wine so that we're hedging our bets. Either patricians here or here. Which would be better? That's worthless to even think about until the earthquake hits. Every other question Orlov has the earthquake hit. You'll hear the earthquake if you have this on in the background, I assure you. I mean, this isn't a bad position to be paralyzed in. We're rich. We're slowly gaining peace and kind of favor. Kind of. Okay, it's gotta hit real soon. I got 27 months left to fulfill Caesar's demands for marble, and I can't even touch that until there is the quake. Oh well, might as well have a little save before the quake hits. Quite satisfied with what I've built so far. Smushing decent cities into small and awkward places is challenging, but it's fun, and I'd go so far as to say it's my specialty in this game. Because this is not a lot of space. Imagine the troll if there's no quake. I'm imagining it. I feel like the military is a little weak. Weren't we told that it was going to be fairly strong? Let me check that for a moment. What was our briefing? Tell me again, please, Caesar. A large consequential earthquake, fairly heavy military activity. But it's been really spaced out, and none of them have been that difficult. And I thought, you know, without access to... Well, maybe... Hold on, let's maybe not... Last time I took that kind of approach, I got my butt hammered. Let's cock-canny just a little bit, shall we? I'm just going to do a rolling defense. I've gone and put the spook in myself, but maybe that's for the better. Maybe not a moment too soon. That is no shortage of Macedonians. The trolling defense. That is a lot of Macedonians. We have to go back on the offense. The Greeks took that one personally. Leg it back a bit, chaps. Imagine this one with no pause. That should be fine. They can engage now. The Macedonians were clever enough to bring shields, I suppose. It's kind of like playing Dominions. Is there a way to stop you guys from yelling? It's very loud versus your voice. There are not a lot of sound options, although to be fair, there's more than in a lot of games. I think they count as speech. Is that true? Yeah, it does. But then we don't hear these guys. I mean, I suppose I could bring it down a touch, but I like hearing my people.
Greetings. This is an okay city, really.
Alright, that's gonna have to do. Some people are here exclusively for the angry Roman shouting, though. But we'll do it for you, Ali B. Alright, away we go, away we go. I could go into the sound files and actually edit that specific scream to be less loud, because you're alright, it's quite overpowering. But come on, it's part of the experience. That means people instantly know we're at war. I've been playing Dong 6 against Nidavangar. Those bastards cheat by being able to mass a huge army and build a fortress in literally every province. It's very frustrating, says Tarthur. But it's really nice. Why is it... Okay, I was worried why the army music was still playing. Large army means large opportunity to wipe them with big spells like Heat from Hell. And there's something that causes like fiery clouds on the map as well. Consider them opportunities. This land is completely impossible to access, so I'm going to further dunk 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of you here, and they don't gobble workers that road. Hideous, but when I touch up the city, and actually given the layout of this, I think I am going to touch up this city. As in, once I finish this stream and this run, probably on my days off, I will come back and prettify it and eternalize it. So when all these old coots retire, there's this gaping hole in my workforce that's going to be crushing down upon me. I've got Anthrax online with an unquenched sword. I'm just trying to find the opportunities. God, I love Anthrax. Have you grabbed the other kings of elemental fire, though? Because they can all do heat from hell, and they can all handle a massive fight solo. Of course, they could be countered. You know, Great Sword of Sharpness makes them very, very sad. Great Sword of Sharpness plus fire resistance, and then well, not Anthrax, but the other Fire Kings are deader than dead. Right, Rome hiked up wages once again, and we always stay 8 ahead of Rome because it makes my people happy, and I like happy people.
This city isn't too bad.
Hail! I can see there's a lot of work to be done teaching these barbarians the merits of Rome's benevolence.
Nah, screw it. I want them louder.
Hail! Greetings! My teaching of Rome's benefits seems to be sinking into these rather frightening barbarians. I'm so glad to be Roman. You should see what these barbarians get up to in their huts.
He's talking about you, you know. Okay, I'm beginning to be quite concerned. Where the heck is this earthquake? If I don't get it real soon, I'm not going to be quite so comfortable building up my patricians and leveling off this map. On the plus side, my population is great. Prosperity, favor, and peace are all looking great, but we don't win without patricians, and Caesar's not going to be very happy with me if I don't get him these goods. Who was it that did the barbarian voice? I know, some German. Was there a historical earthquake in Athens around 170 BC? Maybe that could unearth some information for us. Just throwing that one out there if any Greekaboos in chat can help us out. Gives me plenty of time to admire my city. I suppose a more cunning player would speed up time in the game right now. I don't want to, though.
I'm terrified that the gods will curse this city.
The gods aren't that unhappy. I don't want a god ghetto, but I always say that, and I still god ghetto. It's not actually god ghettoing. I am tastefully filling in my city with temples, but I'm running out of space for them. Running low, but maybe not running out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There you go. Hopefully it doesn't change any walkers. It can. Building new things can change walkers' directions, and it's so frustrating when that happens. Finally! I have never experienced the ground moving beneath my feet. Okay, it's right here. How oh, no. If it seals this off, that is very consequential. I really like this building space. And it looks like that's exactly what it's going to do. Oh, maybe it's kind of curving in on itself. Oh, we might still have access here. We might not. Oh, we don't. Or do we? We might be able to go around it. I need it to settle down first before I figure out what I can do with it, though. It does cleave its way through trees. Oh. Damn. Okay, I think it's settled down now. It actually went into the... It actually destroyed the stairway. Cool. And the stairway turned into just rocks. Fascinating. Okay, so definitely consequential. Now we need to work with it. Wait, can I access that? Yes, I can, because there's a slight path along here. Now, the real question, can I get up here? And the answer is absolutely not. This has become completely inaccessible. Imagine you actually put your starting location here. You go, okay, there's good access to water, there's good access to farmlands. You know, you have a little line that goes down to docks here, and then you build up here, and then it just comes and bisects it. Everything up here, all of this becomes unusable. All you're left with is this, and it's probably in shambles and on fire. Right, but as I mentioned before, this can be mined, and this is a lot of mining opportunity. A lot of mining opportunity that I am going to make use of. Now that I look at it, it should have been obvious that this is the place that will get the earthquake. Because these, this suspicious bit of raised land was right in front of the stairway down. Didn't have that over here. Oh well. Whatever works. Now, how do we use this? What do I need anyway? So Toga Boy is very, very insistent on getting his marbles. I'm going to need those weapons for my army. The weapons need to go over here to the barracks, but there's no problem just moving the barracks over here. What about labor access? It's so close to being able to plug into this, but I don't want to brick my everything here. In particular, the bathhouse could brick, but I could always rebuild the bathhouse. That's not a big deal. And then I could always build another forum over there. Ach, it's too far to get labor access. Sod it. I don't need to sell this stuff, is a pretty important thing. So this is largely just to fulfill Toga Boy's many demands. His demands sure are many. Yeah, whoever lives here is going to be very unhappy with their little ghetto situation, but ghetto is what it will be. Gonna need some iron mining to go with this. 3 should be fine. Dun 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 dun. It's a little awkward. Walkers can walk between that. Well, I think they can, if there's other oddities. Yeah, these are going to be the saddest people in my city. A warehouse, and you can get around this, right? Of course you can. You can actually take the weapons and the iron. And weapons are a big priority. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Except until I have Toga Boy's stuff, we're going to be set to stockpile iron. So the iron goes there. The marbles go here, and the marbles I'm always going to need. In particular, Toga Boy wants a ton of them on the double. Oh yeah, that should be fine. Struggle to see a problem with this, except for how hideous it is to be and live and work, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Okay, that'll gobble up all of my remaining unemployment once the workers get over there. Alright. Wait, there's one thing I overlooked. I want my barracks over here. Shouldn't be a problem, though. Truth be told, that's more marble quarries than I need. I could actually just shut 2 of them down. I get the feeling this is an indicator to get my rear in gear with regards to building up a proper army, though. Let me think. The production rate on marble is like 4 a year, right? Caesar wants 12 in that much time. Then I think I can actually make do with my proposed barracks relocation. There you go. No need to be sorry, Orlov. You didn't make the map or force me to build there. You should feel sorry for a certain stream you promised, but keep not doing though. Did you build here, Blobber? I'm surprised. Given the information, I thought it was pretty obvious the earthquake was either going to be here, 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 or here. It couldn't be along the coast because it would break the road to Rome. And it was promised to be consequential, so if it wasn't going to be along the coastline, these are the only 4 places of consequence. And I built here with stuff that I wouldn't mind being torn down by the earthquake. Do we have patricians online? We have the theft of money from the common man, so possibly. I'm actually going to drop the taxes down just so people are a bit happier for a wee while. We can make them very happy with a tax rate of 4% for a little bit. There wasn't a raise in wages when I wasn't looking, was there? There was, that's why. How did I miss that? I only missed it for 1 month, but that was enough for people to go spare. Oh well, maybe they can chill out with a lovely little festival to Mercury. The lesser cared for... Are people actually getting their arses over here? It is accessible. Yeah, it's absolutely accessible, so we're just waiting on probably you getting over there. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. No, no, you're not what we need. Someone needs to get up there, come on. I didn't... Okay, there we go, finally. And nothing's going to break down or burst into flames, are they? Give it time. Jake was cowering, strategically waiting for the earthquake before making them. Yes, with regards to my patricians. Large festivals give an additional 2 happiness, but going from 7 to 9 happiness for twice the price? I don't think so. And I never do a grand festival. That gives 12 happiness, but it costs a ton of wine proportional to the population. Right, what we can do is start spending some of this money. I want legionnaires. It's maybe a little bit hasty to eradicate 2 of my legions. But the fight, unless we get a local uprising, that should take care of things nicely. Ooh, but on the other hand, I'm stockpiling iron, aren't I? Maybe I should have thought about what I was doing for an extra second there. Well, thinking wasn't on the menu. Rome wants wood. Well, would you know it, I have tons of wood. Just take it. He wants my weapons as well. He's quite demanding. Once we get all the marbles, I will probably shift some of the marble production to iron production. Do I have enough time for all these marbles? Like 11 months. That could be touch and go. Could really be touch and go. Okay, well, I mean, the worst case scenario is he gets a little bit miffed and then I just send it to him late. He's just going to have to put up with it. But yeah, we're going to squeeze through Caesar's demands and the new army. And then we're going to... Oh god, I'm a bit squeezed on that army business. Especially considering he's taken 15 of my weapons. A little bit iffy about this, but that's okay. 15 iron won't take that long to make. It won't even take a year for this. Dun, dun, dun. Actually, I'm a little bit concerned, so here's what we're going to do. I can build the barracks once we have these initial goods created. Have you played Farther Frontier? Yeah, it won the long play vote, but I really didn't like the game. It was so... It wasn't bad, it was just really kind of bleh. So I dropped it, to my great shame, considering people voted for that thing. But yeah, I was unimpressed with it. Especially when I have masterpieces like Caesar 3 to enjoy. Gave me a lot of feeling that I had when I played the colonial thingy version of Banished. Colonial Charter, that's it. Did not care much for Colonial Charter, it was just too much fluff. I love the simplicity of Banished. Well, balls to the wall mining is still not enough mining. Come on, lads. Mine out that earthquake. God has opened it up, Earthblood Deepwell for us. And once we have this, I still have plenty of money and plenty of unemployment, so the patricians... Oh, I should consider the patricians now. So I think what I'm going to do is work with this. I mean, I can't work with this, so it's kind of forcing my hand here. There is no need for local wood up here, so we can just destroy it and consider what kind of patricians I even want. I can go for the best of the best, which is, of course, luxury palaces. That would necessitate a hippodrome. I'm okay with that. I mean, a hippodrome's a big responsibility. And it's freaking huge. And it blocks off a lot of space over there, and it's too big for down here. Unless I put it centrally and we build around it. That might not be the world's worst idea. If I leave myself space around the hippodrome by tucking it away over here, I can build around it. I got space for whatever around here, and then around this side we just put whatever. There's a lot of whatever in that, but I actually think we have a nice central hippodrome like so. I like it. Okay, that's what we'll do. And we have the money for it. And we have the unemployment for it, as I keep bringing up. The map is really constrictive, isn't it? I've played more constrictive. I think the Greekonomics map from John was more constrictive than this. Although I am feeling the constrictions, but you know, I've kind of packed almost as much as I can on the shoreline. Obviously, I could use land here. I could combine the fishing with the land here to probably cram in another 1,500 or... Yeah, 1,500 people feels about right. This space could be used a bit better, but I don't really want to. So if I consider that 1,500 people go here, and the patricians go here, we're already done. Yeah. And there's even more space for refactoring this and shoving in another maybe 700 to 1,000 plebes here. Maybe 1,200 if I put my mind to it. But what I'm getting at is that I'm quite confident in what we have here. We definitely have the marbles to succeed. If anything, it's just the army that makes me worry. I should not have torn down my army so quickly. I forgot that Caesar wanted weapons as well. There you go. We are no longer going to stockpile iron. But we won't export it. Now it goes into my my workshops. I don't know if Caesar's going to want more iron off of me in due time. For now, let's not accept iron. Nah, I can't imagine him wanting iron again. I mean, maybe he does. It is Caesar after all. But what I can do is get rid of this after it deposits its iron. Well, there's no need, is there? Let the iron back up for a while. Main thing is to get Toga Boy that marble that he wants. 5 months to comply. Marble is really slow to get. It's half the rate of other mines. What's that? That's 4, 8, 9, 10, 11. Come on. And there's my 12th and final bit. There we go. Whew. With that, I shouldn't have to be so gung-ho about my my stuff anymore. So I'm going to tear this down. And now the barracks returns with greater vengeance. And the weapons go to the barracks make me legionnaires, and then I have almost the right army. Army composition I'm looking for is actually 4 legionnaires, 2 pointy sticks, so these 2 will also become legionnaires. Once we have all the gubbins for it, which of course we don't right now. Yes, the hunger for gubbins is actually quite high. I don't care if you're 40% done, you're going away. And do that. I'm a little worried that they might break down or explode or something, but here's just hoping that it doesn't. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 4 mines will manage that. And then we're good. 3 marble mines should handle all of my marble needs. Alright, so as long as I don't get trounced by the military, this map should be done. And I have opened myself up to weakness on the military front. There's also the idea that, you know, 17 months to produce all those weapons. Let me think. These do like 4 a month. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I do have 2 whole legions to equip. It'll be fine. Is the earthquake always the same? If you work from a save game, yes. If you don't, you can click the restart map button and the earthquake will actually develop differently. So that's why it's recommended, well, it's recommended. I would recommend map makers to give your players a save file rather than a map file. Or both if you want to. Heck, people can play however they want, but the save file means that you have the same things going. There's not going to be any variation. Well, we're crapping out the barons. That's good. I think it's more important to have my legions up than impress Caesar right now. If Caesar wants to be impressed, I can give him Persian carpet, so galore. It only gives 3 favor, but that's more than enough to offset his unhappiness from me doing my job. It's always in the same epicenter, but the way it spreads out will change depending on restarting the map or not. I think those sound effects are top-notch. The downside is that there's some white noise in this game. The audio compression leaves a bit to be desired. I do think it's more important to staff up my army rather than see to Caesar's egregious demands. Have you tried replaying custom map like this to see how doable it is if it's more random? There was one map where it was random, and I actually made a forum post about it because it confused me. Or somebody else did. I think it was that really, really tight map that Illustra John made. Blood Under the Bridge. That was it. Oh, Blood Under the Bridge was a pig of a map. Absolutely disgustingly difficult. And not even fun difficult. It was just John being sadistic, much like with his... what was the other sadistic map he made? The one in Orkney or Shetlands, one or t'other. He made a map that just was not reasonable. All about getting Garum, as I recall. Right, do I have any way of improving your desirability within reason? I did say the power of the Oracle would compel you, but where exactly can the Oracle go to help you? I want this guy to be better. I have an idea. I'm going to do this. That should upgrade you. Plonk. And then I'm going to get rid of you. And I'm going to put the bathhouse back. There are thresholds, and to prevent... no, it wasn't good enough. Well, I tried. I think I'm going to be late on those weapons, Caesar. The enemy is at the door. Okay, there is a slight opportunity for this to affect you, because it does have a range of 3. I'd be very surprised if that's enough to do it, though. Yeah, no. I don't like this being the crappy little large castle that it is, but I can't see any way to squeeze in some desirability. It's not entirely true, is it? What's our godliness up here? Just Ceres. So the Ceres temple is needed there. Okay, this is a little bit risky, but I'm going to do this. Oops. Going to shove the Oracle here. I'm going to put the library here, and I'm going to hope that the library can still go far enough south. Which it might not. There's every possibility that the library can't quite get there. I hope it does, though. Clearly. Otherwise, I'm messing up a lot of stuff for no good reason. Alright, the barons are 8 out of 16. We expect being fought next year. Caesar better not expect his weapons next year. It ain't happening. I've not forgotten, Caesar. You're just not getting those weapons currently. You can switch the statue with an oracle and then have it protected with a prefect and engineer in the island. I don't want to do that. This is fine as long as the librarian makes it all the way down. And I don't actually think it does. Maybe this librarian heads up this way, in which case they'll be okay-ish, but I might have screwed them over there. But if I think they're so screwed, just build another one. It's not like we're lacking the fun employment. And Neptune will be unhappy, but he's always unhappy. Give him another temple down by the sea. Yeah, how far do you go walking down here? There's a random element to how far they will walk on their path. Yeah, he only goes that far, but you take care of everything else. Wonderful. Solved. Where'd all my money go? I seem to recall having a lot more money than this. Oh, crap, I stopped taxing my people. That changes now. Glad I took a note of that. I like to have at least 8,000 denarii when I start building up for patricians. More if I'm doing a hippodrome, and I'm doing a hippodrome. Alright, I think we're fine. Now I can save and save often, since we've finally gotten our earthquake, which we exploit to the maximum. 14, so we almost have one full division of legionnaires. Depending on how much I want to keep Toga Boy happy, you know what, let's do it. Let's not miss this one. I'm going to stockpile the weapons and give it to Toga Boy. Well, I'm pretty sure if you set them to stockpile, the barracks won't use them. Distant battle, reminder, Rome has not raised wages again. Good. Although I don't have forever for this game. Come on. Still don't have forever for this. And 10 with 7 months, this should be fine then. Just need another batch of weapons coming out. Ooh, he wants a ton of furniture. I never thought he'd demand such high amounts, because he's always been demanding quite low amounts, but I have plenty of furniture for you, my liege. Alright, we'll have this in no time. Another couple of deliveries to the... Why are you not working? I got 4 of these, and I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, so I shouldn't have any problems with iron here. But these aren't all working all the time, which confuses me slightly. Oh, more than slightly. There you go. Toga Boy gets his weapons. I will stop stockpiling. And we shall build up our final army for the attack that's probably coming this year, right? Probably. And then when we dispatch that attack, I'm going to build up the patricians over here. Everybody wins. Except maybe the gods. The gods aren't very happy. My stomach's not too happy. I am hungry as sin. Why? It's only been 4.5 hours. Guess I burnt all that energy sleeping for 16 hours. Felt good, though. Islands of Pain was the apt title of John's most brutal mini-map around Garum and the Orkneys. Expertly solved by Matthew. Yeah, I can't believe anybody solved that map. Yeah, Islands of Pain. A map based around getting fish when you don't actually need to get any fish. It was bizarre. 2 loads of furniture making should be plenty, because it's only needed for my patricians, and I won't have a lot of patricians here. Just a few tasteful luxury palaces if I can make it. With the power of the Oracle unlocked, there should be no difficulty in making those. And this attack seems to be arriving quite late in the year, so I'm actually getting most of my legionnaires in time. And if somehow this attack ends up being murderous, I can sling down an emergency defense over here. The revoking of the privilege, bring out the prefects, order them into battle. And they are on their way. Alright, have at. I'm going to wait and let the booze up get all of their units, if at all possible. I don't want to order very few of them into this encounter. Might be a lot of them, though. Might be a hell of a lot of them. I really shouldn't have torn down 2 of my forts before this. Are you in the lose lobby? Because this might be your time to shine. There are a lot of them. Oh my gosh. Sorry, Legionnaires. You guys are dead to rights. They're still coming, are they? Might need a last-minute defense over here. I had a bunch of legions over here. Give me back my legions. All right. Not a military game, he says. Fall back. If you can, engage them from here. Not really. Fall back. Okay, well, the barons are dead. Fortunately, they're kind of single-filing their way through, so if they can be tempted into my volley, go and see if you can tease them out a bit. Okay, we'll try and joke point them here. That's good. They ain't done yet, though, and neither are we. We can't be. Assemble. And some people don't like all this screaming. This could be a little trepidatious. Let's go for it, though. We throw our jabs better than you do. Engage. Whew. James, how big was that attack? Yeah, wiped out the barons there. Where's the Ura? I removed the Ura long ago. Aftish stopped tuning in for Caesar 3 because he couldn't handle the cringe of hearing his own voice. Ura. That's why I have a team called the Uras. What was that then? Enemies are closing. That's not news I wanted to hear, considering what just happened to my army, but at least we have good production of armaments, so we can hopefully piece them back together like Humpty Dumpty. Good job, Governor. That's what I do. Good jobs. Right, that being the case, it's still time to do the real challenge, which is setting up patricians. Wait, here was another hint that the earthquake was never going to be here. There wouldn't have been this setup for water here, and yet not the same setup here. Okay, I take it back. That's not a hint. And that's teasing. Like, hey, you can get water up here, except you can't access here. Yeah, I don't see any way to access over there. His homeless Nicky. He's still called Nicky the Homeless, but I took out all the custom voice files, I think. I mean, I love them, but it's just after hearing them for so long, I was keen for a change. Bum ba da bum bum bum. Do I still sell oil? Albeit not at a good rate. I do still sell it. I make much too much of it, though. It's alright, keeps my people employed and working. Even so, hopefully Toga Boy does not demand grain again. Because I'm getting rid of it to make space for this. So I need 3 types of food. Right, that's a problem. Getting fish for them. Maybe that's enough fish. But but maybe it's not. Dun. Yeah, I hadn't considered this, but actually getting fish to them could be a problem. Maybe I don't feed them fish. Maybe I feed them delicious imported fruit and vegetables. Yeah, because Tarentum gives us vegetables. If I... There is just enough space to put a very rude warehouse over here. And maybe I stop selling olives because it's a waste of time. Yeah. Or rather, you don't accept olives anymore. And then I scale back olive production immensely. And oil production, I suppose. Yeah, let's just refactor this so I have a lot more space to work with. Alright, there we go. Then there's no way they'd lack access to employment there. You go here. I still want a prefecture about here. And this is more than I need. This is like a lot more than I need. I'll dispose of 2 of you then. This will be freed up for importing fruit. Oops. Importing fruit. You will be in charge of getting the vegetables. I will set myself to import both fruit and vegetables. That's right, we have access to fish and I'm not using it. The granary here will not take... Well, none of them take fruit and vegetables. That's fine. And that means I'll have to have rather a lot of warehouses handling the food here, but that's okay. It's expected. Are you winning, Jake? Feels like I'm winning. Feel better if I save and save often, but now has come the time for patricians aplenty. How's it gonna work? Right, I say we put down the hippodrome and plan everything around it. Because we need a hippodrome. I have ordained it. Tonk. Needs road access? Yeah, I think I don't know that. Now, luxury palaces are the size of a governor villa. So it's kind of a nice thing to plan around. It would be kind of cool to have them just flank the hippodrome, but really I want to concentrate all of my desirability in one place. It's just a little bit too narrow here. Was it not a possibility for me to shove this thing over a bit more? No, because this little blocky bit down here, right? Yeah, I would have loved it tucked away in the corner here. It's an undesirable neighbor. And I could just have the houses down here, right? Glaring down at the poultry people have to work the farms and such. Although desirability could be a little tough for that. I love it when things are more centralized. That wastes a lot of space up here, though. What if I do have it running along? Actually, I think I have an idea where I make a bit of a corner here of them. Again, difficult to centralize the desirability. I know, it looks like I'm doing nothing, but I am trying to plan out where exactly these things go. In real life, Romans could shatter mountains with water physics sorcery, but one waist-high boulder defeats them. Yeah, terraforming not really a thing in this game. It'd be broken if it were, so I'm not unhappy at the situation. I have to get water over to these folks, that's worth remembering, but it's shouldn't be a problem. Let's just preemptively put that down. Yeah, I foresee no difficulty here. I'm not deplorable enough to migrate the hippodrome, am I? Because maybe it would be a lot better here. I'd have much better space for all the housing over there. That's 2.5 grand down the toilet if I do that. But I'd have a much easier time fitting in the housing here, wouldn't I? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I can almost do 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 of them would be plenty. I could have one final one at the bottom, which was not a luxury palace, but instead like a medium palace. Or 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm trying to think of a situation where I can just flank this thing 4 times. The desirability is going to be tough, because like I mentioned, this is an undesirable neighbor. But I think it would look cool. Is the rule of cool strong enough here? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. It just wouldn't quite fit on both sides. It would have to be 1 away. So 1 away. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't think I have the desirability for that. Although I could put double oracles between them. There's also the question of where exactly does the road go? If it just hooks around, it would have to come down and do weird things over here, like be a bit bloop before it comes back and does this. There's no guarantee the walkers are going to take all the directions that I need them to. Could work though. I think I'll try and make it work. So we're looking at something like that. Wait, was it that? Or was it adjacent to it? I think the idea was that it was adjacent to it. The road, that is. Alright. Hopefully I don't fail the entire map due to hubris here. Never happened, right? And then the villas go here. And then maybe I should preemptively put in these, right? So it starts there, right? Should line things up properly. It needs to go there and there because it can't go there, which means the oracles go here and here. And then the villas can go there and there. Alright, definitely going to be a challenge for getting the desirability for them, especially this dude. He's probably going to need to be flanked by large statues over there, which I don't think look good, but I like the idea of building it this way, so we're going to do it that way. Alright, I'm convinced. Maybe I should be a little bit more convinced, but too bad. I've dug myself into this hole. I'm going to live in it. It's made for me. Life is made almost complicated. Almost. Can shove you there, and shove you there. And shove you here. I can't shove you anywhere here, so you're just gonna have to live there. There. Water, of course, not being the most awkward thing in the world. I know I just built these things and they're expensive and cost me marble, but here's my new proposition. I move them out by 1 so I can have space for water and supporting things. Yeah, because otherwise I can't quite reach for the water over there. There you go, go. Alright, now, how in the world does this monstrosity actually work? Dunno. We'll figure it out. But it's going to need a lot of supporting things over here. Possibly the food. And definitely the entertainment. Okay, don't worry about it, just make it happen. Designing patricians in limited spaces is quite the conundrum. And all things considered, this is more space than I normally end up with. But I think we put like 2x2s, 4 of them around here. That should provide a lot of things like library and bathhouse and whatnot. School as well is important. A school here should be able to get all of them if the school children work with me and not against me, which would be a first. Now, do I think it's probably warehouse o'clock down here. Well, it is warehouse o'clock down here, but how do we make it work? The fact that there's a stairway here is really annoying because stairways are very chaotic to build into loops. Contemplating a few things here. Very chaotic, but it feels like a waste of time to put food into a warehouse just to shove it up here. But it might be a disgusting necessity. Okay. Granary, granary, granary. Wheat, vegetables, fruit. One of the most difficult things in Caesar 3 is moving food around. Food does not like to move around at all. You gotta force it. You will get the wheat, you will get the vegetables, and you will get the fruit. So you're going to go down here, grab it from these warehouses, bring it back, and feed my people. The easiest one, of course, to do is just you. A couple of wheat farms should take care of that, no problem. Of course, I deleted my warehouse full of wheat earlier. It's fine. The ground will give us everything we need. Cite your granary, sire. There's not a lot of space for a lot of support buildings. Not least of all a freaking Colosseum. Ooh. The Colosseum could almost go here. Almost, but it can't. Maybe I'm wasting a bit of space here that could be used for beautiful Colosseum things, but I guess it ends up going here. They do need the Colosseum, otherwise they're not going to have enough entertainment. It's a huge amount of space. Oh well, needs must. Alright, you guys are going to grow out to be dit. So I think I'm going to need the likes of a gladiator school and an actor colony here. Of course, we're also going to need a lion house. I might not need the lion house, all things considered. Unfortunately, I can't shove one over here. What I can do, however, is move the theatre over here. That way, everybody definitely gets access to the theatre. Hey, I could even put another oracle there. That's nice to know. That would be nice, but that can't quite be done. Gonna need amphitheatre somewhere. I don't like that it cramps your style here. I'm going to need a lot of desirability buildings. So in the end, I think this one just gets shoved down here. Plenty of space for it. So that's almost this all taken care of. I have to hope that the gladiator comes up here and gives these guys entertainment, or else I'm in trouble. There's your lion house. Now what else? You're going to need a school. You're going to need a library. You're going to need the big ones. Academy. And doctor. Not doctor, the bigger one. Hospital. And already space is looking like it's at quite the premium, isn't it? Absolutely. That's fine, we planned for this. Gonna need a bathhouse. And yeah, there's not enough space here for the bleeding bathhouse now, is there? And that doesn't work for the bathhouse. Wait, does it? No, it just barely doesn't work for the bathhouse. That's fine, we've got space for baths around here. That's much of what they need. Of course, they need to be taxed. That is an absolute must, to the point where I think I'll put down 2 of these. What else do they need, anyway? They need access to quite a bit of religion. I'd love to give them large temples. They look better, but I'm trying to squeeze in everything I can here. So you get these 3 instead. Hopefully they go everywhere. And of course everything needs to not fall down. So here's an engineer's post. Here's another engineer post. Here's a prefecture. Gonna need more than just that. Here's another one, and here's another other one. Sure. Pretty important that these people don't burst into flames. I don't think I made my chariot maker. The funny thing is, I don't think you need one. I think this thing works fine without a chariot maker. Struggling to find anywhere to place it other than round the back here, though. That's going to annoy the neighbours. Oh well, fair enough. Neighbours are there to be annoyed. I'm sure there's stuff I'm missing. Oh yeah, of course, marketplaces. And the warehouses for the other goods that they need. That is a pretty big deal. Pretty huge deal to forget. Bum ba bum bum bum. I think I need to get rid of you and migrate you over, because I'm in desperate need of space for such things. There aren't a lot of people to keep happy here, so this warehouse, if it gets pottery, furniture, wine, and oil, might be able to keep them happy enough. I'd rather have 2, but just can't seem to do that, can I? And whose temples did I destroy there? Yours and yours. Hopefully they go everywhere. You're just hoping. Hope is good. Alright, let's see what we can make happen with this. Then I can wonder if I'm forgetting anything important whilst we build these guys up. Yeah, how about the unemployment? Alright, now I can start chipping away at these things.
As cities go, this one seems okay.
Oh, I'm glad you think so. Marketplaces are also not existing yet. Oh boy, Rome pays more wages as well, just I'm spending all this money. Up it by 2. Contemplate where in the world these marketplaces are meant to go. Doing myself in here by going for luxury palaces. It's just going to cause me heartache, I'm sure. Joining the ranks of the best of all the Empire, I like the sound of it. Demographics? Ah, they're expected. Expected for pulling out the victory, no less. People love me, so they don't mind my obnoxious tax rate, which is good. They're all drawing workers from this tiny little place right here. And that ain't right. Well, as long as there's not mass devolution across the rest of my fair city, everything should be fine. And especially if I have my army put back together. Strong, below average. There's still at least a couple of years before we get attacked, though. And income are patricians to be. Strictly speaking, I don't need to tax these guys. It's just they are a lot of money that I don't want to leave on the shelf. Let's just be extra sure that these guys aren't bursting into flames, shall we? Never set them up for getting a barber either. And we just tap into the well of employability. Finally have a Colosseum on the go. And where's my food? Aren't you meant to be full of fruit? And I'm meant to be full of importing fruit. Okay, Togaboy wants loads of oil, but I have loads of oil. Taken care of. Yeah, I continue to be concerned with how in the world I actually feed these people. There's just not quite enough space for all the things I want to build. Entirely a problem of my own design, that is. But don't worry about such things. Honestly, it could be solved with just a market here and a market there, but obviously it's not set up for that. Dum da dum dum dum. Awkward beyond measure. I'm looking at it hoping that I've actually, double built something, but I'm not seeing anything to that extent. There is a 2x2 area here for something, but at best it would be you. Could be the theatre, actually. The theatre can go here, and get rid of you, and then put marketplace. And that way it's a lot easier to see where other problems are coming in from. Alright, very good. You built 2 forums, actually. Yeah, and I wanted 2 forums because I want these people paying their taxes, but I suppose it's more important for me that they exist because I have plenty of money as is. Now, what possible problems are they going to have? Other than desirability, right? Desirability is going to be a sizable problem. Seems like fire is going to be a problem for you. Alright. If fire is going to continue to be a problem, this is what I'm going to do. That. It's going to take a while for this thing to get all the pottery and oil and furniture and wine, and there is a possibility that it completely breaks, but this run shouldn't be so long that that's a consideration. Shouldn't. They already hate their hippodrome neighbors. Not a surprise, really. I'd hoped to put another one here, but I don't think we can afford such frivolities. Oh, this is not going to be sufficient for desirability. Far from it. I always find spamming large statues to be really tacky. And yet, here I am. Alright, hopefully that helps these people out. And I can help them out further. They can grow towards the statues, which will actually aid them in terms of desirability. Yeah, much better to spam oracles. At least they have a gameplay impact. We're on the hunt for pottery. And we're all looking for something, aren't we? I'm still waiting on this guy getting pottery, but I think he's working on furniture right now. Yeah, in comes the furniture. You'll get furniture, and then pottery, and this stuff should explode. In a good way, that is. A scary noise. Ooh, I tell you what, I could have these guys get... You get pottery, and you get furniture, and then I have a backup area for furniture and pottery. Yeah, brilliant idea. Even if I say so myself. So, enemy at the door, but we have completely put together our army once again. After this fight, I'm going to tear down one of these and make another batch of legionnaires and another javelin for another batch of legionnaires. And then I feel like a king. I wonder if these people are actually registered for tax. Huh, surprisingly, the tax man is making his rounds on all of them. Good job. And then comes the other question. Do they have school access? No. School needs to be relocated. Possibly to where the tax man is. How about... oh, well, actually, where does the school child get to? How close do you get? Oh, not close at all. Jeez. School kids have the worst range of all the walkers. They are chaotic like that. Getting you school access is going to be a terror. And actually, only Ceres is going this way. The other gods aren't making their way up this way. Maybe the school will operate from there. And then I can move at least Mercury here. Good thing about the school, I suppose, is you at least immediately see where all the access goes. It isn't going there at all from there. Alright, switcheroo. They'll get up there eventually. That's it. That's a perfect school location. I now have to hope that the bathhouse lady can make her rounds properly. Given that she's wasting her time down in the granary, that's not a good sign. Because it's always painful when patricians devolve. Alright, so these guys are fine, but these guys are significantly not fine. If Ceres in the school didn't work there, the bath won't either. Really? Is that how it works? Why, do the school children go in all the directions that normal walkers do? That's a shame, because that knocks this out as a usable area. And I need all the usable areas I can get my grubby wee hands on right now. I really feel like I built myself into a corner here. Hang on, if you do go up there, then maybe a market would work here. Like that market. Which frees up this market for something, God knows what though. But in the end, they still need bathhouse access. What if we worry about the taxes later? It's more important, as I said, just to have indigenous problems, it seems. They can't get through all these very graciously placed woodlands here, so they're forced to go this way. Shouldn't be too difficult to dispatch them, but we are expecting a proper attack soon. Very happy I have more money than I need right now. Grand Insulae, a good sign, but they want to worship multiple gods. Whoa, 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 they are immediately gunning for us. Bless the tortoise formation. Whew, okay, overall bless this mess. They took out a couple of legionnaires and that's their lot. Which we should have instantly trained and popped out of our barracks. The enemies of Rome go ever bolder, you see. About that lack of bath access, these guys are about to... Yeah, these guys are about to explode. No. Always painful to see your patricians devolve. And they're going to devolve all the way down to Casa unless this bathhouse lady makes her way up there on the double. On the double? Oh, no, no. On the single. Please, bathhouse lady, you're hurting me. In new and interesting way. Wait, what? The forum man went up there. What are you doing? There we go. Unsurprisingly, you hate how deplorable your area to live is. Actually, that's a huge problem. How exactly do I get these people desirability from here? I think I've really painted myself into a really bad corner here. I think the hippodrome works without a chariot maker. Well, my bigger thought is that I've really kind of screwed myself over with this building layout. It's just not enough space. Yeah, that isn't enough for patricians, not by a long shot. Just had another thought. I could have one of these accept both fruit and vegetables. And then I get rid of you and replace you with the chariot maker. Bit of a risky one, but I'll do it. And the enemies of Rome grow ever bolder. Last time we had a pretty nasty invasion. Maybe we're better equipped for it now. Try and engage them early. I don't want them stacking up. Come and get some. There's a few of them. Quite a few of them. Quite a few of my lads aren't engaging, though. Don't like that. Everyone, get in there. Whew. Okay, okay, very good. Send in the squishier ones. All the while, Rome is paying more wages to make my life harder. There we go, send them back in. Starting to wonder if maybe we go 3 and 3, given the importance of lobbing spiky sticks at the enemy. So to that effect, Aftish's finest are being decommissioned and replaced with proper legions. Only 2 religions and not enough desirability because we hate our hippodrome. I understand that. You're growing in the wrong direction. I want you to eat the other guys. Oh man. Yeah, I have really thrown myself a wobbler on desirability. Maybe I have to sacrifice one of these patricians, which kind of ruins the whole thing that I was going for. But if anybody has to go, it's probably this guy. Sorry. Desirability is of vital importance, it seems. Still not going to do it for you. This thing needs a lot more desirability. I'm making a pig's ear of this, and I know it. Right, anyway, what was needed? Something about desirability. No, something about gods. Mars. Since we've had some big battles, let's praise Mars. In a big way. That'll help you out quite a bit. How in the world we deal with you, though, we're still working on that part. Oh my. Oh my, oh my. They are pretty stoked. Hopefully they're not going to devolve from that. They are exactly going to devolve from that. Unsure what their highest desirability point is, but it's probably right around here. Is there anything I can do to aid that? Because currently I think my medium... what would be better? I'm going to try for a large statue here. And I can still add a couple of, well, a medium statue to the mix. Could actually add another temple over here, but I'm wondering if temples are more or less desirable than large statues. I'm going to quickly check my desirability.ods. LibreOffice, save me now. Religion. Temple, large, 887766. Large statue. 1414, 12, 12, 10. Okay, the large statue is actually better for desirability than this thing. It's a crazy thought. I still want it for the godly access, though, is the problem. It's entirely possible that an oracle here will affect you. Enough. I mean, I know it will affect you, but will it be enough? Well, certainly not if you're growing in that direction, or devolving in that direction. Ow. Alright, you know what? Let's just say goodbye to you and see what you regrow into.
I've been thrown out of my home!
Can Mars make his way up there and help me? Sure doesn't seem like it wants to. Oh, there we go. That gave them the extra godly access. Grow for me. Grow for me. Yes, there we go. The venues are too crowded or lack enough variety. Wait, really? You must lack access to one of these things. Theaters aren't making it over there. Can I just shove a theater somewhere to try and squeak it up there? What I can do, and it's a bit of an underhanded move, is remove one level of their godly access, because palaces don't check again for gods. You are not a happy individual, huh? I suppose slamming a warehouse here was not the best idea. Warehouses are very unattractive. On the other hand, academies are attractive. I hope this academy can go around the other side. Oops. Please go and get the wine and oil. Well, that certainly worked wonders for the desirability. I'm going to kill off these guys and hope that I can make you huge. Bigger. Come on, dude, just one step bigger. That's all I'm asking. And I realize I'm asking a lot here. If you're bigger, you'll be closer to the other desirable things. That's a good sign. What did I just destroy here? I thought it was a hospital, right? Good, very discerning. Well, maybe I could say that I was planning on making large palaces to begin with. Yeah. Nobody can tell you you're wrong if you don't know what you're doing. Toga boy, get your weapons, and here, have some glassware. Need access to library. The library should get over there. It's the academy that I worry about. I moved it, and now it might not get around the other side. Oh, I am impressed. Normally the academy walker is a chaotic one that never does what I want it to do. And are you going to go north? Oh, no, 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 no. Don't do this to me. You need to go north. You need to go north from spawn. Come on, it's a 50-50. Don't fail it 4 times. Unbelievable. Okay, this thing's gonna die without access to this academy. It will work there. Really? You sure? Because there used to be a warehouse there. Has to work right now. Wow. How did you know? Keinwyn's a master. They know everything. I'm going to build this here. You're going to grow to being huge. I'm going to replace this. I'm going to hope that that's enough. If it's not enough, what do I do? Well, I cry a bit, but what do I do other than that? It's out of the range too. Make something else that's nice for you. If you devolve from there, I'm going to be in hot water. And you are going to devolve from there. We ran into this problem before. It's happening again. Struggling greatly at finding any way to cram a bit more desirability into this. I wonder if they would devolve if I got rid of the actor colony. That would drop their... that would drop their access to entertainment by 5. Might be enough, because I got, like, 35, 45, 55, 60, 75. I think I can get rid of this. However, no, that should be okay. That should be okay. Don't you dare! Oh, come on, don't do that. Grow just a bit more. There we go, eat them back up. There we go, just as planned. All the large palaces that I said I was going to get. Now, I wish I knew what my prosperity cap was based on this. Because I don't. I guess I can go and grab the calculator. No, I don't need HMRC calculator. I need Caesar 3 maths stolen from Blobber. Is this mine? Well, I can edit it, so I guess it's mine. That or I'm just ruining Blobber's thing here. I know it's off screen here, but I'm briefly calculating what my prosperity cap is, because you can't really do that in-game. I have a number of small insulae. How many do I have? I don't know, something like 80. And I have 3 large palaces. Prosperity cap is 135. I'm going to add in 10 small tents. 122. Alright, these things are amazing for me then. Wait, I didn't... It already had some grand villas in there. Ooh. Ooh. That's not actually enough prosperity. It would be fine if these were luxury palaces, though. But as we've ascertained, out of luck on that one. Unless I added another one in. Wonder if this thing would devolve if I got rid of the Temple to Mars. Just evolve some insulae? I don't want to do that. I like the setup that I have, and it would mean giving them desirability and furniture and doctor access. Contemplating just shoving in one more medium palace. Yeah, one medium palace in here would make all the difference. So if I can get rid of this and have this not devolve, we'll be fine. You gonna be okay? No, you're not. Troubling. Yeah, I really screwed myself over by going for the hippodrome. I should have just made grand villas here and I would have been fine. But no, I wanted large palaces. There's nothing saying I can't redo this right now. I mean, I could strip this down and make a much nicer grand villa place rather than large palaces. Or luxury palaces, as I now decide that I want, but the desirability isn't there for them either. Dum-de-dum-dum. The prosperity factor of medium insulae from light insulae is not that big. Why did you even build the hippodrome in such a small place? Isn't the wagon builder enough if it goes everywhere? Yeah, but I didn't want anything to cross this stairway. Stairway crossing is really annoying. Because walkers can just get trapped in this and then not actually complete their walks. Very annoying. But yeah, I probably should have gone for Grand Villa. They only need 50 entertainment. That's amphitheater, coliseum, and theater. That would save me a ton of space. I could just redo this. I am deeply unsatisfied with how this turned out, so I think the right thing to do is to get rid of them. Do you need the lions and gladiators? I might be able to get away without the No, that gives 10 entertainment, which I'm pretty sure they need here. Yeah, because what do they have? They have 35, 45, 55, 60, 70. And that's exactly what they need for a large palace. However, I could get rid of this, put a theater somewhere. And as long as the theater got everybody, we'd be fine. Yeah, so if I, say, ditched this, put a... I don't think the walkers would get there, that was the problem. I think the right thing is to admit that I've made a terrible thing here and just tear it all down. At least the food is still here. The food is indeed still here. And I should probably keep the marketplaces so I don't destroy all the existing food and things that they have. But yeah, I need to admit that I've made something terrible and start again from scratch. Yeah, if it ain't in the markets, just get rid of it. We have the resources for this, don't worry about it. It's like when you're playing Peak and you realize this climb is a disaster. You can force the climb, but you're probably better off just going, nah, this is bad, and trying something else. There we go. Now this looks like a lot better to deal with. And nobody told the charioteers that we're done here.
I've raced in many worse cities than this.
Isn't that just playing Peak now? That I wouldn't know. Alright, let's kind of work around this, shall we? This market's in a pretty bad space. It still has all those delicious goods in it, though, which is concerning, but whatever. Don't feel that I need to hold myself to its standards. Build whatever here. If I'm only beholden to large or grand villas, then life becomes a lot easier. Now, how many grand villas am I going to need, come to think of it? Run a quick idea on that. I want Grand villas. Well, they're not going to be grand villas because I already have 2 types of wine, don't I? They're going to be possibly even medium palaces. How much entertainment do I have here? I have 25, 35, 40, 50. 50 is grand villa. If I had an if I had a hippodrome anywhere, it would give me additional points. But anywhere here blocks the access to there. Well, anywhere, it does need labor access. Put it in the riskiest position. Can almost fit it here, which is kind of aggravating. But it's also extremely wasted. This works, actually. And that means I can have small palaces. And the palaces have an additional 100 prosperity factor. Worth going for? Maybe. Nah, let's not. Let's not get greedy. Greed is good most times, but let's pass by this opportunity, let's call it. So with all this space freed up, surely I can shove in a lot more of them with lovely desirability. I still have to ask myself, how many of those buggers do I need? Quite a lot. At least their desirability needs are significantly lower. So I could actually just do a strip of large statues here. And that would cover probably all of them. 1, 2, 3. And if I do a lot of this, they'll all be taken care of. Large statues are disgustingly powerful in this regard. How about water access, though? Alright, with that in mind, I'll have a little gap for water, maybe? City keeps making a lot of angry noises at me whilst I'm trying to think. Typical city. How much space do I have for these things? 1, 1, 2, 3, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 4. I lost count. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 4, 1, 2. I'm one short of having the 5th one over here. Which means that market probably has to go. What a shame. And I wanted to preserve those. And now I can have 1, 1, 2, 3. Okay. That's okay. Okay. Do I even want one down here? I don't know about that, but I want them across here. I'm using small statues to kind of pin them in position so they don't expand out where I don't want them. I'm going to save this as a potential different way to go, though. Like, I might just want a 3x3 of something over here. Give you your space for your 1, 2, 3. Give you your space for your 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And do we have space for another 1, 2, 3? Yeah, I can have a little snug as a bug one over there. Alright, so that gives me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of these things. I actually worry that 8 of them is not enough. 8 grand villas. With all these small insulae, it's actually probably not enough prosperity. That's not taking the tents into account yet. But we decided that we're not doing palaces, so can I squeeze more of them in? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Could shove some on this side. Actually, that kind of works. Especially if the watering hole is over here. Then we're at 10 of them. Then we're pretty damn close. Not to be satisfied with such numbers, maybe I can just eke out another... well, there was a space for another one down here. Let's just see how this goes for me. They still need a lot of amenities, which I've kind of torn away. Let's see if we can put them back in. 1, 2, 3 on the gods. Obviously they need engineering and prefecting again, because we don't trust these things not to explode. And prefecting again. I was quite happy with the idea of bringing some of our entertainers from down here and having this one serve double dip for food. They're also going to need an actor colony and a gladiator house, but this time not a chariot maker. I can imagine some people looking at this going, how is this fun? Yeah, this part can be a bit agitating, but building patricians in tight spaces can just be like this. Alright, schooling is required. That should get everybody. Librarianing is required. And taxing is kind of required. Let's put it in so that we don't, we're not so dismissive of it. Feeding is required. Can actually do that. That seems pretty good. It's actually far enough for the desirability to actually work on these guys, which is promising as well. They need the academy somewhere. Hopefully that'll do. Alright, this is all looking quite alright. Is this a Steam version or GOG? I don't know. I think this is my GOG version. I've had Caesar 3 for just such a long time. For all I know, this is a rip of my old CD version. Although that's quite unlikely. Taking a while getting those vegetables, but to get the vegetables, they stock this up and all is relatively well. It's a lot of people to feed, though. That's a lot of unemployment for me to eat with my very high tax rate, though. So I think we're going to reinstate the old mission posts. At least it's relatively generous on the time here, so we got time to make this work. I am still going to need more than that. I don't usually use the tax income thing to check who's paying taxes. I'm already confident everybody's paying their taxes. It's more to just have a cleaner overview of what's on the map. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, 10 of them is nice. I could even have 11. If I have 11 of these, I'm suddenly quite confident that we're making this. Yeah, 11 feels good, so maybe I will try and get another one here. Especially knowing that I can have more statues over here. Sure. And there's, of course, the all-powerful Oracle for me. It's been 30 years since I played Caesar. City building, it's my absolute favorite category. Yeah, Caesar 3 is always just a warm hug in a mug for me. I feel like I'll be happy with some more prefecturing, some ace prefecturing. I just never trust these things not to fall down. No explodey, as the Aussie man says. There you go. I don't trust them not getting down to the granaries. If the granaries fall, that's a lot of my food gone. But he's on his way to them, and he's going to remark about them as well. Wait,
Salutations! Life here is all right, isn't it?
he's deciding not to go over there. Okay, come on. I need these things not to explode on me. Please, please tend to my granaries and such. I think that poor access to employees is actually hurting me more than I realize. Let me do something like this. They'll have little choice but to merge into each other one way or another. People are still very pleased with me. They're paying lots and lots of money to me. Yeah, fond of GOGs, no DRM, and the offline installers. I hope they always hold that dear. I mean, I use Steam a ton, but I really hate DRM. Steam is DRM, but at least it's good DRM. It wasn't always good. And some people will probably argue with the idea of it being good. But not me, I'm satisfied. Alright, one thing I forgot, as I often forget, these people need bathhouse access for my smelly Romans. And people say they're not smelly, they were so clean for the time. I know, it's because my mum would say it. Give your smelly Romans some baths, she would say. Yes, Mum. The thing is, these guys get desirability boost for being high off the ground, so in a lot of ways they should be really good in desirability with all these large statues in the middle. I'm already glad that I made this transition. The other setup was debatable. Deplorable, perhaps. Don't worry about the small tents. The castle will eat up the small tents once it grows and grows. I just hope they don't devolve and devolve. Lion fights, animal contests, gladiators fights. I didn't put a theatre down, did I? Easily solved. Rome has need of my furniture. Well, I did cut back on furniture production, but I was still confident that... He's overjoyed with it. I can just wait on this. I'll wait until he yells at me for not delivering it, because it's a nice way to just push button, receive favor. The prosperity is becoming a bit of a problem, though. My prosperity did not grow, because I tore down my beloved patricians, and they're taking a while to come back. And... well, I should make enough money and have a prosperous enough city for it not to be a problem, but I don't know. Enemies of Rome approach. I should be confident with what I have here. The reason I tend to want 4 of these is because your units can group up 4 on 1, which is a good way to efficiently kill people. But this map has so many enemies that I actually want the extra sharp sticks being thrown at them. It works well for the ferrying of enemies one at a time. While they come in a straight line like that. So the markets are taking their time getting all the goods, but as they do, these places should evolve without too much bother. Cleaner, but less exciting. I guess I'll take it for this. If I really need to, I could set up another couple of, maybe more than a couple, and do a bunch of medium villas here. Medium villa is not too exciting for prosperity, but clearly I'm not doing too great on prosperity on this map. I love watching them grow, though. Especially these grand villas, these grand insulae look so good. And they've got their wine. Wait, they need more entertainment? Theatre access. And whoa, the amphitheatre isn't actually making their rounds. Switch it over here then. Should make it from there, and it'll still be a desirable enough neighbor. Well, that's a good sign already. Did you reload to redesign the patrician block? No, I tore it down. I'm aware of the reloading rule here. And I want my beloved believers to get their points. Alright, now... I could wait for things to settle down before I start doing more. Or I could have some confidence. Needs a third type of food. Yeah, the 3 food types could pose a problem. But they're currently stocking up on food quite a bit. This is already plenty to raise my patrician cap from what it is. I could give this time to stabilize. Although all the markets have all the food types, which is an excellent sign of things going well. And the prosperity just jumped up, I think 8 points in a year, which is great because I have, what, 12 years or so to go. What was your problem? Okay, the fountain access, obviously, but what's really your problem? It's more than what you claim it is, I'm sure. Well, my problem now is that I can't water you without tearing things down. I don't know what happened here. I have to assume you lost access to something, possibly like furniture or pottery. Given that none of you have pottery, that's probably it. Which is concerning, because you live right next to the market. Maybe the markets only go around this way. I do often have problems with the market ladies just not bloody going where I need them to go. And they are all competing for goods right now. Ach, I'll let them devolve. These ones here can re-evolve and take your place. Yeah, so you ran out of something until the market lady came around. So the market lady is not going around this up and around side often enough. Concerning. But that's why I'm holding off on evolving these other ones before we are sure we're stable. Yeah, the earthquake area right here. Just hours for mining out, not a big deal.
Salutations! Life here is all right, isn't it?
Well, it's only all right if I get my population and prosperity. And currently I'm more focused on the prosperity part. The population I think I can just shove in here. It's only 1,700 people needed. Yeah, and we've got plenty of places for farming some wheat. Although I could also shove them over here, do some fishing along the coast, which would be quite cool. It's also really close to the entry point. So maybe I will do it here. The point is we have options. I don't like that. Oh, geez, still not enough entertainment. The theatre goes... The amphitheatre goes... Ah, but now the Colosseum, for whatever reason, won't walk down this way. Like I said, really, really chaotic, these walkers. Why won't the Colosseum go that way anymore? How's it looking? It's looking good, but we're in the most frustrating part, which is getting these walkers to go where I need them to go. And they seem to insist that they do not want to. They had Colosseum access mere moments ago. What's their problem now? Is it really never coming? Oh, I see, it's going that way now. Maybe it's just not frequent enough. It's concerning. It's really concerning. I don't want these things yo-yoing, so I don't know why this guy is only occasionally going down this way. Maybe Keinwyn knows. Keinwyn knows everything. I should not have spent even a moment unpaused there, because these are the boys in blue. And I need to be at the ready for them. Local revolt. Wait, these guys should be tortoise formation. So the local revolt is all of the population of Athens, I think. There's also real enemies at the door now. Alright, there we go. Pajama warriors down. And you can see why I call them pajama warriors. Goes PJ bottoms on and nothing else. Alright, the units need to go and rest and recuperate back home. I said back home. Took one last Roman life before sodding off. Yeah, so let's see the Colosseum access. The Colosseum Walker just is not going out. Not the way I want him to, at least. And then they lose Colosseum access on the far side. Yeah, because that Colosseum Walker is just never going that way. And then finally, after they devolve a bit, he goes out. That's really, really bad. I need that Colosseum to actually, you know, work. Unthinkable. What I could do is put, say, you over here. Then you're guaranteed to walk up and around and provide for these guys. But then I have to knock out one of you, which is bad. But then I might be able to move, say, my academy, and then life is good. Yeah, it's going to be undesirable, of course. Yeah, but Luki goes up and provides. Well, one has to adapt. I hope the Academy makes the loop from there. The Academy worker is notoriously not good enough. I don't think he's going to make it, but I can hope. Go, Academy man, go! That's bad. That's perfect, actually. He hits both of them. Okay, thank God for that. Now, of course, you are in trouble. But I can remove your troubles. And then remove removal of your troubles. And I'm going to want... oh, this guy's going to be in hell. He's going to hate where he lives. Alright, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to set this up. I'm going to set you with a house here. I'm going to give you some beloved statues. And then you're going to grow out to here. And then I'm going to give you these statues as well. Now please grow and prosper. Yes, yes, Caesar, I'm not sending you what you want just yet. I know that you'll wait. Migrate this somewhere without everything exploding on me. Might be able to migrate it here. Put an oracle here. Power of the oracle will evolve you. And now we're going to need to get the rest of our dudes here, because I'm going to be certain that this will be fine. Can't imagine why it wouldn't be. I think that's too far away to affect anybody, that last one. But there is enough space for medium statues, at least. Whew. Alright, not getting the time to stop and think about my city, but sure, that's fine. As long as they keep coming in single file and I just eradicate them on my tortoise defense, I think we're okay. I'm gonna have to reassess that thought. That is a lot of them. No, I think we're okay. A wall of legions is extremely powerful, especially when they're diamonding up like that. And they're extremely resilient to projectile fire as well. Whew. Barely lost anyone, but that's not the important thing. When they're in combat, their health goes down. As their health goes down, they're all going to die faster. Phew. Kindly ask you to go out in this direction. You done there? It's going to get its third type of food and it'll be fine. Little worried that we don't actually get enough food. Out of vegetables, low on vegetables, out of vegetables. And there's a lot of people to feed from warehouse imported food here. Which makes me a little bit worried, especially for the fruit. They gotta go a long way for that. So it could be that this is too many people to feed by warehouse, and then I'm gonna run into real problems. So people thinking this fight is over are very wrong. I still need a lot of prosperity, and this needs to work. What happened to the Hippodrome? I tore it down and I rebuilt this. I was not satisfied with it. But now I'm worrying quite a lot because the imported food is a problem. Ah, 45 prosperity in 10 years is trivial, with a setup like this at least. The issue is this block is probably not stable with the lack of food. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 of these is, well, 11 with that last one. Seems good, but that's 1,100 people to feed on warehouse carted food. That worries me. I'm going to bring the fruits closer, so they don't have to go quite so far. I mean, the traders at the dock have to go further, but that's their problem. Yeah, I'm more than a little scared about this one. I can absolutely see devolution from food. Because they're not stocking a lot of food either. And those that gather up all the food for their people are going to starve the others from getting access to it. Hopefully it's okay, though, right? I can continue to hope. Blindly hope that I can make it. It's not like I have a punishment game on the line for failing this. I just have unhappy people who don't get their points. And then it's just the population goal to do as well, which I do think I'm spoiled for choice, right? I can build them here, or I could build them along here. I'll spoil for choice. Those are two choices, and neither of them are that great. Throw in the towel and make me happy, says Chumro. Oh, tempting. Ah, what happened? Actually, what did happen to you? I am concerned. But maybe what the right thing to do is actually just to lower the amount of patricians that I have right now. Let me actually do that. Yeah, seems like a decent enough idea. Lower the number of patricians to lower the stress. The problem is they're still bulking up. Like, a lot of these places still have a lot more people to get. Alright, here's what I'm going to do. I'm actually going to get rid of that. I'm going to take the advice from earlier. We're going to evolve some of these guys. I'm being too boneheaded by not doing this. Get furniture. Get furniture. Let's evolve these guys to aid in our prosperity issues. That suddenly puts a lot more pressure on my furniture designs, however. But I reckon I could... Let me think. I could erect more furniture making. And how many furniture workshops do I even have? 2? Alright, now we have 3, 4, 5. That's enough for like 100 buildings, I think. I'm gonna get rid of you so I can have another one. There we go. That should take care of any furniture production issues. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of these now. It's probably going to bring me up to a prosperity cap of around 80. And then when I need to blast out the rest of it, we build up the rest of the patricians. Wait, lost access to the academy? This is one of the more aggravating things about the Walker system. Well, the academy does go there. I bet there was an unemployment issue with it. As in lack of employment. I had a brief period of losing workers, and usually the ones that get hit the hardest are the education buildings. I'll do that just to make sure that you are A-okay. Keep you in your square as well. Alright, that should be fine for now. I just had a thought. I can make these into palaces. I could even make them medium palaces, which is a pretty huge bump up in prosperity. But how can you do that, Jake? They don't have enough entertainment. Yeah, I need to give them 10 entertainment points, but I know how to do that. Because there's a very hidden thing in this game. If you have 100% population coverage with your entertainment, there's a +5 bonus for all your houses. So if I make the forbidden entertainment ghetto, then we can boost these guys up to palaces, and then I don't need to worry so much about them. It's a pretty forbidden technique. It's really ugly. It's pretty much a culture block. But nobody said we can't use forbidden magics on this run. Oh, maybe somebody did. Gonna give these people clinic access, despite saying I didn't want to. I still don't want to, but I'm doing it. Because that way they will be liable to evolve into medium villas, medium insulae.
I've got nowhere to live.
Music to my ears, Nikki. You know, I think I could stand to lower my taxes a little. We make tons of money. Well, I do like making tons of money. And being profitable is an important part of raising your prosperity. But I think it's okay. Lowering taxes. Oh, it's Dr. Aftish himself. So good to see you. Oh, wow, the medium insulae really took off. All right, in that case, I will have my all-powerful oracle over here. And look at it go. Look at it go. Didn't do anything. Look at it go. There we go. At least you grew. Let's do that again for fun. I'm turning a lot of what I really liked about my city into stuff I don't like in city building with this game, but needs must. I'm here to win. I could even upgrade my crappy labor tents into slightly less crappy labor tents by giving them water. Who else is a crappy labor tent? Oh, you are mega crappy. So crappy I can't even reach you. It does slightly raise the overall prosperity, so I want my crappy labor access tents to be upgraded. These guys are not going to be upgraded just by a well because their land is so disgusting. But maybe a statue could... No, that won't be enough. No, that's like a concentrated ball of... whatever you call it. What's the opposite of desirability? Probably undesirability. Even so, the prosperity raises, the army is good, the money is impressive. Don't know where those new immigrants are coming into. Probably the new medium insulae I've made. Great. Alright, now where can I do my forbidden entertainment ghetto? Also contemplating if there's another place to squeeze in more beloved oracles around here. I do love my oracles, but Perhaps not. Right, forbidden, forbidden, forbidden. And how many of them would I need is another question. You need rather a lot, and I don't really have the space for a lot. But I have this area that leads up to the anger management section. How many do we need? I have 4 theaters. They provided 500 people each. I need it to go up to 8,000, so I need a little over 10 of them, perhaps 12 of them. It's a little awkward for labor access. In fact, it's very awkward for labor access. I don't particularly want to give them another bit of tent labor. So maybe I can do something like, but not necessarily this. And if you just go down to there, all is well. I can squeeze in another couple for good luck here. Now, hopefully they can make their way down and get this. Oh, you're not happy because I went and made your life more miserable. Here's some statues of me to make you happier. Even more statues of me to make you happier. Keep yo-yoing on my number of people, and that's certainly going to happen year to year. Oh, wow, I really dinged you, didn't I? All right, here you go. And what's that? A whole load of palaces. Because I aided the theatre situation. Now, if I add to that amphitheatres, of which can each entertain 800 people, then I'm going to run into space issues. But I think medium palaces are worth it. Well, I know they're worth it. Because I am of a god when it comes to this game, is what I'll say. There's a problem with spamming this place with amphitheaters, and it's that I still need another 1,400 or so people. How confident am I that I can shove them along here? There's not a ton of food for them. But shoving 1,400 people here would be rather simple. Well, it would feel simple. So I guess the better thing to do is just have amphitheater hell over here. Beautiful. It's not. It's beyond hideous, but it's what we're doing. At least there's going to be no shortage of entertainment for the people forced to live here. Amphitheaters are also, I believe, slightly desirable neighbors. And are they going to do it? Well, they're not until they get their labor access here, so I need someone to go and live there. But when they do, these are going to pop into Medium Palaces. Maybe on one of the islands? Nah, not enough space. Amphitheaters are large and the islands are small. Yeah, even this island doesn't quite cut the mustard. They're on their way. Although hopefully the enemy army doesn't make it all the way down here. I think the map shouldn't have had all the woodland in the way. It would be a little bit more unpredictable if the enemy armies could come along here or along here or here. But with the way the woodland is set up, I'm not in any way forced to create a pathway for them. And being able to channel the enemy armies is a huge way to win out. Oh yeah, that is so good. The desirability, not so good, so let's see what we can do about that. Is there any way that I can squeeze you up just a touch? I don't think I need to, all things considered, but it doesn't mean I wouldn't like to. Perhaps an oracle over here could reach you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think that will work. Oh yeah, there we go. Right, that's a lot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. With the potential to go to 8, 9, 10, 11 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, 7 medium palaces is you win. I like winning. So prosperity will go up. And the only thing we have to do now is somehow cram in about 1,200 people into the map. And also hope that it doesn't run out of food, right? Out of vegetables, out of vegetables, out of uh-oh. My copium is that they're simply stocking up on vegetables in the houses and we're not actually facing any real vegetable decline. To make sure that's really the case, you are no longer getting pottery and you are no longer getting furniture. And you will resume your duties of getting furniture and pottery, so these guys are focused entirely on getting the food, because the journey for pottery is quite a long one. Furniture, meh, but pottery, yes. Wish I had a medium palace. Zoe Thundersocks. Is it like Chad of a similar name? Right, between that and all of my medium insulae that I've gone and made, I think we're in a pretty good space. Of course, now I need to build them up. Oh, I forgot to give the Emperor his actual furniture. Well, he can have the weapons instead. He'll still be happy, especially if I give him... Well, let's see what this does. 85. The map maker decides how much of a bonus to happiness the Emperor gets from these things. Well, whenever it finally arrives, who would have thought it takes a while for things to get there from Greece? What was that doing? Is that enemies? Yeah, distant battle. Angry Emperor. Yeah, I struggle to see how I can't win this out by shoving in some wheat here and just a basic housing block here. Very, very basic. Because only needing not even 1,200 people. It's not a lot of insulae. 10 or 15 of them should take care of that. Which is also an argument that why don't I do it along the coastline here? Quite like the idea of... Ah, there we go. 85 went to 91. So here's some cheetahs and giraffes as well, my lord. To bring you up to 100. Only 90 is needed to win. So unless I fail to do something for Caesar or I somehow go broke, that's actually enough to win out the scenario. I really like the idea of putting some more here. I don't like the idea of how food is so scarce, but maybe I could use this island. Wharf, 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 and then some more wharves. Yeah, farming is simple, but fishing on this map's a little awkward, so maybe I can treat myself to a bit of a fish victory. It was very awkward, actually. Fish, 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 fish. 4 won't be enough. How do we get over here? A low bridge here. Forces some of my fishermen's hands, but that's okay. Oh yeah, I can also double wharf here and they can get to there. And then just granary here and then build my houses here. Alright, sorted. The reason I was wanting to do this isn't just because it's cool to build along the coastline, but when you do a lot of houses, prosperity is recalculated at the end of every year. So if you have all these crappy tents that you're still evolving, it can destroy your prosperity. Because prosperity raises up to the cap, and the cap is decided by the average quality of all the houses in your city. So by adding a lot of really crappy tents, you destroy the prosperity cap. So it's not uncommon to go from like 99 down to 54 when you try and build up some more tents. And if you're in their final year, then there's no way to get that prosperity back, because the most prosperity you can ever get in a year is just 10. Which is not trivial to do. You need to have a very well-run city to get 10 prosperity. Yeah, September's a little late. We're waiting until January to do the housing blocks. So as soon as January rolls around, we'll do the building work. Alright, excellent. The theatres, and I've actually got too many amphitheatres, that's fine. But yeah, lovely to see all these Magian palaces. And it's lovely to know that I can build more, especially if I have some excess food, which I obviously don't, but like I said, I'm just convincing myself that these guys are stocking up on the food, and that it's not a production issue. Yeah, why would it be a production issue? Sounds ridiculous. So it's the new year, I can tell, because I got alerted by employees needed. So I'll delete some of my superfluous. And then we start building. Like we're playing Ace of Spades, but we don't really know how. That should be plentiful enough. Get them into a granary over here. Of course, I can't quite access you from there, can I? Could also put the granary over here. But then, where's the fishing point, actually? You were over here, now you're over there? It's good to keep the granary closer to the closest fishing area, but if it's getting in the way of all these other buildings, then I'm not so sure. It's already kind of awkward dragging a road along here that satisfies all of you. Virtually impossible. You don't like having dead ends in this game is what I'm trying to get at here. Dead ends are bad. But it seems like there's no perfect option here. So I think we're going to go for this. It's alright. If we had access to perfect options, then it would take the thrill out, wouldn't it? You get the meat. It's called meat, not fish. It's actually the same good. If you have pigs enabled, then you must be farming capybaras because you can have fish and pigs and it's the same meat. I like to think that'll be enough, and we still have our old shipyard from the very start operational, so these guys will get what they need. I could build another shipyard, make it even faster, but you know what? Let's replace could with will. There you go. Yeah, no buts. Labour access will be beyond a little awkward here. And it's certainly very undesirable living here, but... Jings. How are we going to do this? This would be much better to just fish for my... fish from emergers. Not the only fishing that's going on here. But on the more positive side, we really don't need a lot, do we? It's just that the layout here is really, really awkward. Yeah, okay, we don't need a lot of them, so don't worry about it. We'll find a way to make this work. Ultimately, I only need like 10 of these or so, right? Alright, gotta zoom in one more time to find my magical pink pixels, which I assure you do exist. And get you housing here. I can add desirability for you. Dum da dum dum dum. That looks like a no-go. These are all no-go. Well, it's just a good opportunity to build service housing, or service buildings, rather. It's been a fun map. Really enjoyed the challenge of building on this map. Pacing's been a little off, but pacing is hard to judge. What are we looking at here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think I want about 15 of these, so double this. Dum, da, dum, dum. That may or may not have been one. I didn't check it close enough. And of course I could build one around the back here if I felt like I'm not getting enough bang for my buck here, but this is all just no buildy zone for the mergers. You'll merge though. Alright, get these guys built up and then see where we go from there, if anywhere. Again, prefectures up the wazoo because I don't trust these things not to explode on me. And I have to be careful not to block the road to Rome. So yeah, I have to make sure that I have all my mergers and I get them out of small tent territory before the turn of the year, because otherwise this is going to collapse my my prosperity. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 times 80. Ah, we still need a couple more than this. Gotta build down here then. Yeah, you better not get bored of this tune, because it's all you hear in the end game. This is the final final theme of the game. Triggered at 7,000 population. There we go. This music sends me back to me disassembling the EXE and finding all the population-related bugs. Oh, Aftish, you suffer so that we don't have to. Nice, didn't miss a merger. It's a lot more efficient, you know, finding the right merger points and working with them rather than just building a lot and then just removing the housing later. There's a few problems with getting these people everything they need. The biggest being that there's a lot of things they need. I have an idea about that one. These guys specifically, I could drag a road over here that gives them what they need. Could. I'd rather I didn't have to. Also, that's not going to work because I don't have access to over here. Well, let's hope I don't have to then. Because currently they're going to be relying on this large statue for desirability. There is also the need for water. Which I might have just scuppered. Yeah, how do I water these guys again? Oh boy, how do I water these guys again? It's a long way for magical Roman water to go. I may have to forgo some fishing to stick the reservoir here. And by may have to, I mean I've already decided to. Can't really stick it anywhere else. Ah, that doesn't quite hit them all, but this should take care of the rest of them. Da-da-da-da. Not quite, and not quite. Oh well. Getting efficiently placed fountains feels good. However, and it's a sizable however, they don't cost that much in the way of population to staff them. And oftentimes you kind of want to drink up all the workers with them. Can I push you out one more and still have a path around here? Yes, I can. I'm going to have to. Yep. Do, 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 do. Such a really, really good theme. One of the big strengths I find in Caesar 3 is that the music, I don't get tired of the music. You'd think I would, having listened to it for about 6,000 years of my life, but it just has a timeless quality to it. Hearing all this does make me feel like all the legions bend to my will. Alright, so they're going to get religion. They are going to get food. They get water. The fishing, unlike the other location, is actually quite close to the fishing point. In retrospect, I could have set up my initial settlement here, but I wanted to be closer to good dock location. Rome, of course, has need of me. When does it not? I'm not sure I'm willing to give you all that oil, Caesar. For some reason, I don't have a lot of oil. I think I'm still reeling from the last time he took all my oil off of me, so no, Caesar, you're going to have to sweat a bit. Not the only one sweating, mind you. Where are my vegetables? Again, I'm convincing myself that the vegetable problem is not a problem. It's just good things happening. People are taking their vegetables. As expected, people hate living next to a wharf. I can't fit another large... Oh, what I could do actually is I can migrate this a bit further away. You have enough to give to the Emperor? Good. Make sure he knows that. So I'm just going to get rid of all of this. I'm going to shove you over there where you'll still see to everybody. And then we're going to medium stat you up. Because these people are going to have a very hard time with desirability otherwise. Give him a bit of garden for his trouble as well. And now let's hope that the librarian can do some major rounds. I need them to walk all the way over here. And there. I need them to walk bleeding everywhere. Here, have a school as well. It's not like I'm shy on employees. Dum dum de dum. De-dum, de-dum, dum, de-dum. Sure, I can put that there for style points. There's a lot of things I can put in various locations for esoteric style points. But these guys need a bit more. Donk. It's funny, when I just had my coastal stuff around here, I was thinking, man, my city looks so good. I'm excited at the idea of spending my own time tarting it up. But between building this, and this, I've suddenly gone, I think I'd rather do over. What I'd probably do is I'd probably level my city and then rebuild a lot of it. I wouldn't restart because then I'd have to go through all the attacks and things again. It might be difficult getting you entertainment, but we'll see what the librarian can do. Gotta remember that these people need a bit more than this. If I really want them to be super happy, they're going to need... crumbs. Gonna need a warehouse full of goods. Could trash that. Put the warehouse here. I think I have to. It's taking up way too much valuable real estate. Be gone. Ooh, that's tight. You there, your job is to grab us furniture and pottery. Just get the pottery for now. I'll tell you to get furniture later on. And these people will, of course, need a bathhouse. Coming up to the turn of the year, but I don't think this is a sufficient number of horrible things. It is sufficient amount of unemployment, though, to not give me the unemployment bonus for my prosperity, and I'm pretty anal about getting as much of that prosperity bonus as I can, because I really want it to get higher. I need it maxed out at 100, which is a huge amount. 100 is a huge amount. Every bit of prosperity is harder to get than the previous one, so going from 80 to 90 isn't that hard. Going 90 to 100 is quite hard. Forces you to build really good quality housing. Fortunately, I too am really good. You can lose from losing too much population at once. Yeah, that's true. But I think that only triggers if you're being invaded. I think it's a way to stop the game from just, you know, hanging on for no good reason. When you have some out in the middle of nowhere building that the AI can't path to or whatever. But that's neither here nor there. I got so much money, I'm putting down statues with reckless abandon. Very unsurprising that this is a godless place. Let's have a little temple to Mars. Gotta be very, very careful not to break this road to Rome. It's necessary. Prosperity just shot up to 87. 2 more years and we should hit the cap, and hopefully that cap is 100. It can't go above 100, none of these can, but there's an invisible prosperity cap. Feels like the food is struggling here, isn't it? I did take out some of the better wharves, but again, I'm convincing myself they're just stacking up on food. Yeah, they're just stocking up on food. Not a problem. I neglected to give these people entertainment. However, by building all of this stuff, I might not need to give them too much entertainment. I might be getting away with giving them... Let me think. Small insula requires 25 entertainment, so I could actually just give them theatre, amphitheatre without the buildings that give walkers. On the other hand... maybe there is no other hand. He's thinking about it. To get to small insulae from large casa, you need to go from 10 to 25 entertainment. I'm just wondering if I can get away with just having large casa here. I'm gonna go for it. You know what? Large casa. Screw it. Never see enough large casa on these runs. That's... the prefect is right there. I love the walker system. That fire could spread, by the way, really badly.
The heat from this fire is amazing. These fires spread if you don't catch them fast enough. The heat from this... I'm a little busy right now.
Thank you, my glorious prefects. All glory to Rome and its prefects. Yeah, these people have a bathhouse problem, of course. I'm surprised that the religion manages to get over there, but yeah, the bathhouse is never happening, I think. Unless... What's the education? Is it all library everywhere? That means this school is unnecessary, so there's a slight chance that a bathhouse could get over there. I'll give it a go. Nice merger. Very close to the population target. Some of these aren't filled up, so there's a good chance that what we have here is enough for it. And then we let time pass and see if prosperity gets there. And if it doesn't, we just raise prosperity a bit by adding a couple more of these. No vegetables, no fruit, no vegetables, low fruit, not really much of anything. But look at that, they're simply stockpiling the goods. So if I really need the prosperity, I can build 1 or 2 more of these. It'll be no big deal. That's what I claim. Togaboy wants his oil. You're not getting that oil. Sod off. Yeah. You'll see the funny side. Would a bathhouse not fit next to the bridge if you remove the fishing wharf next to the road? If I remove this, yes, but food is still pretty necessary for these people, so I won't do that. One thought is that maybe they don't need the marketplace. But nah. What's your problem? You don't like how delectable this area is? Same with you? I really like the look of small casa, but they are the worst building in the game. What does my tier list have to say about that? Ooh, wait, it's D tier? Why is it not E tier? Huh. Surely it's not based on the fact that it looks alright. I guess it's the biggest thing you can build without having to give entertainment buildings, which is something. There's something to be said for that. I just don't know if it's much. Yeah, look, they're still struggling on food over here. Alright, since we're pretty close to eking out the ending here, I'm relatively happy making a save and speeding up. And I'm not happy to see Rome paying more wages. 49. The Rome paid wages has been really slow. I am losing money, but not more than construction. Even so, if people love me, they'll love me enough for my new taxation policies, which are the same as the old taxation policies. Yeah, the food is struggling here. It's a bit of a surprise, considering that fish is really, really... Oh, okay, now it's catching up. That's as high as it goes, by the way. They just got a 4 pay increase back in Rome. Must be hyperinflation back home in Rome. Oh, good, I can actually just delete this because we're at the pop target, and the prosperity target's pretty close to hitting as well. So, I propose that we gun it. How's Toga Boy feeling these days? So he's going to feel a lot happier if I give him these weapons. So I'm going to wait until he's cheesed off at me not giving him oil. The oil really dried up for me. Where's all this oil demand? Oh, wait, hold on. I did this forever ago, but I never actually remembered to set my limits on exports. I wanted to sell everything I had, and I never even thought to hold on to some. Thank goodness it was just oil. Whew. So yeah, I could have solved this no problem. In fact, I could set this right now. I might even be able to get Caesar what he wants. I'm not giving it to him, right? I'm just, you know, flexing by saying I could. He's really angry. He actually extends the deadline, but thought I'd just take some weapons and get out of my face. So we bring in some tents over here. The tents become shacks. The shacks become... Uh-oh, hold that thought. Hold on. The game is taking one last shot at killing me. And I didn't pause fast enough. One last shot at killing me, huh? Well, this is your last chance, Lose Lobby, because I have this one. The shacks become the invasion. Alright. Just engage them into my tortoise formation as quickly as I can. They're taking a very strange flanking maneuver here, which is buying me something. There's a lot of them, aren't there? Damn Macedonians. Alright, we have the advantage. They cannot stop us. March in and destroy them. Forever you will be forced to call yourself North Macedonia. Joke nation. Get out of here. Heirs of Alexander, my foot. Discount Bulgarians have now been defeated. Oh, and look, just in time for my Meacham Villas to pop up. Alright, game, if you have anything to pull out your backside to defeat me, now is the time, because I have won. Absolutely won. Well, I suppose a sudden devolution here would actually destroy me. And maybe the added stress of feeding these patricians could do that. But, you know, feeding 7 patricians, no big deal. Bit of an underhanded way forward. Actually, I just suddenly thought of a brilliant idea. If you... Hang on, this thing needs to go. If you were to have a problem that you cannot actually supply lots of patricians, you could set this up, have like 7 patricians in here, and then lower city mood to the point where immigration doesn't happen, but not so low that emigration happens. Then you could actually just have the prosperity impact of patricians, but not have to feed them anywhere near as much as they would otherwise need. They still eat the full amount of pottery, furniture, oil, and wine. That's independent. So, I mean, the 7 patricians in here having a royal booze up and smashing all the IKEA. And I don't know what they're lubing themselves up for, and I don't want to know. But in terms of food, food is consumed on a per-person basis. So the low population here eases up the food concerns, which is usually the bigger concern. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Half full, half empty, doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is my glorious victory. Except I have no vegetables for these guys. Ah, there we go. There we go. Ah, for all my hard work in kicking the Macedonians out of Athens, Caesar decided to raise me to the lofty title of clerk. Good toga boy. Whew. Ah, we don't have a voiceover here, but I'll give it to you. Congratulations. Once again, you've proven yourself to be one of Rome's finest governors. Right, that's it. After this, I'm going into the game and I am removing this one of. I am Rome's finest governor. I'm no longer going to be put on a pedestal near some others. When it comes to streamed Caesar, nobody beats me. When it comes to unstreamed Caesar, there are those that beat me. There's Whisperwind, there's Bruegel, there's Mathieu, there's a whole lot of amazing governors out there who build beautiful cities. And I really wish they'd stream it because I'd like to see their thought process, how they put together their cities rather than just seeing the end results. Oh, yeah. Anyway, I'm freaking amazing. But perhaps not as amazing as Keinwyn is for putting together this amazing map. I like it. I like it a lot. It plays to the absolute strength of Caesar, which is building the city in an awkward way, right? The attacks were there, right? They were actually pretty big attacks, but wasn't the focus of the map. I actually don't know what the attacks were there to do. Early on, it pressed your economy into making an army, but they were always funneled through one location because they always appear here, and this is already whatever. And this isn't really prime building land, so just kind of felt like part of the theme of the map rather than the focus. The focus was definitely shoving 8,000 people here whilst maintaining 100 prosperity, which was a tough thing to do. Having to build along the coastline here without enough space to even make proper loops, and we can see that if we look like this. A neat challenge, because a lot of people, you know, they want to build their loops. If they're a super scrub, maybe that's a bit harsh, but you know, you got the people that do their freaking 9x9 loops with a fountain in the middle, and then, you know, the idea is you put housing along the side and then gardens in the middle. Ugh. Ugh. Don't do that. Do not do these. It's wrong for so many reasons. Of all the buildings to maximize your employment netting of, don't make it the fountain. Anyway, forcing you to not even be able to loop around here for the most part. Beautiful. And speaking of beautiful, the map looks amazing. Oh, yeah, you could have convinced me that Illustrator John himself had made this one. Anyway, great map. Highly enjoyed it, so thank you very much, Keinwyn. But that's not the only thanking to be done here, is there? No, no. The win lobby should thank the lose lobby for their generous donation, because I said, do we fail this map? We didn't fail this map. Didn't even come close to it. I'll claim we didn't come close to it. Ignore the early debt. Choose outcome. No, we don't fail. Complete. Are you sure you want to give this 2.3 million points? I'm quite sure. And what's the point in winning if you can't rub the lose lobby's nose in it like a dog that's just gone and done his business on the carpet? Please, game, show me. That's what I say, but I don't actually know where it is. Prediction, perhaps? That looks a lot like it. Oh, yes. Here, make it even bigger. So we can name, and whatever the opposite of shame is, Athelwyn. Keinwyn, Athelwyn? What a coincidence. Blubbery Abyss and Pandy and Rotten Bart and Tarthur, they all put in 6 figures of faith in my glorious position of clerk, or whatever precedes clerk. Keeder and Enrak and Porsche and D-Day and Nana all also believed in me, and they get rewarded, if not richly, for it. And where did the points come from? Rainy numbers, or should I say blind 225. They were blind to my skill at this, so was Franconian. Chumro makes a donation. I don't even know how I'm naming these people. Complete losers. Scum of society. If I ever saw them, I'd spit on them. Rapidly. Anyway, that doesn't matter. They are out of living memory. great map. Like I said, I may well come back and tidy this up. And if I do, I'll post it up and I will... Well, I don't know. I don't have a Caesar 3 tag for it, but I'll post it up so people that can appreciate a good city can see it. As for me, that's it for my week of streams. I'll be back next week with probably some more Maestro Cage. And I do have a punishment game to do. And what about Dominions? I think I'm good at Dominions for a little while. It'll be back before long. Anyway, until that is back, I'm going to go and enjoy Blobber's run of this. So it's a cheers from me and a cheerio.